Somebody blow up the ceiling, cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next?
Warriors, notorious, war with us, war with us. We the warriors, we notorious, they the warriors, we the warriors, we the warriors, we notorious, they can war with us, we the warriors. They can war with us. They can war with us. We the warriors. We the warriors. When we step up on the battlefield, we on defense 'cause you know it's real. Right in my hand is my battle shield, because soon it will be revealed. So when we step up on the battleground, 'cause we the toughest all around. Right now we taking all the crown, 'cause we the best pound for pound. We the warriors, 'cause we notorious. They care, war with us. 'Cause we the warriors. We the warriors, we the warriors. We notorious, we notorious. They can war with us. Them the warriors, they can war with us. We the warriors. Warriors.
Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thread a slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall. Hoping that they get ahead. So we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck. Hit the body, clip the neck. Cause you know that more is less. Yes. Yes, Lord, I gotta win by any means, I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys, show me the door. Cause they just want apologies, and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes, on they score, that's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback, gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes, so what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. Second left with the comeback. Be Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all fact. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middlemen, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. Look how I innovated. This that 10,000 hours. You get paid from your patience. Game need renovating. Hey, lucky I don't cave it. I ain't nothing to play with. Boy, I'm about to go ape shit. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback.
Yeah, show me my pony. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my pony. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. I'm a boss till I fall, I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog, and my back against the wall. I accept every challenge, had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace, treat the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind, great things take time. Now how I shine, you might go blind. Come along for the ride, cause I'm headed to the top with it.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
We're chugging along here in the WCS MYSG. We're going into day number 2 of the playoffs. I'm Granny, with me here is Contra. We're jumping into this one. We have the 2 strongest teams in the competition playing it out today, and what a sight to see. I have to say, our matchups today look much more straightforward. I know I said I was going to vote for Phantom6 today, but I forgot that when I initially sent that in. I'm going to say verbally. I hope that still counts, Contra. How are you doing?
Well, I'm doing great, and I guess that I would still have a little bit more faith on Phantom6, but they're going up against SEM9 to start off the day. So I really do wonder, can they upset the Giants that have been the hot favorite for all our audience here today? And of course, before that, we got to remind all of you guys out there that you could follow us on all our social platforms to keep you up to speed with the WCS.
Yeah, we have so much going on there. You guys can see for yourselves some of your favorite teams. Some of the teams that have already bowed out of competition. We've had 2 teams, Kodak as well as RTP, reach the peak that will no longer be joining us in the competition. But that's fine because we still have so many stories to be written with all the teams moving forward from here on out. For SEM9 and RSG, previously LFO, that story continues today with their newfound opponents because Phantom6 as well as Team Watermelon won yesterday, meaning we now get to see a series in the upper bracket semifinals, and it's looking to be a good one. They got that early priority, which means they get site selection first, so they get to determine how they want to play out some of these matchups.
That's right, and it's going to be pretty vital for them to remain on the upper brackets, and that will give them that advantage hitting to not only picks and bans, but on the sides that they will pick when it comes down to all these matchups. And I think that it really works out to those that prep much early on, right? Like SEM9, they usually come up with the strategy, and I think they just got to make the best of it.
Yeah, I think that SEM9 have come into this competition with just so much more than everybody else. Like, nobody has been able to keep up with them, and just been able to really develop a playstyle of their own and showcase something really nice to us. And before we keep things going and continue talking about what's been going on, let's take a quick look to refresh our minds on how the format is going to work moving into the WCS.
Welcome to Wild Rift Esports Season 1, where teams from regions all around the world compete to qualify into the first ever Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. For the teams in the MYSG region, their journey begins today in the Wild Rift Champions C MYSG 2022. Here, 8 teams in the regular season will be competing against each other in a double round-robin best-of-3 format to determine the top 6 teams who will earn their spot in the WCS MYSG 2022 playoffs. From there, the teams will be placed in a double elimination bracket with a bye round given to the first and second seed. Here, only one team will qualify and earn the rights to compete in the next stage, which is the Wild Rift Champions C Finals. The regions involved in the WCS Finals are MYSG, Masters, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Oceania. Here, 4 of the best teams will advance to the next global stage, the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. The Wild Rift Icons Global Championship is the pinnacle for Wild Rift Esports in 2022. This tournament features 24 teams from all the Wild Rift Esports regions, which includes Southeast Asia, Brazil, Latin America, EMEA, Korea, North America, Japan, and China. This is where we will witness the highest level of competitive Wild Rift in the world, and we wish all the teams the very best in their journey with Wild Rift Esports.
And as we continue into the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship, the first things first, we have to get through the regional qualifiers. And part of that is going to be here in the playoffs. We have SEM9 and Phantom6, RSG and Watermelon in the upper brackets now. We have Upcar Esports and Pathseeker in the lower brackets, meaning they still have a chance to play it out. And they'll get to figure out who their opponents are going to be tomorrow. In the last day of the first week of the playoffs, we have another set of games next week as well, Contra.
That's right, and I really can't wait to see who will be crowned champions, as there's only going to be one winner to hit into the Southeast Asia Finals. And speaking of which, I really can't wait to start things off, but we have to first take a look at the schedule.
I mean, it doesn't get any more straightforward than this. You have 2 games. You have SEM9 P6, it's a best of 5, and RSG versus Watermelon, another best of 5. Doesn't get any more straightforward than this. So, Contra, let's talk a little bit about these matchups today, because SEM9 Phantom6, we saw Phantom6 struggle a little bit with the Master E. They said they were just trying to figure out what they could do, limit test a little bit against their opponents in Upper Bracket Esports. But now against SEM9, can they afford to keep that same attitude?
I don't think that they could afford to limit test. There's no more litmus testing phase right now. It's the playoffs, and they really want to keep themselves afloat on the upper bracket. P6 as well as SEM9, they had a whole lot of history together. When it comes down to best of 5, we could see that Phantom6, they do have that tenacity with them to last out in a long drawn-out BO5, and they've definitely had a track record against SEM9, which they have defeated them in the grand finals itself. So can history actually repeat itself right here?
Let's talk a little bit about that, Contra, because you said BO5. I recall a BO7.
Oh,
that was
right.
a 7-game series, right?
Right. And man, I even lost track of that. Yes, indeed. It was a best of 7, and it was a reverse sweep as well, just like how it was delivered to Upcar Esports. But before all of that, I think that we got to check out SEM9 first before anything else.
Our first challengers of the day, it's SEM9 with Arhedge, Azorveki, Chili, Sagi, and Winter, a roster that has proven themselves to be leagues ahead of the competition alongside some like of RSG. In its current state, these two teams have clearly pulled themselves ahead of the pack. Now, in playoffs, we're looking to see if any team can close that distance.
That's right, and we've already seen so many shifts of picks as well as the ideation coming in from SEM9. They are very creative when it comes down to making plays happen, but of course we will also see what Phantom6 will have to deliver as they go up against SEM9.
Yeah, exactly. And SEM9 have had so many good highlight moments, right? This is a team that just spews out highlights. I feel like there are a few teams that really have that X factor. SEM9 definitely one of them. They've given us so many good moments. I feel like it's largely in part due to the fact that they have so many carries. You know, you talk to them, you hear their personalities, and you can kind of feel that a little bit from these guys, right? Some of SEM9 players, you can kind of tell that, you know, they're looking for these highlight moments as well. So all those things just kind of work together. I feel like it's given them such a great advantage coming into the competition, especially when you're a big fan of these massive outputs.
That's true, and when we have so many of all these players that have so many different pool of champions to be played out, added with the brand new champions of Shen as well as Karma on top, I think that SEM9 would still be testing out their limits as well when we have so much more that they could possibly hide under their teams.
Because the next opponent is going to be up against RSG. And RSG, that's their first real competition. In the upper bracket finals, if both these teams make it there, which we are expecting, then that's their chance to start to display where they really stand. So for now, against Phantom6, I think we could both agree here, Contra, that in this series, SEM9 still willing to limit test a little bit, still willing to try some stuff out, and kind of find where things kind of are grooving a little bit, especially with the introduction of Karma and Shin.
That's right, and when it comes down to all these brand new champions, I'm pretty sure that a lot of all the other players are still trying to figure out, other than these two champions, what else works in this meta. What we have seen maybe in all these rank queues, Astral's been popping off as well, especially when you could possibly equip it with Divine Sundra. So I really do wonder if there's going to be huge changes that will be brought to play by SEM9 itself. I think yesterday with Phantom6 basically playing their hearts out, a lot of their picks have already been revealed. Could this be advantages for SEM9?
Yeah, and talking about Phantom6, let's take a look at the lineup they'll be playing today. And the contenders for today's matchup, you have Yoshi, Iggy, Haki, Momo, and Nyx. I believe it was Iggy that got the MVP yesterday, but honestly could have gone to anybody on the team. Everyone played so well, especially macro-wise, which is something that we haven't talked so much about. We've talked a lot about SEM9's ability to play the lanes outright. Phantom6 can keep up with that, but also about the macro game that's been going on.
Indeed, and they have very solid fundamentals on how they could basically control the map pressure and Upcar Esports, they looked so solid on the first 2 games, and after that, they fell flat with a huge reverse sweep. If you guys missed that out, you can basically go back for the recap. And speaking of which, let's go into yesterday's highlights, where we could basically talk more on how P6 control the tempo of the matchup, and they usually have very high priority onto some of all these major objectives, and team fights looking to be pretty clean. So this is what we would expect out of Phantom6 throughout the course of the battle, but against SEM9, they really have to really hold their own in the early game.
I was there, Contra. I was there for this match with Omo. So I remember this vividly. 5 full games, Omo had lost his mind at some point. He had gone, man, if Upcar Esports cannot take that final step, that final step, the most difficult one to take, then they just frankly are not prepared to go up against this level of competition. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to kind of regroup and kind of refocus their minds in the playoffs as in the lower brackets. But against Phantom6 yesterday, they failed to close out that last game, especially once the Master E was taken away. So I think we have to look to see where Master E is going to go in today's set.
Yeah, and whether it's going to be played out by either side of the team, we'll have to wait and see. But when we compare some of the stats, we will first take a look at 2 of the top support players in this tournament, where we have Winter from SEM9, definitely bagging the highest of KDAs. He's always going to be moving around the map, creating high pressure plays, and also placing some deep wards, getting all this information back to the team. Other than that KDA, you can see that it's significantly close coming in from Nyx, where, yeah, sure, it's just a KDA. DPM, DTPM is looking pretty solid for Nyx.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these stats kind of give us an idea of what's going to happen and the kind of play style between these teams. I feel like there is so much that needs to kind of be discussed in terms of like play style, in terms of champion pool, because there is such a big variance in the bottom side of the map, whereas especially in the support role, right? Because in the other lanes, maybe you're expecting to see the same stuff. You have stuff like Ari, Orianna, Ziggs, all these kind of options being pretty staple. But when it comes down to the bottom side, there's so much variance, because you could play initiators like Alistar, Thresh, Rakan, but you could also play enchanters like the Lulu, the Yuumi. Well, you can't play the Yuumi now.
Not today.
But you can still play stuff like the you can still play stuff like the Lulu, Karma, and maybe even Shen. So many options down the bottom side. I'm really curious how this kind of plays out with these 2 teams.
Yeah, and I absolutely love it when you mentioned about all these new champions, because like there's so much flexibility that it offers into the draft. But when it comes down to this, I guess that it's all down to where they really want to flex it. But before we get to that, let's get into the predictions, because you did mention a little bit about P6 early on today, and then you say it's all about SEM9.
Okay.
I think we're all going with the Tigers.
All right. So this is what we call hedging your bets. I'm gonna put SEM9 in the bracket here, right?
Okay,
Right.
okay.
I guess it's somewhere over here. I'm gonna say SEM9 wins here, and I'm gonna verbally say that Phantom6 are gonna win, because I promised I was going to see hockey for the interview later today. So I'm hedging my bets. Both sides I'm winning.
Okay. I think that's fair enough. Because, like, I remember, like, even Holler, he was hoping to see SEM9 take this one, and then they meet with LFO, which is now called RSG. Then they drop it into the lower brackets, and eventually have I keep saying LFO. I gotta get used to it. RSG to take it home all the way. So I wonder if Holler's prediction from like weeks ago would eventually come into fruition. That's something that's pretty interesting to me. But SEM9 definitely looking to be that team to beat throughout the tournament, and I'm still vying for them.
I think it's very probable. To be very perfectly honest, I think it's very probable that this could actually end up happening. So I am looking forward to see Holland's predictions come true. The first step of that is SEM9 have to beat Phantom6. I'm curious if it's going to be a convincing 3-0, if it's going to end up being like a 3-1, or if it's going to be as close as a 3-2. Or if Phantom6 get to win it as well. I can't discount that just entirely just yet. That being said, though, I do expect SEM9 to come in guns blazing, because I think they're raring to go. They already saw the first days of playoffs, and they're like, yeah, it's our time to shine. Let's play this one through. We're ready to smash whoever comes in our way.
That's right, and they have one extra day to prep, just like how RSG do. So everyone's going to be looking at this matchup and say, okay, you're just going to show us some of all these tricks in the back, and then we could basically work out some magic tomorrow. And even if SEM9 goes up into the upper brackets or the lower, I think that they still stand a very fair chance throughout the rest of the competition. And Upcar Esports, Path Seeker, they're definitely not going to be happy on who's going to be sent down from here on. So it's definitely going to be rough. But Phantom6, if they've shown us that they could make huge comebacks from yesterday's run, oh, well, this is probably the team that could take down SEM9.
No, I quite agree with you here, Contra, because it's like, it's not just rough, it's like sandpaper rough. It's like sandpaper against your face kind of rough. You know, I'm not feeling it. It's dropping down here it's kind of expected, right? We talk about like what happened with like Path Seeker. Path Seekers, yes, in the match against Team Watermelon yesterday, they had already mentioned before, like, we think Watermelon are our main competition. You know, this is where we think things are the closest, and this is where we think we might end up struggling. The rest of the teams not really in the conversation for us. So whoever ends up dropping here will end up playing against Path Seeker. You know, just so much goes on. I feel like we have so much to talk about, and I think we're gonna have to hold that conversation for a different time, because now we get to go into our championship select. Finally, the first game between SEM9 and Phantom6.
Yes, I've been waiting for this moment. And the first thing that SEM9 does is to remove Karma from play. Well, I've tried it out myself, and Transcendence Embrace as an ultimate is so strong that I just love this Karma in Wall Rift as compared to, you know, the PC variation of it.
Meta abuser. What can I say? I hope that... Are you playing enough Karma to actually compete with Riku?
No, she's like top 200 in the servers. That's insane. Like, I'm not even gonna try to get near to what she has achieved, but I guess that maybe I should go for Shen, and SEM9 says, nah, no Shen is full.
Yeah, just removing the new champions from play, don't really want to have to deal with that. I think especially because we already got to see a degree of play from Phantom6, so we got to experiment a little bit and figure out, like, okay, does this kind of work for us? Oh, it doesn't. And then decide if they want to actually play that. I suppose SEM9 said we don't want to have anything to do with that. Get rid of the two new champions introduced. But this also means that Phantom6 get to have more powerful champions slip through their way. I'm wondering if this is going to be a Master E ban because of what we've seen so far. SEM9 obviously will not ban it because they get to choose if they want to first pick it. Phantom6, I do think, need to start thinking about this.
It could be very viable right here, where you could also support it with a Lulu, and that shouldn't be too hard for them to execute. While they're at it, this whole pick and ban phase is just taking down a whole lot more options over on the Baron lane, where you don't really see that many great picks other than, you know, perhaps Darius, Fiora, or even the Kali to be played out. So I really do wonder who's going to be able to get the better pick on that Baron lane later on.
Alright, so we start things off. SEM9 go for the Lulu. So one of the pieces of a final composition, but not the Master E itself, giving Phantom6 a chance to grab Master E for themselves.
Well, this is going to be a quite tough draft for SEM9, now that they don't really have the Olaf as an option to try to race against the Master Yi. So I think that it's going to be maybe a pick onto a Graves of some sort that could still stabilize from the early game to the late game, while there are still other options on the table if we want to go for on the mid lane. But where's this Galio going? Is it going to be a support? Is it going to be mid lane? We just have to see.
Yeah, still really flexible here. We can't really quite pin down where the Galio is going to go, but SEM9 are going to go for the Vayne instead. So trying to go for an option that can deal with the Master E skill just as well with that tempo, especially with an Enchantress that can boost up the Vayne. It looks like a good option for SEM9.
Yeah, it's not too shabby after all when you also pair it up with a Kha'Zix that could hopefully burst them down before anything could be accomplished. So SEM9, they're definitely looking pretty well balanced, but when it scales into a late game, they definitely do have a really good way to counter some of the measures of what Master you could possibly bring to the table. Now they went in for the pick of the Morgana as well. Still not too telling whether it could be the Morgana up mid or even the support role.
I feel like Hockey has shown him be able to play really well. Momo could try and pilot it as well in the bottom side in the Dragon lane. So there is quite a bit of flexibility here. I think this does mean that SEM9 want to try and hit some bans towards the bottom side. just removing some of the pool away and maybe force their Morgana down there. I am surprised that they went for the Kha'Zix so early though, like giving away information on what your jungler is going to be, because you could have said, okay, maybe we want to flex the Vayne to the top side, the Baron lane, or we want to flex it into the jungle, or bring it down to the bot side. Either way, it could have worked. Surprising to say they wanted to just get that out of the way right from the get-go, say, we're going for the Kha'Zix, this should be it.
Yeah, and I guess that if they were to prioritize it on the second phase, a lot more bans would come in the way, and Kha'Zix may actually be banned off as well, so they just really want to play it safe. But they further dwindled down the pool over the Baron lane, where we're seeing both Garen as well as Darius not showing daylight after all in game one. So what's it really gonna be though for either SEM9 as well as P6? I really do wonder. But with Rakan being removed, I don't really think it's gonna be that wise of an option for SEM9 to ban out, considering for the fact that they've already have the Galio as well as Morgana being locked in. Well, I guess that we're gonna see something a little bit more obscure over Baron lane, even with the
I think it's a commute. I think it's a commute angle. You know, when you already have the Gal, you want something that can have some initiation. Yeah, there we go.
Oh yeah, good call right there. And I guess this is a perfect setup where you won't really have too many of all these picks that's still gonna be able to challenge Camille toe to toe on a 1 versus 1, and with the help of either Galio into some of these team fights, things couldn't possibly go wrong in many of all these 5v5s for Phantom6 if they execute it well.
Yeah, I think that some options like try to go for like the fights. I think Fiora is a pretty decent matchup overall. Still not that ideal. We saw a lot of stuff like Akshan being played before. That has been quite an interesting pickup in the Baron side. I think it does offer them some degree of strength there. I do like this though, going for the Ziggs. So it's one of the mages that generally ends up going to the bottom side and should be able to actually manage a lot of the wave clear. I'd be surprised if they put it on Chili. I think it fits a little bit better on Sagi. I think Sagi has had some really good performances on the Ziggs. It's a busted champion for sure, but it still requires someone that can pilot it well. You know, if I went up there and I played for SEM9 with Ziggs, they would not do well. But Sagi has managed to make it look really good, even if it doesn't reflect their weight on the KDA.
True enough, and I guess that they are looking for a little bit more stability. Like, if you throw Chili on the Vayne, I'm not too sure what would basically come about with that sort of champion on the hands of someone that have not displayed so far, but I'm definitely up for surprises if that actually happens. So Sagi will still opt for the marksman instead, but this is a side of P6 that's very focused on big team fights, and we have already seen it. Like, they really want to go full commit onto all these sort of skirmishes and play for those objectives like they have on the past day of the playoffs. So game one, I'm actually skewing my favor to P6 instead, I gotta say.
All right, well, good for Phantom6 then. They got the Contra, you got Contra's faith in them going into game number 1. But I have to say as well that SEM9 have managed to go for a composition that looks very SEM9, looks very much like a skill track, saying mechanically we get to execute on these champions, so we're comfortable trying to play for this. What do you think about this one, Contra?
I gotta say that when these two teams meet, it always is a 50-50, and P6 have shown that they can take them to 20 to 25 minutes of a game if they really want to. So I guess it's a 51% for P6, because I feel like it's kind of like a fail-safe type of draft where if everything goes down the drain, you still have that Master Yi slashing you by the end of it. Also, I think that there's a lot of work for SEM9 to do here in order to basically destroy them in many of all these skirmishes that they will get themselves engaged with.
But some thoughts on this Master E pick, because Master E was such a pivotal turning point for Phantom6 in day number 1 against Upper Bracket Esports. How much of a difference do you think Master E makes in this set against SEM9?
Well, I guess that it isn't something that is too hard for them to execute when it comes down to how they will manage all their early game stuff. But when we move back into the draft, what you're really looking for here is to single out targets. You have Camille that comes in with the ultimatum, or even Hockey to start with his destiny as he gates right in. Then after that, you have an easy follow-up with the Galio dropping with the hero's entrance as well. I guess that if they were to be any sort of fights that SEM9 wants to take, they got to ensure that it's going to be a one-off pick, and if they start to single out targets after targets, then things could be easier for SEM9.
All right, let's see what they might have in store for us for this one. I mean, we're looking at SEM9. They've managed to lock in their roster. It will end up it will see Sagi with the Vayne, so I was expecting it to be the Ziggs on Sagi. And Ziggs gone for the Vayne, so looking to try and bring in that mechanical power. You know, in his previous set, he got to take a backseat a little bit. He was deploying utility for the rest of his team. Now he's on that hyper carry position. He needs to be the one directly challenging Iggy, and let's see if he has the ability to do so.
Yeah, and I can't wait for this to start. Well, Grandin, let's see who makes it to the upper brackets from here on, but of course, it's still the very first game for those of you guys who are tuning in. Well, we might just get all 5 games in this entirety of the matchup between P6 as well as SEM9. So far, I guess that I'm really interested to see how this mid lane plays out. I know that, you know, mid lane isn't really the highlight of the entire tournament thus far because of the meta, but it's a twisted fate against Ziggs, so it's all about that global pressure that these two can bring.
Like, you just want you guys to know, you haven't missed anything just yet, so if you're tuning in now, get ready, get hyped, because Game No. 1's coming your way. These two teams they have so much backstory between them. I believe we even got a little bit of information that one of the previous players from Phantom6's squad, the Shang, had joined SEM9 somewhere midway through the competition, but we haven't got to see him play. I'm curious if that will change sometime soon, maybe in this series.
Yeah, and what if, right, in the very final matchup, when it comes down to a final game of best of 5, he might just appear to say, hey guys, I know all your strats, I'm going to reveal it right now and secure the win. I'm not too sure if that's ever going to happen anyways, but that definitely makes up a really good story. And in fact, Veki used to be part of the team as well back in the days.
Yeah, I mean, what happened then? Like, what's been going on with these teams since?
Well, of course, Veki was like, "Nah, you guys are not you're not good enough for me." He went to join the Alliance, and after that, is like, I guess I just really want to return home and join this superstar roster, and hopefully this is his permanent home for Ozorveki, because he's been looking pretty formidable. He has adapted very quickly. But speaking of adaptation as well, you take a look at Phantom6, they've experimented with a whole lot. You have Iggy that has moved to support role. Nyx goes into the chain of command, heading to the jungle as well. So it's a little bit of a topsy-turvy ride of multiple things to be offered here between these two matchups.
And one of the things that we have to talk about as well is this kind of pairing, right, between like the mid jungle, mid top side, you know, how well they're able to try and execute together. A lot of it is also because when we see the Lulu come about, I kind of expect a lot of resources to be funneled into the rest of this team, because they've actually put that into the bot side with Sagi. Winter and Sagi are there trying to get the resources together. I'm not sure how this is going to change with Zorveki's place now, with how much of a resource-heavy kind of jungler he has been throughout the group stage. You know, his impact in the jungle single-handedly has changed the way things have been going. I'm not sure how this is going to affect things for this team.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you brought this out. Usually you see other teams really prioritizing mid-jungle matchups to have a little bit more cohesiveness. One thing about SEM9 is that they also do have Winter that frequently roams, so you have this pairing where you could have even the mid jungle as well as support to go in for ganks, or you just work their way out. You could secretly rotate to the top side as well, just to supplement any sort of losing lane that they have suffering in the early game, so that everything keeps in check and in balance. But RH, as a Baron laner himself, he can hold his own. He doesn't really need too much of a help anyways. But
yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy managed to make like Yuumi top work, and he was smashing. I remember he was playing Yuumi against Ireland. He was winning lane by himself. Like, man does not care.
Yeah, he doesn't care at all, and I'm pretty sure he's a sad kid. He wouldn't be able to get his Yuumi matchup throughout the course of the playoffs. But hey, it's great because there's so many of all these Baron picks that could basically be pulled out by RH, which we have seen him going on things that are beefy, like the Darius or even Garen if he really wants to. It's pretty much a rare sight, since he likes to go for the Akali, things like Fiora or even Jace. So there's a plethora of options for them. So as we are getting ourselves ready for our very first match, I hope that you guys at home could basically drop in the comments on which side are you favoring on taking the entire best of 5.
Well, I guess we still haven't gotten confirmation of like why that's we haven't got things going just yet. So I guess since we have a little bit of time, Contra, how have you been feeling? How has it been going for you? Seeing how things have been playing out. I know the other regions have been playing as well. I got almost thoughts on this before, and he was saying that I think that WCS is second best region in the world, behind China only, and the rest of the world just cannot keep up with us. Have poor reads in the meta. Where do you think we kind of stand in all this?
I gotta agree with Omo that we are currently sitting around second best. I'm saying around because like a lot of all the other regions are also adapting to the pace, and not only from MYSG, we take a look at our neighbors from the rest of the Southeast Asia region. MBR, the previous champions of ID, they've eventually got eliminated, got upset in, well, the best of 5s. Well, I think it's too soon to say eliminated because they drop into the lower bracket, but things like this can happen. Upsets are real, and now the power rankings are all skill over the place, but Southeast Asia definitely have a lot of special things to offer when it comes down to international bouts.
All right. Game number 1 starts now, and with that being said, pretty standard start. We're not going to be looking at anything interesting, anything too different to start this one out, Contra.
Yeah, nothing too spectacular or peculiar to me. Well, we do have a little bit of a tickle between both of the supports, but I really want to look at this scaling matchup between both teams. You're relying on the Master Yi for Phantom6, while we have a Vayne on SEM9, so it's really going to be tough to see who's going to be coming up on top.
Man, those vital spawns, not looking so good for Yoshi. The guy's running Ignite in his matchup as well.
And it's so brutal. He dropped the Ignite. Now both of them are just 1 HP, but Yoshi still has the Honey Fruit. Thank goodness. Well, this will still have to go for a little bit more of a long, drawn-out fight. Arhead still has the power, but something's happening in the jungle, though.
Yeah, hold on, Zoreki, you're level 2, buddy. You're walking into the gold card. Has to start flashing away. Double strike from Eggy. Has to flash out. Taunt coming. Gets the double taunt onto the back line. SEM9 go too far forward. Chili falls as well. It's a double kill for Eggy. The perfect start for Phantom6.
Honestly, that's questionable. I would react the same as you, Brandon. Like, why do they have to do that? Like, it's level 1 Yi that...
But why?
Like, it's not even level 1. He's like level 3 already, and you're challenging him, expecting that you can get some returns.
Oh my goodness, wait, Arhead gets soloed out. The shield! The adaptive shield from Yoshi.
My goodness, Yoshi actually outplayed that, and take a look at that. Arhead, he kept the flash, which he could possibly pull it out when the hoot shot was shot out, and then I guess that he just really want to save it for the next one.
My goodness. Well, we're starting to see Phantom6 come in with a 2,000 gold lead at 2 minutes. I always like to say, if your gold lead is 1,000 extra per minute of the game, you're in a really strong start. Like, that's a strong advantage. Look at what Yoshi's coming back in with. He's already starting to work towards his first item completed. Down the bottom side, Sagi does get taunted, but isn't going to amount to much. Eggy starts positioning by the Tribe Rush. I don't think they get much here, Contra. Even maybe go for a dive?
Yeah, I think that they could possibly burn a flash if they want to. Here comes Destiny, though. Oh,
Alright, minion wave crashing in. They do tank turret for a little bit, but they get the knock up, jump in, get the kill as well. Haki has to pop the barrier, flash in for Winter, but just barely, narrowly missing on the chance for the kill.
Well, oh well, Phantom6 really making them sweat right here. 4-0. This is not anything that fans would expect out of SEM9, with quite a rough start, but they're about to come up with something of their own with that rotation hit it to the top side. It's pretty clean for Phantom6 so far, and I guess that SEM9 really bit too much more than the Q from the early game onwards. While top side, I don't think that RSG should challenge any further because he's one level behind.
It is a little surprising seeing what SEM9 are trying to get done there. They do manage to shove out the mid card for a little longer, so Momo now goes over to go and match the lane, is going to deal with Chili there, but they weren't able to go for a dive, could not execute one on Yoshi, not while he had the lead and had the ultimate, so he was going to be able to kite away from all these spells. That's actually just doing a great job in his early game.
Yeah, and so long as they remain in power, it's just going to be able to secure a lot of all these areas of play. Look at all these work placements. They could easily seek out SEM9's rotation. Now they're already initiated on that Herald, while RSG does have a ward being placed, but they will basically switch objectives from here on. They shouldn't be contesting at any point in time now that Phantom6 is so up ahead.
Alright, so I was telling Omo Contra that when the objectives spawn for the first time on the map, we should call that the Rift Break, because the Rift is breaking open with all the objectives.
That's a smart one. I like it.
It's like, it's because I read too many of these Korean manhwas, right? And you always get these when it's like the Rift and you open up and then like all the monsters start spewing out. Like that's where I draw inspiration from, right? Almost says that that's a terrible name. What do you think? What do you think we should call the 4-minute mark when the objective spawn?
I would agree with you. Rift Break sounds pretty cool to me. It looks like a scene from Stranger Things where like monsters coming out in the middle.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
That's
the
what
rifts come. Exactly. The rifts opened up. Now all the monsters spewing out. I'm glad that you're on the same boat. All right, from now on, it's the Rift Break. 4 minutes in. Well, SEM9 trade objectives here. They get the Mountain Drake. Not a bad one, all things considered. Have to see how Phantom6 are going to use this Rift Herald to their advantage, though.
Yeah, and ideally you still want to drop it over mid lane while SEM9 will try their level best to at least siege for an objective now that they do have the Ziggs with them. And that will basically put that push on Hull. But Phantom6, they're standing on top of the ward right here, down in the bottom lane. Sagi's just going to act like he sees nothing, while Zorveki tries to set up a counter gank, but it's free real estate for Hockey. He's just pushing over the top side, and there's not too much for Phantom6 to worry about, but this buys time for SEM9 to regain a little bit more of a net worth.
Well, you say that, but at the same time, what we saw from SEM9 was they committed 5 members down towards the bottom side to deal with the potential dive from Phantom6, but because nothing came out of it, I would say they actually lost time to farm. They weren't clearing the top side of the jungle. You can now see our Hedge and Ozorveki going back towards the Baron side of the map, trying to start clearing there, but Eggy is already waiting and starting to walk in on them.
Oh boy, this is gonna look pretty rough. Thank goodness our Hedge realizes that there's still a little bit more of that space that he will not be able to check. So both sides really having full discipline on those rotation. Now Yoshi switches over to the bot side and will eventually hold out on his own, but
oh wow, just go straight in for the ultimate, misses the chance. Very nice condemn being used there. Hockey comes in with the gold con, gets the stun onto Winter, but it's gonna be difficult pursuing this dive, especially with 4 from SEM9 coming in to match this tempo. I think Phantom6 will be content with just this turret alone.
Whoa. It's just a really clean play coming from Phantom6. All they have to do is commit one ult, drop the Herald, and they got what they needed. But on the other side of the map, it's going to be RSG that will be able to trade price back. So SEM9 knows that there's no point of going in with full commitment as well. So they're just going to be hanging back until the next objective spawns. And speaking of which, let's take a look at some of these items here where we have already a Blade of the Ruined King. Luden's already being up online as well. I think that we have a lot of raw firepower from Phantom6 to really take on fights.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the items here, right? Because you talk about the Blade of the Ruined King as well as the Luden's Echo, but some items that do make a big difference to me is the fact that we see the Triforce out from Yoshi, as well as the Bramble Vest to cut the healing from RSG. But RSG decided to go for the Divine Sunder, a new item that gives them some additional tanky stats. How big of a difference do you think this makes?
Well, I think that is quite significant, especially you want to quickly hit on targets like if the Gallo has already burned out all the spells and he's being singled out, you could just take him on. Same goes to the Camille. So I think that it's also to at least balance back some of all these items that's being built right there. Sure, you have that lifesteal being cut off, but so long as you have enough to deal percentage health towards Yoshi, he's going to be able to still trade decently fine.
Okay, so our hedge should be looking alright with the Divine Thunder. We once again see trade-off objectives. Phantom6 start up the Dragons, the Cloud Drake. So they've gone for this one, while SEM9 have started up the Rift Herald. Have managed to finish that one off as well. Nothing amounting to much, and we see now gold lead not growing for Phantom6. It's stuck at 2,000. It's been there for the longest time. Now approaching 9 minutes in the game. I said you wanted 1,000 per minute. Now we're seeing less than, what is this, 2,000 divided by 9. Quick math mantra. That's like 240 gold.
240 gold? Man, I couldn't even map that. I'm sorry, it's too quick for me. Now, I just feel like Phantom6, they're being too reserved. Even with that solid lead that they have in the early game, they could actually pull up with some of all these ults to be committed. Like, you have a Galio, which could easily protect you from all these big team fight skirmishes, and I don't know, like, it feels like they're just being too careful with what they choose to take on. And if this is going to be the case, SEM9, they're just going to wait for that big break to just switch it up.
So we'll have to see what Phantom6 have in store for us. If this is just them trying to get towards that late game point so Iggy is able to do as much damage as physically possible. But at the same time, this also allows SEM9 to do the same thing. Now we got to see the mid lane. Momo's been caught up by Ozorobek. He has to flash and build some distance between him and the assassin.
Well, he's also committed a Destiny on top of that, but he will be able to gate onto anywhere where they're sticking by the turrets. Well, SEM9, they're just basically turtling out, and they've managed to burn at least a flash from Momo. That's good enough for the next team fight that they really want to take on. While they are buying time for Eggy to come up online, I think that it's also important that Sagi completes his item build. You're only seeing Later the Ring King. That's not good enough for a Vayne, so he still needs more.
Yeah, just that one item definitely not going to be enough, but I will say that though, looking at the items right now, 3 hourglasses on the side of SEM9 kind of gives us an inclination to what's going to happen here. They're trying to buy some time, stall out against Eggy away from the initial combo and hope that this works for them. I think this very well could be the case. So we do see from the Phantom6 side, Eggy completing those 2 items, the Wit's End proccing together with his Alpha Strike, just gives him so much additional damage. Even if it's not super AP heavy, but there is quite a bit of magic damage from Chili alone, I think that does make it worthwhile.
Yeah, and also I want to talk a little bit more on the chat, but we see double Twin Shadows from P6 while we have 1 for Winter. I'm not really the biggest fan of it. Sure, you could get a little bit of information, but if you're relying on the slow, you're not going to slow down any targets from Phantom6, whether you can go for a lock-in chat and it still contribute, or even with the redemption as well. And for Phantom6, I think that every information that they get is pretty vital, so I don't really mind that double Twin Shadow setup for them. Well, if you get a catch onto Sagi, great. You even get vision on top of him when he does pop his ultimate.
But here's another thing that we're seeing now. Haki's gone for the Lich Bait instead of the Rapid Fire Cannon, which means they're not going to have that long range utility. Still looking for a little bit more damage. Maybe trying to take down one of the primary members from SEM9 before the fight starts, before they're able to provide some utility trying to save them. You know, so we're looking to see maybe Phantom6 not even trying to fight right now, just want to keep scaling up and building more damage.
Yeah, and Twisted Fate, I guess that there's a little bit of flexibility on this build as well. Husky and I, we've been playing some ranked games all together. He's been trying out even on-hit Twisted Fate, which was pretty cool, which Chili has previously brought up before. Now he's starting to work on that rapid fire cannon as you speak, and it definitely helps when you do have that cold card that could easily get in range to pick up those easy targets.
Next things next though, we got to start to see this Rift Tower being used in the mid side, and it's going to build a lot of space for SEM9 to try and work towards the Ocean Break. Yoshi tries to look for the initiation, starts to come in with the tactical sweep, going in onto Sagi. Dark Binding does not manage to land. Our hedge stepping forward. Both sides in a standoff, playing towards this Drake. Iggy, now the thing that you have to focus down is going the long way around, walking right back towards this dragon. But it's been difficult to go back in for. SEM9 start this one up.
That was chasing window.
He finishes one in quickly. There we go. That's the initiation. Coming with the taunt just in time. Yoshi follows up as well. Eggy, next, they all come in looking for the slam, but he missed out the chance for. Talk about those enchantments. The Hourglass gives so much time to SEM9, and Phantom6 having a difficult chance. Re-looking for this entry. Will not be able to finish off much more. Zorbeki off by the sidelines. Eggy has to start running away, routed away from the fight. Flash away from Mobile, running out of mana. RH looking for the repose, sidesteps away. Phantom6 lose 3 though.
Whoa, that was a good fight being shown by SEM9. How they wiggle with, they might have lost the break, but they may secure themselves even the bigger objective. Well, is this a Rift break that we speak of? Perhaps so.
Perhaps so. Baron break at this point. Baron within the eyes of SEM9 Phantom6. A little bit too late to try and respond to this. They run over, but it's already gone. That's the power of the Kha'Zix Vayne combo in the situations. Helps that you also have Fiora and Ziggs, cannot lie.
Yeah, I really want to go back into this fight here where we see Nyx diving all alone, and I feel like this isn't really a quick response coming from Phantom6. Where you saw the rest of the SEM9, they peeled backwards instead. They have the Kha'Zix inside of pit to try to challenge, but RH was in that perfect spot, cutting the exit and just forcing them to retreat as he picks on one after another. It was just a great fight for SEM9.
And now SEM9 get to try and regroup a little bit, try and stall for some time. Phantom6 will take this opportunity to start trying to clear out some of the jungle, try and get some farm, but they are going to start facing off against the Zig with Baron and Power Minions. That's going to be difficult. You can expect them to do some turrets here. We'll have to see if that macro is going to be able to keep up, because we saw some great macro for them against Upper Esports. Now maybe trying to trade on opposite sides of the map.
Well, how much could they actually get from this push over the Baron lane though? And
the inhibitor is going...
They're forcing them to retreat.
It's going down fast. They actually cannot respond to this in time, and we actually see RH jump in, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to fight them. Let's get the flash away from Eggy.
Oh, he does.
Haki has to teleport back away. Okay, Eggy comes down the end of it all, but watch this. Golkar getting ready to jump in onto Sagi. That's the taunt prepared as well. Golkar onto the Vayne eventually once he goes out of invisibility. That's also the Hextech ultimatum. Yoshi does have to stop backing away though. Our head is right there. Zorbeki starts looking for his entry into the fight as well, but watch out. Gets pulled back in by the taunt. Looks like Nixon prepared to sacrifice himself for his team. Eggy, 20 seconds left on the respawn timers, but the minions coming in. 4 versus 4 in the base of Phantom6.
Well, a whole lot of risky plays have been shown by not only Phantom6, but also SEM9, where we saw that if they were to leave, this would basically open up so much space for Phantom6 to eventually crush right into the Nexus. Now they have a permanent lane being pushed up with the inhibitors down. I guess that there's still time here to be bought by Phantom6. I really want to see that 5v5 happen for Phantom6. They're just going with those split push. SEM9 will have that Baron buff expired, and it might just go back to square one. SEM9 is still on 1,000 gold deficit, but now at this point, it doesn't really matter too much.
Yeah, SEM9 are a little bit behind in gold, but like you mentioned, doesn't really matter because they do have some of those additional benefits, some of the stats they have, just the champions that they have, the kits kind of afforded to them, but it won't be the Elder Inferno Drake, and that's a big difference maker. That's a game changer.
Yeah, and they're about to contest for the Elder and Full Break as well. This is going to be pretty vital for either side to contest for, while our hedge tries to create a little bit more pressure up top. That will be matched by a Haki, which could easily come in with the Destiny as well. So it's about who reaches their quick moving time and who gets picked up. And Becky spots out the target.
Becky spots out the target, or they spot out Becky because he's looking to go down here. Very nice follow through. Eggy and Yoshi both get those kills. Commit to get those kills. Now that is the Elder Inferno within their sights. They have the Master E to try and finish this one out quickly. No smite available on SEM9's side. They're looking to try and fight this one through. Haki starts walking in. They're looking for the taunt onto Sagi. Unable to get that locked out. RH comes in with the repost. The engage coming through. Followed up by Nyx, but he sidestep it just out of range of the hero's entrance. RH boosted up so much. Look at what's happening. Eggy's out of the fight. Sagi's popping off. He's covered the triple. He's looking for the quadra. Eggy's trying to run through mid lane, but follows through a quadra kill for Sagi. 17 and 15 seconds into the game.
They didn't even need the dragon, and that was perfect for SEM9. My goodness, such a huge play coming from both ends, but they have managed to weed out all these priority targets. And you saw how the rest of Phantom6, they really want to get their hands on RH the moment that ultimately drops down. But he didn't only have the wild growth on top of him, he bought time with the hourglass. And after that, it feels like, hey, we got to immediately switch the targets. And they were in a disarray in that team fight itself. And I didn't expect Sagi to be positioned so well to get that quarter kill.
Once they had that in their minds, knew what they wanted to get done, I don't think anybody could have stopped them. SEM9 will take that game and turn it on its head. After the advantage that Phantom6 got in the early game, honestly, it is just such a SEM9 thing to do to be able to win despite all of that. We're going to a quick little break. When we come back, game number 2 resumes in this best of 5 game series.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
Game number 1 saw SEM9 grab the first win in this series. Game number 2, I think the train's going to keep going. I'm Brandon, with me is Contra. We're taking a look at the WCS MYSG playoffs. I don't want to write off Phantom6, but when SEM9 show us a game that good, how can you doubt them?
Well, we definitely are at least on the right side of the track of Well, I'm already fumbling with my words. My apologies. But, you know, like, everyone predicted SEM9 to take that game, and they have shown that even with those deficits in that early game, they could still pull it back. And I really start to wonder, Phantom6, when they do get those leads, what do they do with it? Like, they're supposed to basically hammer in tight, and I guess that with that fight happening over the mid side of the map, there was so much of the open space for them to be taken on from multiple angles. And, well, they could have handled it much better, I would say. And, of course, we can't cry over spoiled milk. And we just got to see in Game 2, what else would they possibly bring to the table.
Yeah, there's just so much to be talked about, to be said about all of that. Let's take a look at a live trivia question we've had. Yesterday's question kind of stumped me and Omo to begin with. I had to do some research. So now we gotta take a look at this one. How many Poro coins does it cost to buy a Poro chest?
This is a little bit trickier for those that, you know, haven't purchased too many Poro chests of their own. Is it 100? Is it 150? 200? 250? Well, what's your take on this?
Wait, okay. I only use the free stuff they give me, right?
Okay,
I
fair enough.
have wild cores right now that I don't use. Like, I genuinely only use, like, my champions, I don't even use blue essence, like the blue emotes to use to unlock them. I just use the free champions they give me. Right, that's all I need. Because all I need is a staple. So like you said, like, you wouldn't know if you didn't buy stuff. Like, I don't buy stuff. I don't look at my Poro coins. I don't look at my wild coins. Nothing. I use like 3 champions to play the game. That's it.
Now you know, Brandon going ultra frugal even in Wild Rift. Now, my question is, when it comes down to, you know, those starter champions that you're talking about, that you selected Ari, Master Yi, or, you know, Jinx, which one did you go for?
Okay, so they give you like the couple free champion selection chests, right? I got Vayne. That's it. I'm set. I played the game.
Oh, okay. So you're just gonna tumble all around, and, you know, Poro coins. Nah, I don't need that. But I'm pretty sure that you guys will love yourself some Poro coins just to unlock some of all these chests out there. So tell us, how many coins does it take to unlock the chests? So with that, of course, you guys could figure out for your own. Going back to where we're heading to in the best of 5 between Phantom6 as well as SEM9. So game 1. I don't think that it was a problem with the draft at all. Both sides look to be pretty solid, if you ask me. And I guess that when it comes down to the approach that they really take on, at some point it kind of irked me that it took quite a while for Phantom6 to get things done. And by the time that they really want to go for the objective, it's still a little too late.
Yeah, well, they were looking for that late game. They wanted the Master E to come into play, but then at some point, you have to pull the trigger. You have to decide, this is going to be the moment that I want to look for a fight. I want to try and push my advantage. Phantom6 point lead, we get that. But, you know, having talked to Phantom6 yesterday, they felt the same way in their set against Upper Bracket Esports. They played a full 5-game series. This one, I don't feel like it's any different. You should still be looking for it. I mean, you look at the score overall, it really does not look bad, right? They had a lot of tempo in the early game. Haki and Nyx were rotating around. Yoshi was winning lane against RH. Eggy got those early 2 kills. Probably also given over by SEM9, admittedly, but they knew what to do with them.
Yeah, and I guess that they were really hesitant when it comes down to who really dives in first. You got Yoshi with the ultimatum, or you will have Nyx to try to body them, to just be all the way up front. The problem about this is that you have this Lulu that's always gonna be so annoying when she does pop the Hex down or even the Wild Growth, which could easily counter the initiation coming in from P6, and hence why they hold back a little bit more. But when they were fighting out in the open, SEM9 definitely have so much space for them to just give chase. It doesn't matter if you really want to run back or run deeper in the jungle. It's a lot of space that has been created for Sagi to just run rampant across the map. And we'll take a look at this. When you have a Master Yi on your side, he's supposed to do all the work, but he's only did about, what, 4,000 damage, and I think that was, like, from that early game skirmish. And
to be fair, I feel like it goes both ways. Like, if you're gonna ask your master to do all the work, you gotta enable him, gotta support him. You know, you gotta nourish him. It's like a child. It's, you know, it's like a kid, right? You start things off. They don't know anything. They're useless, right? In fact, they're kind of suicidal in a sense, you know? They do things that make you go like, man, I don't even understand. And you need to start nurturing them, raising them, funneling resources to them. Iggy did not play that way. Iggy was not going into the mid lane, was not taking farm from Haki. You know, he was playing pretty much independent of the rest of his team and just trying to go about things normally as a regular jungler, which is not what we've been seeing work effectively for Funnel Master E compositions. They've gone for the basics again, maybe not what they need.
That's true enough. Like, when you have, like, even a Morgana with you, like, you don't really have to work too much. Just go ahead, take the farm, and go for those fights if you want to. I got the Black Shield, I got the Hero's Entrance if you want to. Just go at him, and it's like, nah. I think, like, I'm not man enough for this. So hopefully game 2 is not going to be the same scenario if they really opt for that Master Yi again. I want to see something different coming from Eggy. Maybe just go back to that Camille that he used to play in the jungle. I think he looks pretty good on it. Maybe just switch things up a little bit just to give a little bit more variety heading to the Baron lane.
Yeah, it could be just a case of trying to go back to change up like some of their basic staple compositions. Or basically staple picks, or you might have to go be as radical as changing up the composition as a whole, right? Because what we saw from them there was they wanted to try and play for something that was a little safer, or not safer per se, but rather something that they were working on in their past couple of games against Upper Esports. Now they're going back into something that is maybe going back into that traditional China compositions, and we'll have to see as we go into picks and bans. Again, Phantom6 getting rid of the Jace to start this one off.
It's interesting to see that in both games, Phantom6 have prioritized on target banning on the picks that not only Veki plays, but also towards RSG, where you see them switch around with the Jace a whole lot. Veki in the jungle, he have shown that he could basically control that early game, coming with those random shock blasts into the lanes just to deter them from approaching into either the objective sides or for a gank. Now, the key difference here is that Phantom6, they opt to ban out Vayne, so Sagi will have to look for alternative options, while we also have Set that has been the priority of bans ever since the debut in the WCS.
Phantom6 will say that the Vayne is not going to be something they want to deal with, which is quite interesting to me. The fact that Phantom6 don't really want to have to deal with this, and they have the blue side now, so they could still continue to try and play for something like the Master E and really push through that composition if they want to. They were able to build somewhat of a lead there to begin with. I like this Camille ban. I feel like it takes away that option from SEM9 side to second pick Camille Galio, if that's the case. At the same time, though, what we saw from SEM9 was they said, yeah, we actually think that Lulu is the more important pickup in this situation. We think that if you don't have the Lulu, Master E is just not as effective. That could very well be the case because SEM9 ban away Lulu.
Yeah, and this is pretty interesting because they open up brand new champions such as Karma as well as Shen. I really want to see which one does Phantom6 prioritize even more. I think that you could still go with that Ziggs, no problem at all. You have something that's steady heading into either mid lane or even the Dragon lane itself, and you could still fit a Karma in somewhere. And it's kind of like a get for take situation where, sure, you have two brand new champs, doesn't mean that both of them are absolutely broken working together. So they're definitely giving a little bit more wiggle room to SEM9. You could go ahead and secure either one, we'll take the other.
Okay, I really do like this though. The Ziggs coming in from Phantom6. I mean, just kind of signifies like we're done playing around. You know, this is us going back into a composition that is the staple of all staples. We saw how effective it was for SEM9 in the previous game. Even if you kind of maybe just squint your eyes a little bit. And you kind of like look at it from a distance. You're like, yeah, I think the Ziggs did a lot of work there. You know, it just feels like it's just one of those champions where no matter what, if you have someone that can pilot it well, it just does so much work. SEM9 on the other hand will go for the Karma Fiora, trying to empower that combo that side.
Yeah, and we saw, like, last game, it was easy execution with the Ziggs, especially when you do have the Rift Herald, and this is what Phantom6 like to do. They play around either side of the objective. They are usually getting the first dips, and usually they will move into the Herald. So I think it's perfect that they stick to a certain plan now that they are going to get things going with Olaf, which is much beefier than a Master Yi. I think that they could easily enter the battle whenever they want to, and they could still walk away with some good kills out there. But Karma, well, especially when she does have the Mantra and Spark, she's going to be able to give the team a little bit more of a boost of speed, as well as the potential to soak up some damage. And speaking of soaking up some damage, you're going to bring in the the Jarvan as well. But I'm still thinking that it isn't all too telling of what SEM9 really wants to go for.
I do feel like it would be quite nice to have seen some a little bit more priority in stuff that could potentially boost up Iggy if they want to try to go for the Olaf composition. That being said, the Olaf can do well decently, so if he goes into a side lane trying to split push there, could just be enough by itself. The Darius ban coming in, removing some of those top lane options, could signify that maybe that we end up what we see is the Fiora go top side, the Java going to the jungle, and so they want to have a better matchup for the Fiora here. We could see something like Divine Sunder Akali. I think that is quite strong and could deal with the Fiora reasonably well.
That's an interesting build that I've never really thought about for the Akali, but especially when you're facing off against all these tanky units, I think it's going to be pretty effective. So it does take a little while to beat off Divine Sunder, as well as it's one of the core items into play. Well, we have Senna now being banned on the second phase. So just looking back at SEM9, ideally you want to place this Karma up in the mid lane where she could still have a lot of area to make plays happen. When you put it down to the support role, going up against perhaps a Galio, it's not going to be able to do all too much altogether. So more and more bans now funnel into the Corki as well as Ezreal, so there's not much marksman to work around with other than having the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I would be surprised if you tried to go for something like the Draven here, just trying to duel with the Kai'Sa. You know, it would be a little bit surprising. I don't think that's what P6 want to do. I think just having Momo play the Ziggs is going to be enough, and you pair it together with the Galio. Actually going for the Lucian. Okay, very interesting choice from P6.
Well, yeah, it's really interesting, and I thought that they would opt for, you know, something that's a little bit more hard-hitting. We've seen a couple of Tristanas before that has worked pretty well for Upcard Esports, but it's definitely a comfort pick for Momo when he goes back to Lucian. Now, final pick coming in for Phantom6, and they opt to come in with something stable. But my concern here for Phantom6 is that, do they have enough damage in the team fight? Sure, you have 3 beefy targets, and of course you have an Olaf that can build into semi-tank. It's gonna work pretty decently well, but from SEM9, they lock in Orianna. So what do you think about this? Because ideally, Orianna as well as Karma's ultimate both do the same thing.
Yeah, I guess you could put it that way. You know, they do technically do the same thing and they pull in their targets. But I do think there is going to be a little bit of a difference there, because I think the intention here with the Karma is to try and boost up the Fiora specifically, and probably the Kai'Sa to some extent as well, depending on how they want to play this one out. Because they've also gone for the Jarvan to try and play for that team fighting potential. It is a little bit tricky though, because we saw the Galio in response over from the other side. So Phantom6, I think, have a really good team fighting composition too. So diversifying a little bit, I think it means that the Karma and Orianna are more intended to, one being to boost the team, and the other one looking for that crowd control for that team fight, to kind of match up with the Galio as well.
Yeah, and then it gives a lot more sustainability for Sagi to also survive the course of the battle if need be, where you have not only shields from the Karma, but also the Orianna if they do drop the ball on her, while you have either the Shock Blast or, the Shockwave, or even the Transcendent Embrace to do something in those team fights to alter the course of the battle. So it's an interesting take coming from SEM9. I don't know how efficient that will possibly work out, especially when you have and Olaf that could run through all these crowd control. So if P6 does it well enough and really make the calls to just charge on, I think that they're definitely going to be able to close this game off, but they still have to find ways to stop RH.
Yeah, a lot of team fighting power on SEM9's side. Surprisingly, despite the fact, like you mentioned, and they're running RH with the Fiora, they can still look for go off to the side lane, but not playing for a final, which means that the game shouldn't accelerate as quickly, I would say. I am curious how this is going to play during the first couple objective spawns. I think there is going to be some power from Phantom6 side if they want to try and make an aggressive move, but Zorvaki going into something more utility focused, allowing Sagi and RH to kind of excel instead. Looking forward to that. Sagi had a great pop-off moment last game. I want to see him keep that train going and really dominate the rest of these matches.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that as well, and Momo probably will try to match that with a pentakill, hopefully, because that was a quadra to end it all on a high note for SEM9. But Phantom6, I think that this draft looks really, really good, and I hope to see us go the long distance in this matchup.
All right, game number 2 coming your way now. It's SEM9 versus Phantom6. SEM9 with the point lead up. And let's see how they get to convert this into something more.
Yeah, and just looking back at the summoner spells, like for this current patch, we see huge popularity on the marksman to pick up the exhaust instead, where somebody jumps at you, whether it's the jungler coming in for gank, just drop that exhaust and things will be easily managed from there on. Or if you're basically losing those traits, you just halt those attack speed coming from the marksman, and it's easy to go around with.
I think also slightly because of some of the changes I think that some of the spells are receiving, so there is a little bit more benefit trying to run the aggressive or healing some of the spells, such as heal on your support, and you're running the exhaust on the marksman instead.
True enough, and of course with the barrier also receiving a slight hit a couple patches ago. It's still not too shabby, as we are seeing both Hockey as well as Chili opting for it, so it's just going to be a little bit more of dodgeball action up over mid lane. Becky's going to be coming in from the side. Both junglers matching the tempo, while on the Baron lane is where I really want to see if Yoshi could keep up with RH's pressure. He takes Ignite to the lane, and he's also holding back, so I guess he's just looking to get his ult later on and look to challenge later.
Yeah, both sides get a little bit of information there. I think Yoshi did not manage to sweep the ward by the blue buff, but it expires anyway, but they already know where both sides are going to be. They know they don't have the blue buff, so they're going to start walking over. Zoraveki skips the blue buff, looks for the dive bot side, brings Chili along. Now Haki, he's running over as fast as his low Yordle feet can bring him, trying to get his way in quickly. Drops a couple of spells in the brushes, preventing anything from happening. Trying to see if they can continue to maintain the tempo in this game. SEM9 have been really able to get the vision control and to start this one out. Look at what's happened here. From the start of the game, they got that ward over by the blue buff. After that, they got this ward behind the red buff, just constantly keeping track of where Eggy is moving. You think about the value of a ward. Highest value wards are the ones that you use to get information on where the enemy team is. Iggy has been tracked. They found where he's been because they know he's not bot side by the Raptors. They know he has to be top side instead. So good information on the side of SEM9 to continue making use of this. For now, though, let's see if Phantom6 will be able to try and equalize, or if they're going to look for a fight at all. Here we go. We start this one off. Taunt onto Nyx. He has to try and run away. Justice punch, flash away from the flagging strike. Zoraveki narrowly misses the chance for a kill. Could have looked for a dive there, perhaps, but seems fine either way.
Yeah, sorry for leaving you hanging for a bit. There's nothing too much that I've missed thus far.
That's fine. We haven't missed anything. not even a single kill, not objective. All right. Rift break in 30 seconds, though.
All right, and I guess that there's a little bit more of a room being created for SEM9 to at least take a little bit more control over the Dragon as they've redropped a ward as well as secure the Scuttler much early on. Phantom6, they want to eye on that Herald once again so that they could set things up easily for Hockey just to or break open some of all these tier 1 turrets, but both sides are just basically playing a little bit of tug of war for vision for the temporary measure.
Yeah, just trying to get vision, and you know, a big part of this has been how well SEM9 has been able to track the where Eggy has been moving. It feels really like SEM9 has been able to research that point really well, and have done a lot of preparation work in regards to where the vision control needs to go throughout the game. So SEM9 doing a good job of that, but Phantom6 committed a lot trying to move over this Rift Tower, but you still see Yoshi trying to catch up now, running over. In the meantime, SEM9, they're not afraid to keep pushing, keep farming while all this is happening, saying we can still make good use of this. Phantom6 will stop the Rift Tower here, though.
Yeah, and with the Works plays deep in, they could also spot out Vecchi's movement. And I don't think that is a good effort from SEM9 to still go in for a challenge, but it looks like they want to try to at least halt them from getting it for the moment. So, good enough of a measure for SEM9. They would buy a little bit more time, but the Olaf still running into the pit, so they opt for the Rift Break, as we call it.
Yeah, really just not much value to be found here for Phantom6. They've spent a lot of time trying to create objectives here. They've missed a lot of time trying to farm up. So you see what's happening here. Huggy's level 7, Chili's level 8. Iggy is a little bit further ahead because he spent some time farming up earlier on in the game. But you look at Sagi and Momo, I mean, it's just matched. Overall, it doesn't seem like that much value to be had for Phantom6 now, even as they look for this dive. I do think they could try and use the Rift Tower and force to this, but Winter is very menacing right now.
Yeah, and it's a great rotation from both ends where they try to keep all these sort of objectives in check, and not only that, when Winter moves up top, it means that you just gotta keep that Herald for longer, and instead, M9, they have had this perfect setup where they could also opt for a perfect team fight underneath the turret if they want to, but without the minions, they can't actually get that done, while they buy more time for Chili to farm up down by.
Sagi Chili was nearby, wanted to maybe look for a play there, maybe try and go for the dive, but it's a little bit difficult, especially once they got information on Iggy. So they're gonna try and back off. Chili's off in the side lane, still farming up, still building some space for the rest of his team. Sagi has to go into the mid lane as well.
They managed to
Not too bad here.
get a few platings off, so SEM9 definitely making Phantom6 sweat throughout their run across the rift. And not too much have they gotten thus far, as they have already placed a couple of all these wards out there. So Phantom6, ideally they really want to go for some catch, but it's always going to be risky, especially when Winter's going to be around. With one Transcendence Embrace, they could easily just displace them in that battle, and it's all down to Nyx on how they could possibly pull it all the way back. Now, if they do get a good push though, they could easily drop this up mid and then look for a good team fight.
Dropping the Rift Tower, trying to set this one up as Rebecca gets to walk back in. I think that is going to be the charge at the release, and he can always come back in with the Ziggs later. But off in the side lane, Yoshi sold out. First blood over the R-Hedge. Look at how narrowly missing out that kill, by the way. Barry will also not use R-Hedge. Just holds on to that like a champ.
Well, I'm not too certain of how that happened right down low, but something's going down.
They jump in over on the Reserve Eggy, having a difficult time finishing off that kill, but Eggy is too difficult, too slippery to kill off. Culling comes through. You do end up seeing Momo lose a lot of health in the process, but SEM9 have managed to force away Phantom6 engage.
Yeah, and I guess that they possibly seeked out Vecchi in the perfect time where Eggy just runs right in. With them being on that bottleneck, it's going to be hard for Vecchi to get out from, as he's already committed with a flash as well. Now, Phantom6, they could also try to pressurize Sagi to keep it either underneath the turret later on, but he's got recall for now. So the siege can happen very quickly if they want to, as we take a little bit of recap of what went down on that Baron Lane skirmish.
Oh no, we get to see this one again. This is a fused Batman.
Man, it's kind of straightforward. And unfortunately, he did not land the Mash Injustice in time. So great work from RH. He does have the barrier as well, so it wouldn't be too much of a threat either ways. Well,
Redemption picked up by Yoshi now. So this is quite interesting. Divine Sundra on RH. He is going for the tankier build. Gives him a little bit more team fighting power, I would say. I'm not quite as big of a fan of the Triforce play of the Rune King build. I think that makes you a bit too squishy in team fights, but you want to reliably do damage.
and I think it's really vital that you build Divine Sundra in this matchup, especially when you have to deal with Eggy as well as Yoshi, both really hard to peel off some of the HP bars when it comes down to all these 5v5s. So when you do have Divine Sundra, you could just easily melt their health bars up, especially with the Blade of Rune King. Now, SEM9 easily secures the Drake, while Phantom6 haven't even got to the Herald already. SEM9, they could get both if they want to.
Yeah, not any pressure from Phantom6. SEM9 really just get to walk in and pick this one up, but instead they immediately execute on Zoraveki. RH routed away from the rest of his team. Eggy starts walking towards the Fiora. Transcendent Embrace pulls in the enemy team. That's a shockwave. You talked about it. Both spells effectively the same, but look at the impact that it's had as RH continues to clean up. He's popped up. He gets his game. He gets his moment under the sun, and SEM9 through 2 more kills collected.
Well, oh well. We'd love to see it again and how they put those all together, but they're still flashing over to get those picks.
They're diving in onto Yoshi in the mid side. A little bit more damage out from Winter. The Ignite won't finish off Yoshi, but they nearly managed to finish off this mid side turret. RH grabs the Rift Child on his own as well. There are tons of value to be had here for SEM9.
Yeah, and we saw how they were bloodthirsty. They dove right in for Becky, and yet again, it was too overwhelming when it comes down to the crowd control that they have. When we take a look at this team fight, they have the redemption drop in. Sure, they immediately chase RH, and they were all caught underneath that Transcendence Embrace. Chili comes in to eventually drop in the Shockwave as well. So that buys enough time and space for Sagi as well as RH to make it work. Though it was a 4 versus 5, they have enough of that overwhelming damage to pull through.
Exactly. Zoraveki only really brings in a little bit more damage. Mostly about crowd control. That was the difference maker between 2 people dying on Phantom6 side versus 5 people dying. They minimized their loss, but it was still a loss regardless. I do like the fact that Phantom6 pulled the trigger though. They decided that they could not afford to keep stalling out the game as SEM9 continued to scale up. SEM9 have the late game. Phantom6 are aware of this, so they wanted to try and push for an advantage there, especially since they got a pick off into Zoraveki. Did not work out this time, but hopefully it does the next time round.
Ooh, another chase happening over the top side though. And this time Yoshi survives with a little health. And he's also got the Hull Breaker with him while they are breaking down mid side. He says has got no business hanging around for long.
Yeah, but they absolutely have to watch out for this Rift Tower charging through. RH is just going to zone away Eggy. The rest of SEM9 walking in as well. I do believe to get this turret. Won't be able to get the second charge off, but Eggy's starting to run in now, looking for the pick off onto Sagi. Repositions for the killer instinct. Flashes away from the taunt. The Transcendent Embrace pulls them back in. Looking for his re-engage repost being used. That's the damage out from Sagi. The flank coming in from Chili, flashing it on the wall. The big highlight play. You didn't see this one coming. Full dead on Phantom6. And SEM9 running this one through. They have the one cannon in. That's all they need. Nexus in this side, it's ready to close out this game. Momo too far away, nothing to be done, and SEM9 2-0 in this series.
Goodness gracious, that was impeccable. We really got to see that one again. Chili coming up with that flash flank shockwave. Absolute monstrous play. And everything worked like clockwork, ironically, before that Orianna. Like, they siege up mid, they got the Herald up top, and then you saw Olaf running in, you thought that, oh, he's going to be able to do something. Man, he was absolutely wrong on that. SEM9 really showing a masterclass performance once more, and now 1 more point is all it takes for them to move up ahead to the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, ready to run it down and give us a demonstration to Really finished this one off. I have to say, a great showing out from SEM9. Again, 2 games back-to-back. Everyone gets a little bit of time to shine. You know, it felt like our hedge was in control for the start of the game, and then you start to see those big plays out from Chile. We'll have to see what else SEM9 have in store for us. This feels like an amazing series making its way up. We're going for a quick little break. When we come back, game number 3 for SEM9.
Here we go now.
I know you've been down far away. I think that it might be time for change. Maybe it's a sign to run away, and we'll never have to stay. It's a feeling that we've never felt. There's nothing wrong with sharing it with someone else. I'll lift you up. Hey, I'll never let you down. I'll lift you up. Your feet will touch the ground. We'll run away but never turn around. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. We could make a break for greener grass. I know that the weight is on your back. But it's just what we're waiting for at last. And I like it just like that. It's a feeling that we've never felt. There's nothing wrong with sharing it with someone else. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. I'll lift you up. Your feet will touch the ground. We'll run away but never turn around. Never turn around. I'll lift you up. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. I don't wanna lift you up. I don't wanna take too much time. I don't wanna lift you up. I just wanna make you mine. I don't wanna lift you. I just wanna lift you up. I just wanna lift you up. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. I'll lift you up. Your feet will touch the ground. We'll run away but never turn around. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down.
Here we go now.
I think SEM9's feeling themselves. You know, they gone into this 2-0, controlled the game from start to finish, really gave us a powerful demonstration of why they're such a good team. I'm Grant, and with me here is Contra. We'll be watching this series between SEM9 and Phantom6, and they are prepared to close it out before the clock even strikes 3. That's how fast they're going at this, Contra.
Yeah, and for those latecomers, man, you might be missing
You've
out
missed so much.
Yeah, like all the action here, you know, all in the blink of an eye. Like if you blink, you literally miss that flash over the wall from Chili. Those big plays that just sealed the deal. Like, who would have expected that to eventually crush up the Nexus in like less than 30 seconds? Well, let's leave that for now, because like we got answers to some of the questions that were thrown out much earlier on.
Sure, we had this little question. We asked you guys how much is the Paro chest with Paro coins. The answer is C200. Contra, have you been spending your Paro coins?
Yes, a whole lot of it. Like every time I get my hands on that, I'll just roll it, and in hopes that I get like a really nice champions pose, or you know, some sick emotes where you could just basically dab on your enemies. Like,
I'll
yeah.
be honest, like I have all the emotes I could ever want. Like I am so happy coming into like Wild Rift that the fact that I get to have so many emotes, right? Because like you get like 5 with like the basic one, but I need that thumbs up no matter what, right? So I'm so happy that I already have so many. Like I don't need more, you know. And champion poses don't mean much to me.
Yeah, I guess like it's only for style points. Like you just want to flex your teammates. Like, hey guys, I got something cool for you. But yeah, what's cool is some of the stats that we have on our screen. Like all of that happened in the blink of an eye for SEM9. Sure, RSG has got some of the best stats out there with the 6 total kills that he had, but it was an entire team effort. Like we saw, it was a little bit of a back and forth, a very controlled game from both ends, and then one snap is all it took for SEM9 to close it all. But what other things could we possibly pull up from the stats that we have?
We just saw SEM9 Chili. I know you're talking about the stats here, Contra, but I have to say I think this is worth talking about more. Like he came in like it was the WWE. You know, like he came in like he was the heel, flashing over the walls. Like he ran up on stage, had the steel chair, and he slammed it on the heads of Phantom6. Like they didn't even see what was coming. They were stunned and dazed, and they were like, "Man, did that Oriana really just flash in on me?" Like they're gonna look back at that and be like, "Whoa, buddy, come on."
Yeah.
All right, so. We got a lot to see from this guy. He's playing Oriana, he's playing an assassin, like he's playing Diana. Let's go and see what happens with this guy.
Yeah, Chili's got to be that Mr. Money in the back, right? Like he comes in, like he just slams people down. Well, he's not Dr. Mundo with those suitcases, but man, this might just be that $1,000 run that they're gonna be coming at here if they could close one more, just to lock themselves into potentially a top 3 finish. So with that being said, picks and bets are up this time. SEM9 opt to remain on the red side. So Phantom6, they're still sticking to the usual. So what should be changed by Phantom6? I don't feel like it's all about the picks of the champions for the past 2 games. It's more about being proactive in all these matchups.
That's true. Having proactivity matters for a lot here, because the team that's able to get this early game really has been able to maintain control. In the late game, it does come down to some team fighting and some macro decisions. But also, Contra, you mentioned something, you know, it's a $1,000 play, and that really struck a nerve with me, because now that I think about it, it really does. Because the difference between 5th, 6th, 10,500 USD to 11,500 USD from 4th. So just securing this win almost guarantees that you're at least top 4, right? Which means that basically guarantees that you should be top 4. Yeah, it does guarantee you that you're top 4, and so you confirm for yourself at least $1,000. So truly $1,000 game.
Yeah, well, I didn't really calculate it. I just threw it out there. Didn't look at the book.
Worked
but, well,
so well though.
Perfect, perfectly set up. So as we go back into some of all these bans here, I wonder if P6 would fight for that $1,000. They have reverse sweep Upper Esports, and now they have stolen away RSG's Fiora. And Yoshi, we've seen him play a couple of times on this champion. Has been looking pretty well himself. If Iggy wants it, sure, you can put it in the jungle. But ideally in this patch, I'm not too sure if it really will take that much of a time for that to be activated in the jungle instead for that Fiora.
Yeah, there's some flexibility that if they want to bring that in. I think SEM9 are starting to just experiment a little bit. You know, Kama was banned 1 game, now we're going to do shit. They banned both Kama Shen first game. led Kama through the second game and played Kama. Now they banned the Kama and played the Shen. I mean, it just feels like SEM9 are really trying to be flexible here, trying to understand like what their limitations are going to be. The fact that Phantom6 have gone for the Fiora here, they could still go for the Master Yi, because what we saw previously from Malaya Esports, Zizune was acting as that secondary carry where we could not see the Master Yi available, where Arashi was not available. Zizune would be that secondary carry. That could be the same situation for Phantom6 here, or they could go for something for Haki too. You know, just so many options left. I almost feel decision paralysis for Phantom6.
Yeah, and I guess that they will just stick back to the usual, that they try something too out of the blue that they've not pulled up throughout this course of the best of 5. So this is going to be the Galio that we've seen Nyx played for the past few games. Or you want to put it to a mid lane matchup, I think it's still pretty decent as well, but you ideally want something that's a little bit more aggressive up in the mid lane. We've already seen picks like Twisted Fate back in game 1. Like, a few destinies worked out. The late game onwards, I don't really see too much. Even though with the Twisted Fate still available, it's still hard for them to actually pick it out, because like we see hot crowd control that P6 have to deal with from the side of SEM9.
It just feels like, okay, so they've gone for the Kaisa, trying to have some a hyper carry, some scaling for Momo, which he has been known to do throughout some of these series. But also with the Galio, something they've been trying to work with quite a lot here. The Olaf looked decent to some extent, but also wasn't able to really pop off there. SEM9 going for this Jhin pickup though. Okay,
does that actually show us a different card here where it's a potential Shen support? Because you could easily proc the snare coming in from Jin's second spell. So if you just connect that taunt, everything will fall into place. That is very viable. And even if he's not on the support role, imagine having Stan United to come right in, like when you want to dive on this Jhin. It's still going to be a pretty huge threat. So two global ults being matched by both sides, but I definitely do like how this is going to work out for SEM9 later on.
I think a good decision on the SEM9 side to ban away the Camille. Riven's being banned away. I felt like Riven has fallen behind in priority, but I still really like the Riven. I feel like in the hands of a mechanically skilled player, it is still quite impactful, but just hasn't been as popular. Olaf being banned away, they showed that combo previously with the Galio, looked good for Phantom6. Unfortunately, the rest of the team did not really have the tools to make that one happen. And because the Ziggs is also not available, they don't have that same degree of wave clear, so not going to be as stable for Phantom6 roster.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult for Phantom6 to find something that's appropriate to answer with. Like, maybe in the mid lane, you could still go for, well, I wanted to say Jace, but it was the very first ban. Like, maybe a Corki would still be decent, but that will also mean that it will take a lot of resources for Phantom6 to get all of their members all activated. Now we're seeing another Sean. Okay. Well, I guess that SEM9, they're not holding in their horses anymore. They just really want to run right in, lock themselves into the upper bracket semifinals.
You know what this looks like, Contra? This looks like what we saw from the WNA, the NA region, right? With their favoritism on Akshan, Jhin, and he played like Ashe and one more ADC, like a 4 marksman composition, and they won the entire region with that build. Feels the same thing right now. SEM9 just feel leagues ahead of everybody else, which is why they can afford to do this. But we also saw once they started playing in the regional competition, they had a very difficult time. They couldn't keep up because they had built bad tendencies and bad habits. They started going up against their opponents in bigger regions and started facing a lot of issues when against them.
Yeah, and I guess that now that this is the litmus test for SEM9 to basically copy a playbook of WNA, like you mentioned, I wonder how well could they possibly execute this, because it could either go very well or absolutely wrong, because you got so many squishy targets, and so long as you got this Fiora being activated, she's just gonna run at everybody else. Maybe Shan is a little bit harder to chase, but Jin's basically a sitting duck, so there's a lot of work to be done as a Gragas as well as Shen. So SEM9 still have to be on the lookout if they really want to ensure that this entire setup works perfectly.
A big part of this composition is that they just have to win lane, right? They have to win lane outright, make sure they really get control and smash their opponents here. Because if they don't, I could foresee Yoshi really being able to pop off on the Fiora. I mean, there is that potential there. So just a little something to be aware of again going into the rest of this game.
Yeah, like I'm really baffled because I didn't expect to see this composition ever here in Southeast Asia, but it's still pleasant to at least have something different to offer. And I think that by now MYSG has perhaps the most diverse of champion pools being displayed in every single roster, and it continues to be so. And SEM9, they're just so creative, like. Well, for them to really get this one running, sure, you not only need all these 3 marksmen to get all these farm, all of these goals, as well as kill. Now, who here is the real support? If we have, okay, we've already got a shot, right?
Sure.
And we've got, what was it, Lucian? Was it?
We had Lucian, Akshan, Jin, and then we had Gragas, Shen.
Okay, so. Are you telling me that it's a Jin support? Is it like Lucian support? Like this is still a little bit foreign to me because I might not have tuned into what TJ has to say all the time.
I think it's gonna be Shen support. I think Gragas is supposed to give them AP damage.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Right. Makes a whole lot more sense. Okay. Now that actually answers my question. So. It's at least in the Akshan top is something that we've seen before that was frequently played out by Zizune, popularly running it over onto all these melee matchups. But going up against a Jarvan right here, I guess that Jarvan could easily just go ahead to poke him out slowly and steadily until he could just flag and drag in with the Cataclysm. But even to do that, it's quite challenging when he could just easily grapple shot his way across.
You know, the big thing with Phantom6 composition now is the fact that they switched over the Jarvan and the Fiora, and so trying to dodge away from the Akshan matchup, because Akshan actually can have quite a decent time against the Fiora. But another thing is, because they have so much mobility, roaming around isn't going to be a big issue for the SEM9 roster. I really hope to see them control the early game. You talk so much about controlling the early game. Let's see how that plays out. We're going to game number 3, ladies and gents, taking a look at this one. Match point for the SEM9 roster. Prepared to close this one out early today.
That's right. And how long has it been? I don't think it's 2 hours throughout this best of 5, but it definitely has been an entertaining one if you guys have been tuning in from the start all the way till now. But with this match point, does it put any sort of pressure back onto P6 where they have been able to reverse sweep situations as such from the past season all the way up till now?
Trying to get the initial kill. Interestingly, Winter stepping forward like that, getting a little bit more damage onto Momo. Both marksmen suffering the brunt of the exchange, losing a lot of health quickly.
And I guess that getting a flash out of that, SEM9 considers that trade to be won. So sure, he's burned a little bit of ignite. That's gonna be working out. But Becky though,
difficult to go for the kill in its entirety. We'll see him end up having to pick up the honey fruit and take away the barrier, but no flash used by Yoshi. Good to hold on to that one for now. SEM9 not able to get as much of an advantage as they would have liked, but still nothing to scoff at. Wow, flashing in the top like that, flashing forward with the auto attacks. One more will do the job. Phantom6 Nyx gets the kill in exchange.
Whoa,
In his stead.
that was pretty sick of a play. Like, all it takes is Sagi to land one more auto attack, but, you know, it's just Jin things, right? He has to reload, and sometimes you just have a little bit more buffer, so I guess that Phantom6 reacted well enough. They didn't really have to pull up too much, and I guess that Winter just have to respect this Rakan a little bit more than to dive way too deep to the turret range.
Yeah, very interestingly enough, I think Winter had dodged away from that single additional turret shot. Probably would have survived and probably would have killed them as well.
Yeah, and
Now we just have to see, yeah, Winter's roaming around. Not sure what they're trying to get done here.
yeah, I guess that Winter, after having a little bit of skirmish right down bot. They are hunting it out together.
They're looking for this kill onto Hockey to get the taunt off. A lot of decent damage. Zorvak needs to flash away. Hockey's dash back there to Justice Punch, but will not be able to survive through that. Chili flashes away from the knockup, but still losing health to the Ignite. The Battle Quill finishes off the Lucian. 2 kills over the Nyx to start this game off.
Well, I love how you put it. Battle Quill. You got Mixer going 2-0. He's just being so proactive. Like, he comes in with a nice counter engage as well. Where SEM9, I think that they're trying to do too much in such a short time frame that it didn't really work out to favor. Where Becky, sure, you want to land that body slam, and you want Winter to follow up with that taunt, but you saw what happened right there. Winter didn't really have the flash to also connect it as well. And it's interesting to also see that they try to move back into the fight, which could have actually brought even more points for Phantom6 with a clean kill. But of course they risk it, but they still got 1, so it's not too bad after all. So SEM9, they're just slightly behind for now, and all the gold being funneled to a support isn't really like the best case scenario for Phantom6 anyways.
Yeah, not the best case scenario, but it does help them get the initial engage off, because you look at what's happened here. Nyx has gone for the Proto Belt, for the Rocket Belt so early on, 3.5 minutes in. As the Rift Break happens, they're going to be able to pick up these fights easier. If they start to see SEM9 try to contest and try and force an objective, they get to contest for them, they get to go for the engage or the counter engage, and pair it together with Hockey. I mean, looks decent for this roster. Not the worst case scenario, but definitely would have been nice to go on the Iggy, like you mentioned.
Yeah, it's not too shabby after all. So far, we've already seen Bobo getting an upgraded Ikefin Rain, while Storm Razor being healed by Sagi. As our pro players definitely have something different to offer. Well, typical pup players on Jin, they'll just rush an IE, but I think that Storm Razor is definitely benefiting them in some of this team fight, while this Rift Break is currently happening between the two.
Yeah, trying to trade objectives here. I think SEM9 are quite content with the Infernal Drake. Not too big of a loss for them, even if they end up losing first turret. But look at what's happening. I mean, just so much pressure. They're able to really start working their way on, working hard on these turrets, laying down some damage to catch onto a Zorvak. The double knockup. Just so much crowd control. Nothing the Gragas can do. As a killing spree for Nyx. Man, this support taking all the kills.
Man, he's just being absolutely greedy. But here we go.
R-Hedge playing in alongside the turret, trying to survive through here. Winter gets a taunt in. Momo has to flash out of the current call. Winter will see the turret fall, but comes back into trade. 2 for 2, but across the map.
I don't know if my eyes are fooling me, but both sides of the support, they're just racing for those kills. While Chili, he did a really good job just holding them back.
Out of mana, Chili looking for these kills. Blinding light, flashing forward, but flash away from the Rakan. Nyx survives. But things are looking a little bit close. Look at the damage out from Chili.
Yeah, he's just being a complete biz with the culling, really holding them back as well. Almost getting the kill while he was juggling with the pressure.
My goodness. Contra? Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
What's that?
Hullbreaker Akshan first item.
What? Wait, okay, Hullbreaker. So, are you telling me that this Akshan's just gonna go full split push and 1v1 all the way throughout? Like,
I guess. I guess that's what happens. Now, RH has just decided he's done playing with his team. He's just gonna solo carry the game in the side lane.
And on top of that, Chili with the Hullbreaker too. Like, you got both of them running in the same
Double
build.
Hullbreaker, 1-3-1 composition incoming.
Yeah.
I guess.
I want to see how long can they keep this up for. They've already lost that turret though, so this 1-3-1
They've
that
lost
they
2 turrets.
True enough. Like, yeah, like we keep count on that, but they're still working on it, right? Like, eventually someone's got to commit to these fights, and sure, Hullbreaker looks cool for some of these marksmen, but I think that ideally you still want to go for something that gives you maybe a better stat in terms of damage as well as attack speed. Like,
it would be hilarious if every time someone kept buying a Hullbreaker, like they just lose another turret. and they're just like in the Nexus, like watching as like the Hullbreakers are like, well, guys, what do we do? Like, we're technically split pushing because we're in 3 different lanes, but they're all so close to the turret that it's like
it doesn't mean much, but oh, a little bit of scuffle going on though. Would they get
Yeah, I'm
any?
not sure if they get the follow-up though. It's gonna be difficult. SEM9 commit a couple of spells there. You can see that Phantom6 didn't have to use much. Ozoreki with his ultimate though.
Okay, Hullbreaker is putting into effect to pick up one tier 1 turret over on the Baron side, but Phantom6, they really want to force them to commit to something right down below.
Last body slam on the mobile. They instantly kill him off. Chili finds so much damage in that time. They won't be able to keep Ozoreki alive though. Re-engage back from Haki. The taunt gets onto 2. Justice Punch knocked back onto Chili as the Ignite finishes him off. Sagi hesitant to go back in for the re-engage. Winter sidesteps away. Nyx finished off by the turret. And now Sagi just with the curtain call to clear out the wave, trim it, as we still see our hedge split pushing at this point.
Yeah, I was holding back my chuckle because all the kills are still funneled into this Rakan. All 5 of them throughout the course of the battles that happened over on the Dragon Lane. Like, he's been able to pick all that up. Might as well just go full AP by now. Well, I think that is good recovery coming from SEM9 at the very least, with Sagi opening up the curtain call just to create one back, but it's still not looking all too good, though they are looking pretty even when it comes down to gold discrepancies. It's only about, what, 400 gold to separate the 2 of them. Now they're still going for that exchange. This time around, Phantom6 still prioritized on the Herald, and if you give this one over to SEM9, it's going to be harder with those Hullbreakers intact.
Yeah, SEM9 really just happy to go for the dragon here though, so Phantom6 get to take that one away. You won't see the Rift Herald Hullbreaker double effect. SEM9, I think I'm just happy to keep scaling. I mean, think about what happens here. It's kind of unorthodox because we don't get to see this very much, so it's difficult to make a blanket statement saying, yeah, if we go to the late game, you know, this team should win. But we're looking at how things are, I mean, it does feel like SEM9 have a composition that can do alright in the late game, in the hyper late game if they get to that point. Phantom6 starting to collapse into the top side, have the Rift Herald committed as well. They're only going to bring in 4 members though, 5th member off on the other side of the map. Both sides willing to play for this 4v4.
Yeah, and they're just trying to stop them from getting all these stuff done as well. Like Phantom6, they dropped that in, but oh, Chili with a solo kill coming in his way.
The culling across onto Yoshi, but flash away. Summon is committed to survive. Chili burns his as well, but that's alright. SEM9 now off the mid side. Ozoreki once again looking to go down, gets the explosive cast back on the enemy, so at least a little bit more damage dealt. Winter looking for his opportunity for the re-engage. Couldn't call available, but having no opportunity to use it. They're going to commit both ultimates in at the same time now though, but its turret is going to make the difference.
Yeah, they're playing from long range, coming up with the curtain call as well as comeuppance that didn't really deter the rest of Phantom6. They can beat one, but here comes Cataclysm.
Coming in. Yoshi jumps in with the Cataclysm. Winter goes back for the taunt. Haki taunts the enemy as well, but watch what happens here. All the marksmen galore with the damage to boot, showcasing why they went for this composition. Winter comes in with his ultimate, stand united together. SEM9 will dive successfully.
SEM9 together strong, they say, but there's still 2 more members of B6 that's hanging by with redemption to keep them up alive. But they've already got the perfect vision, but they're looking for dive instead.
Looking to try and go for this turret at the same time, removing that threat. Winter dashes away from Haki's engage.
Well, I'm not too certain, like, why would they need to commit all of that? They could just easily let go of that turret. Didn't really have to burn flash throughout for Eggy. So I guess that, all things considered, when it comes down to the battles, SEM9 finally showing off what this triple marksman composition could possibly do. Yoshi moved in with the Cataclysm, and Haki flashed forward just to look for that permanent dive, but easily negated by them dashing away while you have Hedge to just come in with those grappling shots, move forward to look for those numbers, and then have the Shen to move right in. So, good recovery overall, but SEM9, I think that they still need to put the puzzle pieces all together because it didn't look all too clean altogether.
Yeah, it still feels a little bit disjointed, not to the same degree as when we see them play traditional comps, which might just be a case of them really trying out something new here. Now that they have the 2-game advantage, they say, well, we can afford to play for something a little bit more unorthodox. In the event that we lose this, we go back to something more straightforward, game 4, game 5, and try and close it out there. Whereas with Phantom6 now, they're really playing with their backs against the wall and just have to try and go for win. But that being said, I do still feel like their macro has been making such a rapid improvement, such a massive bounce of improvement. Like, look at what's happening right now. They're rotating around with multiple members, with the primary engage and the damage loss in Momo. So now you get to constantly watch them jump in on their opponents and take out someone like Zorobeki time and again, or someone like Sagi at Winter. But look at what happens off to the side. Eggy, oh, poor guy.
Oh, he does buy a whole lot of time out there, but it's still a rampage that goes over to the Shen instead. Alright, it's worked pretty hard for him.
Dive. This is the dive that we're looking for. They should be able to finish off Chili in time. Winter standing United not available. Chili still running, buys a little bit more time. The Ignite finishes him off at the end of it. Zorbeki comes in with the body slam. The trade back in for Yoshi. Looking for the final current call onto Momo again. Winter's trying to chase this one down, but watch what Howlbreaker Akshan does. He's off picking up these turrets.
What? Like, RH, come on. You gotta spare them some mercy right
auto
here.
attacks.
Nobody's recalling.
Like 800 damage per auto attack. He's just gonna get the turret with the cannon minions.
Yeah, just come on, do your job. One more hit. Okay, it's still intact. He just needs one more auto. He's gonna come back for it later on. But wow. That's just one player out of SEM9 on those turrets with the Hullbreaker. Wait till Chili gets there, though.
Yeah, exactly. Now Chili has to go off in the side lane, gets to do the exact same thing. They have to play into the mid side. I mean, it just looks like a very flexible composition at this point, depending on what they want to try and get done. To end the game here, potentially off in the side lane, that could very well happen here. Still a little bit of defense left up for Phantom6. With this mid lane tier 2. Does open up their jungle quite significantly, but it does keep it relatively safe. But this Baron side looking disastrous. Phantom6 really needs some vision there because Baron's just gonna go away so soon.
Yeah, and I guess that they just really have to keep their eyes close to this. Phantom6, they want that team fight. They can actually navigate through it all, but they just have to dodge some of all these major spells, such as the explosive cast or even Winter's Taunt in particular. That could really be something that could turn the tables around for the side of SEM9. While Dakshan's still trying to go for a little bit of split, I think that they could easily find a little bit of catch if Yoshi pays a little bit of visit. While it's just a little bit of a dance between the two, just to siege over this control over the river, while both sides really not backing away for now. But that leaves a little bit more room for Chili to start working down that bot lane.
Okay, so SEM9 just try and position around the Baron. They know that Phantom6 have to really run over. Like you mentioned, Chili just gets to escort the minion wave with his Hullbreaker state. I don't know, like it's something. The guy's 3 items, he's looking pretty strong now, even though the gold kind of doesn't represent it. But off in the side lane by himself, realistically, no one's able to deal with him. Not even Iggy. That's a big issue.
Yeah, and I think that when SEM9 comes for this, sure, you pull 2 members there, and SEM9 could easily work on the Baron if they want to, or even pull the attention back over onto the river, and then open up more spacing. So Chili, he's got a lot of options on the table if he wants to go up back to his mid, just to regroup the team. Like SEM9, kind of holding the leash here on Phantom6. It's like, yeah, where you want to go, I'm just going to pull you back whenever you want to overextend.
They're trying to go for this Baron when the opportunity arises. They have a lot of damage, but they don't have a suitable front line. So they set a Zorobeki on Winter to try and deal with the Baron. That makes him a little bit too squishy to try and go for the re-engage. So they need to be careful about this. At the same time, though, I had just looking for this chance to pick up that turret, but pesky Hockey is going to be in the way, preventing that from happening. Winter's looking for the taunt onto Yoshi, but that's going to be difficult. They actually look for the re-engage. That's surprising because I don't know if you can actually go for this. They finish off Sagi so quickly. Now it is looking good for Phantom6. That's a shutdown on that front. Winter joins into the fight, but they've already lost the Jin.
They knew what exactly to do. That's the most immobile target, and they're still trying to bring it more. While Winter managed to hold him all the way back. Sagi burned both subs and he didn't make an escape. It's all thanks to that initiation call coming from both Nyx as well as Yoshi together. And this is what they've been waiting up for. But it's only one pick. It's not really the biggest of deal for SEM9 where they could easily recover from. But with all this wave also crashing through its P6, SEM9 could still take charge right here.
Yeah, it is really surprising that we got to that extent. Like, they really managed to force it to that degree. Phantom6 need to be a little bit aware I think of their limits there, and they were able to get to that point really well. Yoshi dived in. I was surprised. I thought they weren't going to be able to get it done, but they managed to correctly identify Sagi as the target, killed him off, and suddenly that fight looks much more doable. Now, the next objective is coming up. Winter needs to act in his front line, needs to really get the catch onto one of the damage sources.
Yeah, they could also start the Drake and quickly melt it down to 1-2. SEM9 is going to take their time to move right in, while Nyx as well as Yoshi, they set up this death brush, and they're coming right in.
They look for the engage. You get this double man knocked up so quickly. Ozorek has lost his life, Chili, with the full extent of the calling, but I'm not sure he's going to have the damage needed to win this fight. Winter has to flash out. Eggy pursues after. The Captain Wayne from Mobile manages to chunk Chili down to less than a quarter. Now watch what happens here as R-Hash has to flash out, looking for the ultimate to go for the execute onto Nyx. Haki comes in, provides support, blocks the full extent of that ultimate, and P6 with the 2 kills.
Well, they're just racing for the turrets as well, while they will come in for a flank. Let's see whether if SEM9 can steal away. There's no smite available though.
Yeah, teleport coming in again from the rest of the team. SEM9 looking to try and find something here for the efforts. Chili needs to start dashing away, a culling and a retreat, but still a life lost. Winter teleports around, just slightly repositions there. Playing on a nice edge truly here. I feel the pressure, a lot of it, out from both these teams.
Yeah, and it's great news that Phantom6 finally gotten themselves not only the Elder Drake, but that call to just jump right in. Whoever they get that's a marksman, that's already a win. And after that, they have been able to seek out the core priority targets. We watch once again, Momo immediately committed with the killer instinct, and the Cataclysm have also further locked Sagi in place, making it a whole lot more easier to navigate in the scuffle, so that they have a 5 versus 3 advantage whenever they go in for the Drake. So they just have to rinse and repeat. Now, onto the Baron.
Oh my goodness. Baron down to 4,000. They're looking for this re-engage of Zorvek. He won't be able to go for the steal. He's finished off once again. Teleport coming in from SEM9, but it's too late. Baron's gone over to Phantom6.
Whoa. And it looked a little bit too easy, and SEM9, this experiment is starting to go haywire, and I don't think that it's really going to be able to hold them till the very late game. Now that the Baron buff is going to be shoving all these minions all the way down to either side of the lanes. So they're going to have their fair share of struggles. So, Allbreaker, is it time to sell it or nah?
Oh, well. Could be if they need that item slot. They're going to continue trying to split push somewhere else, I believe. Going to be difficult trying to get in.
Yeah, and for now, they can just hold on to this 1-2-2 setup. But Nyx, he opens up the challenge and does buy a little bit more of that stasis space while they take down turrets after turrets. But mid lane is where the fight's going to be happening.
Well, they actually managed to kill off Momo. Sagi's still alive through all this. Yoshi's now been caught off. That's a taunt. They get the knockback on the turret Cataclysm. They trade back with the Winds of War. But off in the side, the inhibitor falls here. Not much value still gained for SEM9 overall, despite those 2 kills.
Yeah, they're still struggling to keep their turrets intact. They've already lost an inhibitor as well. But at least, now that they have 4 members out there, they can go for challenge.
Flash in, Zorvek he did again. It just seems like he's been an easy target for the team. Flashing in, Winter gets the taunt back onto the enemy, but Chili's been knocked down, immediately taken out. The Vital Proc's too effective at killing their opponents. A full team ace. Phantom6 will take this opportunity to close this one out, bring in the minion waves, roll in the red carpet. Phantom6 trying to make a repeat of yesterday, looking for that reverse sweep.
Well, oh well, this is just the start of the end. Well, I don't even know if that's going to be the right word to use, but man, Phantom6, they still have it in them. And, you know, is this actually on SEM9 for experimenting way too much with this tree marksman composition that they're not too familiar with? And eventually it does bite back onto the hands that, you know, feed.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like SEM9 had put in the maximum amount of effort, and yeah, they get punished for it. A good job by Phantom6 to correctly identify what needed to be done and collect themselves that win. Hoping to see what else they have in store for us here. Hopefully we do manage to see them bring it the distance, I think.
Yeah, hopefully so. We still have more games to go, so let's catch a break.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
Let's go, dig it. Get your hands up. Let's go, dig it. Get your hands up. Let's go, dig it. Get your hands up. Let's go, dig it. Get your hands up.
Here we go now.
Phantom6 managed to pull back a game away from SEM9, so we're extending this a little bit longer. Let's see SEM9 can take that final step, almost calls it the hardest one to take on the recipient of many reverse sweeps in his lifetime. Let's see what we have in store for us. I'm Brandon, with me here is Contra to take a look at this best of 5 series in the upper bracket semis.
Yeah, and to take a look back at that match that just concluded, like, I don't really know what to feel. Like, was that the best game that we've seen from P6? Not entirely so. Is it the worst game that we've seen out of SEM9? Probably, maybe. Like, I think that it's not really all too shabby to try out something brand new, but of everything that's at stake here, we're talking about more than $1,000 on the line where they could just easily secure like one more by sticking back to the usual. But I guess that you guys gotta try to work something out of something that nobody has tried before here at WCS MYSG.
Yeah, they went for something different. Unfortunately, this game doesn't work out. I think there was a time limit on all of that, so didn't quite seem to be the case that it was. I will say though that Shen support did look pretty good, so there is that opportunity there to try and make something happen with the Shen support. The rest of it was a little bit ambitious, and so SEM9 will not be able to get that there. But let's see how this next game will go. Couple of interesting things that did manage to catch an eye. The fact that we saw that double hull breaker. They wanted to try and go for a split push composition, but it didn't work out in their favor. They couldn't really go for a split push. There was that point where RH was so close to getting that turret, the inhibitor, but they never actually got it.
Yeah, like all it took was just one auto attack, and yeah, the minions didn't really work overtime for it, but it's all right. Like, overall, I think that the ones that have dictated the state of the game for Phantom6 has definitely got to be Nyx as well as Iggy. Late game Iggy definitely has been able to seek out all these core units together with Yoshi as well when they line up the Cataclysm, the grand entrances that have been able to seal the deal against very immobile targets such as Sagi. That makes things a lot easier for them to execute, and therefore it become more and more troublesome when more of these big objectives fell in the favor of Phantom6 eventually. So Momo didn't really have to worry too much throughout the course of the battle, but of course he was one of the priority targets coming from SEM9.
Yeah, it was someone that they were constantly trying to get rid of because they felt like if they got rid of the damage to us, you know, things would get a little bit easier. Unfortunately, that really wasn't the case. Haki was still doing a lot of damage. Iggy was doing a lot of damage. Look at Nyx, 12,450 damage. This battle, Rakan was doing a lot of work for the team.
Yeah, and I honestly like the number charts here because I haven't seen that many members of SEM9 hitting the 20k altogether. You got Chili, Sagi, as well as RH. They've been practically doing a whole lot of poking throughout the battles as well as trades throughout the course of it. But overall, I think that Phantom6, they just have to do one thing and one thing only: double it down on whoever that they could get their hands on, and after that it all comes smoothly. Becky had nothing much to offer whenever they move in for that quick dive, so if SEM9 wants to go in for such a setup once again, maybe just consider taking out that Rakan this time around.
Sure, yeah, I agree with you. Taking out the Rakan, something that will remove opportunity from the enemy team to really stop your engage. I think that was a pretty impressive thing. So gotta say, it looked like Phantom6 knew what needed to be done throughout the game to make sure that A, it didn't go out of control, B, that they were able to pull back towards the end of it, and then C, could actually close them one out because they managed to grab both neutral objectives, the Elder Drake and the Baron. I think that was a huge difference maker for them to actually win that game. So really good look from this team.
Yeah, and I like how well they played the macro as well. Things have gradually improved for Phantom6, and you know, they're just gonna keep leveling up. I hope that they've already reached to the maximum form already, because we're approaching our 4th matchup here that could either
I hope they have it. I want to see more from these guys.
Yeah.
I want to see them go even further. I don't want to see them max out now. I want to see them really max out when they get to like the finals. I hope they win this series and then go deeper in.
All right, so at P6 current form, what level would you put them at if they're like Pokemon levels?
Man, that's tough to say because I don't know what they evolve to. Like right now, we're exploring new territory. I don't even have a Pokédex. All I have are like my own eyes. Like this is Arceus, and all I get to see is like the new Pokemon evolution by myself. That being said, if I'm looking at P6 right now, I'd say them at most second evolution. Still really early on in the game. So much upper bound to grow. Really hoping that they are able to develop in that sense.
Yeah.
We do see now picks and bans continuing on. The bans coming through: Olaf, Rakan from SEM9, and Jace from Phantom6, as well as Lulu.
Yeah, I think that SEM9 have definitely identified that this Olaf have always been the core pick for Eggy, and it's pretty hard to deal with, especially on those contests for those objectives where he could always get that head start. You get it removed. This time without the Rakan. Is it another sign for the same draft all over again for SEM9 now that they're going over to the blue side to at least test the waters on which side actually works better for the tricky marksman builds? But there's still a plethora of options on the table. They still have the Shen. They can opt for a first pick if they want to. If they do let it go, they still have other things to consider about, like plenty of all these key marksman pick. But throughout this series, Fiora has been that pick that have won games, not only for SEM9, but also for P6.
Yeah, it has been a big game winner for a lot of the games. I think that SEM9 are able to really run away with this game, and I'm hoping to see them use this Fiora to pick apart Phantom6 realistically. Phantom6 now trying to pick up this Galio. I think this does open up the Camille angle as well if they want to try and push that early on. I don't think it's quite necessary in this one. It could be nice in the matchup, especially if they don't know what they want to play into it for now. Otherwise, they could also try and go for something like the E. They go for the Ziggs instead though.
Huh. Pretty interesting, and I guess that it reveals a little bit more of the cards much early on. There's still possibility of Mobo playing this one out over bottom lane, while Becky has got some options still in the jungle if it wants to go for something aggressive such as a Camille or even a Kha'Zix. They could basically pick that one up now, but instead they answer back with a Thresh. That it will be a pretty good matchup if this Galio does end up over on the bottom lane as a support.
Yeah, it's an initiator, something that's able to deal with that. You don't really want to have stuff like the Alistar, Rakan into Galio. Like the Galio does pretty decently in those matchups, but the Thresh is slightly different because of the nature of the death sentence. You get a little bit more safety there, and you're better able to control the lane. So this actually does allow him to play for a bit of a hyper carry down bot side for Sagi if he wants to go for that angle.
Yeah, and remember when he last picked onto this Thresh, and he just says, guys, chill, I got this game. I'm playing Thresh, and I'm just going to win it for the team. I think that he's finally activated the true form of what Winter could possibly bring to the table now that he's on this pick. So I wonder if P6 is going to be prepared for that. But this Akali, how does it really fit into this where you have a Xin Zhao as well as Fiora, both equally tough matchups when it combine all together with their rotations? I think that Akali wouldn't really be all too fitting unless if you do put this Akali up mid to go up against a mage, then it's pretty much decent. Other than that, not really a big fan for this for Phantom6.
Sure, let's see what we can get done for this one. If the Akali is going to try and go for the newer build, and maybe that could be a decent matchup for them. When we saw Yoshi actually having some pretty good performances today against RHedge, RHedge was able to take the lead when he was playing the more lane dominant options, stuff like the Lucian, for example, or well, stuff like the Akshan, for example. But once that started going away a little bit, you know, they still have a lot of, we started to see Yoshi actually do quite decently there. I am a little surprised with this Camille ban at this point. I didn't feel like it was quite necessary because you already see the Akali for Phantom6. It doesn't really make a big difference between that first initiator and that second initiator. I think it's just fine to have just the Akali alone. Camille ban just feels like they're just trying to get rid of some option there.
Yeah, and I think that it's a decent call at least to ban out Yash because you don't want SEM9 here to have a very safe option down over Dragon Lane, and Sagia has been able to take that for multiple times before, and definitely we don't want to see anything specifically played out by the player himself. But to answer to the Thresh, they found themselves a Leona, so that will tell us that this gal is most likely headed up to the mid lane, so this is going to be pretty interesting to me. But to counter it back, we still have the Vayne locked in for Sagi, and he's going to offer us even more than what he brought in for game 1.
Yeah, running back. Game number 1 worked well for SEM9. Why don't we do it again? And Chile gets to play the Oriental too. That's just really running it back to something that worked well for them. Game 3 was them experimenting, trying out something different. Now it's easily SEM9 get to come in with so much more presence. I really like what's happening here. And from Phantom6 side, they will try to contest that with the Lee Sin, bring in some early game tempo, trying to make use of the Leona early power spikes as well. I think that should give them some early initiators.
Yeah, despite not having that high of a DPS coming from P6, they do have a lot of raw output of damage that could burst either targets down from 100 to 0. And if they do get a catch out to Sagi, that's great. And the next thing that they will have to answer to is how to handle this Fiora. So Yoshi has got a lot of work with his taunt. If he does get like multiple targets all locked in place, and with the Dragon's Rage, I think things could be perfect for Phantom6 to trail their way into that reverse sweep that they're looking for.
If they could do it against upcoming Esports, can they do it up against SEM9? A different quality of opponent, one would argue. So I think there is something to be said. If they are able to get this reverse sweep on SEM9, I think they are going to be the reverse sweep masters, and I will never doubt them again. I have already hedged my bets. I verbally said what I thought was going to happen with SEM9 and Phantom6. So we'll see what happens here in this one.
Yeah, you know, I was wrong once before the past season. I hope that my prediction doesn't go any further than that this time that we're all voting for SEM9. But hey, either ways, there's still a chance for either teams, if ever were to be the case that they fall down in the lower bracket, because we still have weeks of games to be played out. Well, not weeks, but only one more week to be played out.
One more week.
Yeah.
But then the competition continues in like the next phase. You know, you won't have all the same faces, all the same players, but we go into the next phase, and that's the next set, and so much to be had, so much happening and going on here.
Yeah, and it's exciting to me on how it's so important for them to win this one out, so that you keep that priority from that upper bracket, and you could just basically draw out the plans, just like how SEM9 concocted with this triple marksman setup, copying some of the homework from NA, so it's not too shabby after all. I think that there are things that they could still polish to make it work eventually if they were to qualify to perhaps the C finals itself. So let's take a glimpse at this setup once again. So it's basically team fights that Phantom6 are looking for, or even pickoffs, while SEM9, they could go in for split push. Late game's going to be looking pretty good for them. Sintel could easily set up those dives. Winter could just single out targets as well. So either way, SEM9 has got multiple avenues that they could possibly look for in this match.
But I will say that the Ziggs does really well against the Vayne because of just how much AoE damage the Ziggs provides. Like, you're really able to remove a lot of the agency and the power from the Vayne without having to commit all too much. Like, the Vayne just ends up losing health before the fight even begins, and then it's committed to trying to restore HP while the fight's going on. So it is a little bit tricky for the Vayne to play out. Hopefully we end up seeing Sagi pick up some tempo and some momentum, and hoping to see them close out this game again.
Yeah, and we hope to see a great one coming in from both teams. And, well, I wonder if this one's going to be a nail-biter, but we're going in for our 4th game of the series. And hopefully a 5th one will be on the way.
Let's take a look at this one. Once again, SEM9 Phantom6. SEM9 looking to finish and cross that final step to win this best of 5 series. Phantom6 fighting back for dear life.
Yeah, and we see a little bit of an invasive move coming in from Phantom6. Not fully committed, as they are just seeking out for any work placements or so. But we have...
Yeah, come on, guys. Personal space.
Yeah.
You know? Have you heard of it?
Yeah, like now it's almost non-existent, but, you know, some social distancing would still help out. eventually.
Exactly. You want to have some space between them. You don't want to get too invasive up in here. Nyx trades back really well against SEM9. You see this Leona come into play, which was something that I don't think we mentioned too much of, because initially our expectation was the Galley was going to go to the bot side. That being said, we've seen Hockey pilot Galley so much, so that was not a surprise either way. But now with this Leona in effect, you know, I think it does change the bot side matchup a little bit.
Yeah, and I find it really interesting on dynamics as well. Sagi didn't even hesitate on this Vayne take once he saw Leona. Okay, sure, you can come in with the Zenith Blade if you want to onto Winter. I could easily just damn you, whether if you're gonna land up on the wall or not. So it makes things a little bit more counterproductive for Nyx, so he will have to try very hard. Once he does have the Solar Fire though, things can change, but whoa, the lot of damage been done.
They're looking for an engage here. Winter looking for the hook. Gets it. Still flash available for Hockey. So maybe to get to make a play here. But the flash forward committed from Winter. First blood to the bloodthirsty support.
Wow, both flash as well as ignite all being pulled out, and Winter, yeah, he means serious business once again. Now, they're going to be able to get priority on the Scuttle as well, just rotating back over bomb side. So if the Sintao wants to stick around and invade the blue, he can do so. Or even look for a dive over the bomb lane if they do shove out this wave. But Sagi, he doesn't really have the highest of pushing capabilities, so that he's still low on levels, but here we go, another hook.
Okay, that's the hook. They're looking for this lantern. Will become lightning misses, but they still jump in with the relentless charge. Sagi walks forward for the kill. Now looking for this knockout back onto Iggy. Sagi loses a lot of health, but comes with a double kill either way. Flay back. Mo's still alive, but the minions kill him off. Watch out for Hockey though, because he's running down the wrong side, but you have your level 5 ultimate. Be prepared to stand and fight. S9 4-1, 2 minutes in the game.
Ooh, those hooks were on point, and man, that was pretty sick. We gotta rewind it back just to look at the positioning where Sagi shaved from right all the way to left, got the pick onto Leona first, and dropped that exhaust on top of Iggy, rendering him useless. That he really wanted to move deeper in to find that pick. Unfortunately, that final auto attack did connect, so Momo did get that shut down at the very end.
Orange trying to run up to the top side now, control this lane against Yoshi. We see a bit of we see the Oblivion ult out from Yoshi, so not trying to go for Divine Summon first. I don't think it is a first item rush for the Akali anyway. I think it's a second item build if they want to. Sometimes we still see the Lich Bane come across. Curious what that is going to look like for this team. That is being said though, despite the 4 kills, really only 700 gold difference between SEM9 and P6. Not that big of an issue yet.
Yeah, I think that they are definitely equally matched throughout the course of the battle. Like, the way that they rotated, answered back perfectly. Those picks were looking pretty good for SEM9, but I think that it's still very valuable that they did get the kill back onto the Ziggs. And sure, when we go back to the item build that we were talking about, Divine Server build, I think that, yes, you can hold it back while you look for something that's more sustainable for the Akali to have at least some stats going on. You have a little bit of armor, you can soak the damage coming in from far edge, and you could also chunk off all the lives that he could possibly get. So let's see what happens here on the Rift Break as SEM9. They're also hovering across this river, having a lot of interest here for a pick.
Yeah, Winter pursuing something here potentially. Rift Herald in the sights of both these two teams. But I do believe SEM9 get first dibs on which one they want. And it looks like the Rift Herald is within their sights. Particularly against the Ziggs team, you don't want to give the Rift Herald away, I think.
Yeah, it's vital for them to secure it, but this is just the first Herald. Maybe they'll go in for the second one. It's not too shabby after all. And here we go, a pickup.
Yeah, looking for a fight here. They're jumping in onto them so quickly. Nothing to be done for Hockey. He's just dead before he gets to even play the game.
Yeah, and there's honestly no way out. Like, sure, even if you blow the flash, eventually they're going to catch up to you, and Hockey, he did just that. But it's still a decent response coming in from P6 as they managed to secure a turret of their own right down bottom side. But SEM9 definitely picking up a little bit of speed throughout the course of this battle. Sagi, after that scuffle that they had down bot, he walks away with a total of 3 kills right now. And Veki, once you have that Triforce, man, he's starting to hit like a truck.
Yeah, really gonna have a lot of damage, especially because this is gonna be dealing with Eggy for the most part. He wants to be able to maintain pressure in the jungle, even without interference with the rest of his team. There we go, Divine Thunder completed by RSG. Nice decision there, I think. Gives him a little bit more tankiness in the event that he ends up having to play for the 2v2 matchup, which I think is coming pretty soon. Look at what's happening. Eggy trying to walk over to the blue buff.
Yeah, and is he gonna slide in? Oh, we just have to see if Eggy's gonna be feeling a little bit too risky. And he's
doing the dive. Eggy jumps over the wall. And we gotta jump over this. Yeah, there we go. You see them come in.
Yeah, he easily safeguards away. So
Is he gonna did he get the blue buff?
I don't think so.
He has the blue buff.
He
He has the blue buff.
Yeah, he had it much early on, but I don't see the rest of them having
Becky doesn't have it, so they did manage to get it. Now they're looking for a dive. Becky's mad. He says, "You're taking my blue buff. Now you take my life." But the rest of the team looking to try and equalize. Eggy on the turret. Winter losing his life to the Ignite. Yoshi playing so well to execute off the backline. RSG still tanky and alive though. Could be the difference maker. Momo off putting some good damage. Hockey in the brush, waiting for a chance to strike back.
Wow. And they definitely called out pretty swiftly. And Sagi is still working his way out, trying to take this turret by his own. But there's only a few things that P6 have managed to accumulate from that top lane battle. And, well, that steal, though. A good call right there, because I saw that Iggy had the boomer, but he still managed to get that smite down. That's great work.
Just a second late. Sagi could have maybe tried to jump onto... Oh, well, Eggy could have maybe tried to jump onto Sagi there. Could have been... Actually, maybe not. I think Eggy, if he jumped in there, would have actually donated a kill to Sagi, realistically.
Because he still has the exhaust up as well as the flash, so it's going to be pretty difficult. And also, judging for the fact that Eggy didn't have his Dragon's Rage up available as well, but pressure is on through the Baron lane once again.
3 up top, flash ball from Hockey. They look for the crowd control to finish off RSG and find it almost immediately. Look at what happens here. Phantom6 are taking down the top side turret. A trade for the mid turret is happening though. They go for the dive in the mid side. Eggy will not be able to survive through this, but no minion wave. Difficult to take the turret down now. Bot side though, Sagi continues to split push.
Very calculated moves coming from both SEM9 as well as P6, but SEM9 stayed prepared for a double siege. Phantom6 didn't manage to get as much out of those trades. Now there's going to be a little bit more preparation for the Drake as well. 8 minutes in, and we're about to see another break for those objectives once again. So now that you have Bane, who's basically scaling off the charts, I feel like Phantom6 haven't been able to sort this issue out. So sure, you have Yoshi that could try his level best to dive all the way to the back and risk it all, and needing Eggy to also follow suit in order to burst down Sagi. But what are the ways could they basically reach the backline other than that?
I guess you just have to play around the objectives, right? Like Phantom6 need to push SEM9 into a corner as they're trying to pick up an objective and try and make a trade there. The SEM9 can't catch them off that easily. Look at what happens. The moment they start walking towards the Dragon, and when P6 think they can get the Rift out, SEM9 turn around, start walking towards the Rift out themselves.
Yeah, it's like, you want it? Come get it away from me. Here comes the Wolfpack.
Yeah, gets it. Won't be able to steal away the Reptile here. Gets the finish off onto Azorveki. Once again, he dies before the fight can even start. And SEM9 actually end up losing that 4 vs 5, cannot continue.
Wow, that was a little too easy for Higgy. So confidently stealing away. He didn't really have to do all too much, just utilize Dragon's Rage. But there's like, what, 5 elements being expended just for the Herald. Now, sieging the Drake will be a little bit more of a challenge. SEM9 definitely wants it.
Does Becky go for teleport here and try to make a play? Nyx is going to pop the goggle. Stoneplay gets a little tankier. That is going to be the teleport to get the shockwave on the 2 members. Tug coming in from Hockey, but doesn't buy them much time. Flashing forward. Eggy tries to get away, but Momo's going to be sacrificed in his stead. Knockout comes across. Wind becomes lightning, and the Valiant charge to take down yet another. That's 3 gone on the side of Phantom6. Yoshi's been caught out. Sagi with the condemn against the wall. Death sentence. Shuriken flip, and suddenly Yoshi still alive here. He has the barrier as well. That's the Twilight Shroud. Sagi gets to see it as they're chasing after this final kill.
Oh.
Get it! Yoshi!
Come on, Spurs!
Raw Yoshi!
Is it execute? Oh, it is!
Is it execute?
Oh, wonderfully played out by Yoshi. Who would have thought that that final shuriken flip would have actually hit on Winter? At least he goes out in style. We're gonna take a look at that once again. Like you called it, perfect timing. Becky bought that teleport, but he will be able to smite away the dragon, but it was that death ball that comes right after. They flash over the wall, chase onto Momo, while Sagi will just try to...
Wait, there's a fight going on again.
Yeah.
There's a fight going on again. There's a fight happening in the jungle. Zorvek is looking for this initiation to get the kick away over onto Winter. Haki comes in. There's a shockwave over on the 3 Eye-Heads, looking for the fight that he wants. Has a grand challenge over the Haki. Has a difficult time proccing the Vital, though one more will do the trick. Next is off in the pit. Gets condemned. Finished off by Sagi.
Man, they're starting to be drained out in many of all these fights. Like, what is P6 doing? They're invading onto enemy lines, and to fight a Vayne on the choke point is just asking for a death wish, if you ask me. And there's also, like, what? An Orianna as well as a tragedy to be dealt with as well. Not really a smart call coming from P6, not gonna lie.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there. They thought they had the catch. They thought they had to pick off. Unfortunately, yeah, this does not work out for them. Our Hedge now has to fight off against 2. Should have no way of surviving through this. There we go. Actually ends up seeing Yoshi commit his ultimate to the Endeavor. But off in the side lane, Yoshi, Sagi trying to pick up this turret.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty easy for them to deal with it with the mechanism from Bond coming in as well. So Yoshi will continue for the push over on the Baron lane, while he still will have majority of SEM9 members still wandering around. So just a little bit of reset being called in from both ends. Though Phantom6 may have actually lost some of the battles, it's interesting to me that they're only behind for less than 2,000 gold.
Yeah, it's really not a substantial difference at all. Both teams are so close right now, but the goal is different on the targets that are currently on. They're trying to stop this Rip Crown from being able to charge. Will not be able to do so. Look at the engage. Zorveki, when it becomes lightning, tries to go in. Nyx follows through, chases after. 3-man shockwave. Yoshi in the sight, but he's skirting around in the Twilight Shrouds. Couldn't finish him off before, but he finished him off now. Sagi's starting to pop off now. Watch out for the way. Flashes into the back. Takes out Momo. His chance to shine again. He got a quadra last time around, and now they get all the kills over those Zorveki. A double kill through from Sagi as they chase after this last kill. Flashing in a max distance. Flash hook. And Sagi will see to it. Another kill and ace for S9.
Well, oh well, SEM9. They are not ready to close it out, but they still have a Baron here that they could possibly get for themselves. Just saw that max range hook coming down, and well, I thought that Sagi would get himself that triple, but this is a great fight between the two of them. With all the ultimates being blown over the mid-open side, they tried to get as many members out there with their hero's entrance, but hey, let's get back to the fight.
Yeah, I think Zorveki just did here. I don't think this looked like much of a fight. It is the Baron secured for SEM9, but I have to wait 30 seconds for Zorveki to spawn again.
Yeah. And yeah, back to that fight early on, like, it felt like Phantom6 didn't really have that much damage to offer. Like, you got Haki as well as Snakes being absolutely mid-chill in the course of the battle, but it didn't seem like there's too much that can be offered once those spell rotations from the Lee Sin as well as Akali has been expended. So Momo, he just have to dance around to try to see if he does land those skill shots or not. And it's so hard for them to do, where you just have the rest of SEM9 just chasing them down one after another. Things are just falling apart for Phantom6.
Yeah, Phantom6, despite not having seen a big goal difference, are starting to realize the difference in the compositions. A lot of the damage coming through, difficulty trying to access the backline, and then you get to see Sagi, who is willing to flash in to assassinate your backline. I mean, it's just not an easy sight to witness.
Yeah.
Turret should be going down here. Look at how aggressive Sagi is stepping forward. They're looking for an engage again onto Haki. That's a solo flare being used. Zorveki needs to be careful there. I-Hedge not with the rest of his team yet.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tricky for them to maneuver their way now that the Baron buff will be pushing both sides of the inhibitor up mid as well as bottom. Eggy tries to look for a flank angle, and he dives in, baits out the box, and that's all that he can possibly get. Still good work coming from the jungler of Phantom6, but with more waves crashing in, they get to pretty much prioritize who they want to pick first. Becky now is only at 60%. Perhaps you could possibly do a little bit more damage, but Chili is who you want to pick.
There we go. Yoshi's looking for the engage, trying to jump in over onto Chili. Has the shuriken flip to maybe try and jump back in. Tries to time for the shockwave. But Yoshi does not channel it again, so they start to back away.
Wow. Just look at how disciplined SEM9 are. Just having even one Akali diving in, you just hold back until that perfect execution gets wasted altogether. Well, SEM9, after that push, they've already guarded themselves 4 to 5k difference in terms of goal. And all they have to wait for is just to bait the rest of Phantom 6 to commit to another fight down on the Elder break and hopefully get them taken out before they even start.
Baron coming up in about 45 seconds. The last time they got Baron actually didn't give them that much value. Difficulty trying to end the game siege up against Phantom 6 defense. Will this next Baron be the difference maker?
And perhaps
All I know for sure is Elder Inferno will be.
yeah, the Elder definitely will be extremely important. And I've noticed that majority of Phantom 6 members, they swapped out their boot enchantments into teleport much early on. There was about like 3 to 4 teleports. Now they have to switch it right back. Instead of having that TP on Galio, now at least they could just have him rush in to try to get as many members being torn up. And of course, the golden target has always been Sagi. But now that there's also exhaust that they will have to expend, it's going to be hard, especially when there is a Twin Shadow to seek them out first and foremost. So needing to burn all these resources from SEM9 before they get all these things done. And Phantom 6, they're just trying to wait for that one opportunity to strike, and I guess that they could do it over Baron.
Yeah, but they have to realize that it is watered right now, so they have information that SEM9 has not started this one up. Haki's starting to walk over, really preparing his Winds of War to get them a little more information. Started up for a second, but SEM9 started to back away. Look at what's happening. Phantom 6 looking to split push while this is happening. RH trying to recall now.
1 second to the break while Phantom 6 is playing with fire here. At least coming over the split push just to draw a little bit of attention, but SEM9, they're still holding the Baron as a hostage. Well, Phantom 6, they are going to respond to the Elder instead. They know what's at stake here. If they lose this one, SEM9 could easily crush them all the way through.
Absolutely have to fight for this right now, but RH is still a little bit of ways away from the team right now. Eggy trying to get into the fight. Servecki tagged out by Sonic Wave.
It's going to be pretty hard. They're still juggling with the pressure. They do have all the wards perfectly in place. Phantom 6, they're having a little bit of a difficulty here just to see things out. Like you can see, it's all those wards being placed deep into the jungles of P6. So SEM9, they can easily shove this wave and just hold them all the way back. But this Mega Throw Bomb is going to take some health bars off. Might just be a good opportunity for P6 to eventually stop on that Orianna. But it's still a little bit of a long dance between the two. None of them actually calling the shots yet.
He's the one to make the first mistake at this point. SEM9 is continuing to scale up, but the same can be said for Phantom 6. Sagi really wants to have that strong moment. Unfortunately, it's not going to be so easy, not going to be so straightforward.
Flash
Zervecki with the flash.
That's really important. And P6, they can use this as an advantage for them. But do they have priority on the objectives? Not entirely so, even with the flash being burned out. But something's happening up top though. RH going for a challenge.
Yeah, but this is risky because if he loses this fight against Eggy and Haki, then they really lose the objective entirely. But he manages to hold his own to fight against two members. They really have a chance to win. Now he will get the grand challenge to start trying to back away. RH picked off by the 8-side teleport coming in from Eggy, so they have to prepare for this. Death Sentence not able to connect on that front. Zervecki starts to rotate over on the side. Solo Flag comes in. Chili taking a little bit more damage from the Ziggs ultimate. RH looking to go back to base, picks up the teleport. But the fight stops here for now.
Yeah, they continue on as they have a little bit of a push coming out for mid as well. Winter tries to reestablish a little bit more control, but it's going to be P6 here with that rush. Oh, they get a catch.
Pass over onto Winter, Death Sentence back, but this is it. They're looking for the opportunity there. Shockwave doesn't find that much, only the tag on the support. Nix walks out there unscathed.
Good call from SEM9 as well, not to really fully commit on that. same goes to Phantom 6. We know that if they were to continue the battle, they will have to enter dangerous territories inside the jungle. Winter's at it once again, tries to land another death sentence, not really connecting though. Well, they're just dancing with the dragon. While SEM9, they say, you know, you can have it all you want. I'm going to shove it right down to the inhibitors.
Alright, re-engage, stole flat, back up, Winter nearly taken out, over by the side, Soggy and Side cutting away, that's the first casualty down, they're taking out Haki, they put down the second member as well, looking for this fight, Yoshi trying to do the best he can, but it's a double kill out from Sagi, who's running laps around, Phantom 6, there's nothing they can do against him, a triple kill, looking for a second quadro, it does not matter, SEM9 will win the dance, and finish this series off 3-1.
Well, oh well, SEM9 have done it again. And with that perfect positioning, they will take it all the way to the upper bracket semifinals.
SEM9, they do it. No chance for Phantom 6 to come back here to try and make that reverse sweep happen. So solid stuff from SEM9. I have to say though, Phantom 6 made it so close. Like, I felt the tension, I was feeling the pressure coming in. If I was one of the players that, you know, at any point, all it takes is one player to make that missed call to go for the engage, and the game's over.
Yeah, it was really down to the wire right there. And we saw how careful they were. It was like tedious moves before they get that perfect setup. And it was a little bit more push and pull. All the TPs went down when it all mattered for the Lee Sin to rejoin that battle. And our hit, she was trying to buy time. Phantom 6, they were not full, but the moment that SEM9, they went in to push all the way up to mid, that leaves Phantom 6 position kind of exposed, where they either have to pull back to match up to that position or just commit to a fight. And when they do, you saw Bobo was absolutely off of that main position that he really wants to get while inside the pit, where everyone else was being drawn out first before they moved to their way towards the Ziggs. And that was some really, really great moves being displayed from both ends, but SEM9 definitely got the better of P6.
Yeah, I don't even know how that all kind of went down. I have to like take a look at it again after this, like the broadcast, because my goodness, like they ran into that. It was the Leona that found the initiation first. Nyx got them the engage with the solar flare, but somehow Sagi was left untouched through that, so he continues to just fly around, kill off Phantom 6 members. I mean, just an incredible job, well done.
Yeah, and this is definitely a perfect run for Sagi. And Winter has been able to pull off with some pretty clutch plays multiple times throughout the course of the battle. Final fight, sure, he has contributed, but it really was how Vecchi also coming into those positions where he had been able to crescent sweep away some of all these targets that was meant to hold back the rest of SEM9 and buy a little bit more of that area for Sagi as well as Chili to get things done. Well, our Hitch, whether if he split push or if he joins the fight, he's been able to contribute either ways. Well, Phantom 6, it's amazing on how long they've been able to hold out SEM9 despite having some struggles. Not only the early game, there was some trades that went in their favor, but all in all, we saw in some of these team fights that they didn't really have enough damage to book out to eliminate majority of the members of SEM9.
Yeah, it did feel that way, like they were lacking a little bit of damage. They were quite tanky, but then when it came down to it, they didn't have the execute damage to finish off the people that they needed to. A lot of pressure was on Yoshi to make that happen. Iggy at that point was starting to lose a little bit of relevance, was more about finding the initial pickoff, more so than trying to execute somebody at the end of the fight. Yeah, just so much pressure there, but Phantom 6 really doing a good job with the overall macro, because you know, the thing that lost in the game was not them misunderstanding their macro. They held off against the Baron buff so incredibly well against SEM9, like just managing to stop them from being able to close out the game with the first Baron, and had managed to drag it out into the second Baron spawn, and you saw them dancing around. Like, they did an amazing job. Their macro looked so clean coming to playoffs.
Yeah, and I hope that they could show us even more now that they're going to be down the low bracket, potentially facing against Upcar or even, you know, Path Seekers. Either ways, I think
I believe it is Path Seeker, because they don't get the same opponent again.
Okay, yeah, that makes a whole lot more sense. Like, their chances are pretty good heading into the low bracket, but what comes after, that's another story, right? Because later on, we still have matches between RSG as well as Team Watermelon, who have managed to get themselves some clean win for yesterday. I wonder who would SEM9 prefer to meet up against later on in the upper bracket semifinals, because they've been looking pretty clean, except for that match where they went triple marksman. Sure, that was a little bit experiment, which we could basically give them a little bit more consolation prize for trying, but Phantom6 honestly looked like a solid contender throughout all these battles. Even in game 1, they looked like they could actually win over SEM9.
Yeah, it did definitely feel like there was a moment where we could have seen them win this one out, and I feel the pressure with this one. You know, there was so much going on, there was so much action happening, and when things came down to the wire, Sagi was able to perform, and he has my vote for MVP for sure for this series, because he's had some amazing games on the vein, and even the games that they lost, you know, he was still providing a lot of work there.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Sure, I really want to give it to either Chili for that crazy Oriana play on the previous round, or even Winter with some pretty sick death sentence. Like, we haven't seen clean Vayne players out there to really stomp on everyone else. I think that this is one of the cleanest plays that, you know, Sagi has pulled out, and hopefully he does get the MVP this time, rightfully, than to be given when he was playing things like the Yasuo.
Well, hopefully we get to hear a little bit from them on what they think as well. Because,
yeah, like, eventually, I guess we get to speak to some of the boys of SEM9, but before we even get to that, I guess that there's a little bit more time to expect what's going to happen throughout the course of the WCS playoffs, right? But, you know, we're just going to be moving into the interview before we get to our thoughts.
Oops.
Hello.
Hi.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
How are you guys feeling after that series against Phantom6? You guys did drop a game. We saw that you guys were trying something out. So tell us, what inspired you guys to go on like 2-3 Hullbreakers? I can't really recall, but there was like 3 marksmen on game 3. So tell us, what's the whole idea about?
Carry on. I think we just like pick according to like what we think is best during the situation. So it's like when enemy pick Fiora, we wanted like to use the Akshan to counter the Fiora, but then in the end they decide to put like Fiora into the jungle. And I think like during the second phase of the draft phase, we were like also thinking whether we want to go for 3 ADCs, but you know, in the end we feel like it's doable because they have a lot of champions that can be kited, but apparently, you know, Rakan happened that game, so kind of had a loss there, I guess.
It's okay. I think that you guys still have a pretty good run overall. Like, we can see that the idea can be done with a little bit more refinement in the future. Hopefully we get to see that again. But Grandin, any questions for the guys who've just basically smacked P6 down to the lower bracket?
Sure. I mean, we saw a lot of prio around Master E in yesterday's games, but in today, when Master E was picked up, didn't have much impact. Do you feel like Master E is a bandage for some of these teams, and for the better teams like you guys and RSG is not a big prio here at all?
Master E need a lot of supporting help to be a super champion. It's like a final strat also lah. It's like a good watermelon strat, but Master E without some of his main components, then he cannot work properly. Yeah,
that's pretty fair enough on why we see Master E coming up with different style of draft where you usually need like a Yuumi or a Lulu to make things work. Now that, you know, this week no Yuumi has been played out, so I guess it's also a little bit harder to execute, right? So now SEM9, Chris, after that victory, you guys are here in the upper bracket semifinals. Who would you rather face against in the upper bracket, RSG or Team Watermelon?
I feel like facing any of them is okay, like it doesn't really matter. But I guess like in my own opinion, I think LFO is not LFO, RSG now is definitely a better team. But I think the upper bracket finals, like, it doesn't really matter. So at the end of the day, it's the grand finals is what does matter. So I think we have to like really grind hard and like train hard, because this is all that matters for the past like few months that we have been training for.
All right. We're also being told that we have the MVP ready for this series. I think I've already given my vote for who I think it should be. Do you guys have any strong opinions on who you think should get the MVP for this one?
Sagi,
Yeah, I think it should be Sagi.
his first non.
Yeah, like he got like 3 ADC champion, and then he got a quadra kill. I think it should be him lah.
All right. Well, let's take a look at that one. I think it should be the case. Hopefully,
get rigged again.
Guy had a great performance. I think the team overall did have a great performance.
Finally,
His first non.
Now he gets to
non-Yasuo
play
MVP.
real ADCs.
acceptable
Yeah,
MVP evaluation.
Finally, some non-biased opinions from the team themselves as well. Well, we have 69% kill participation coming from Sagi, and I guess that
Nice.
the damage output and everything else definitely was well distributed throughout the course of the battle. Well deserving, I would say.
So I have one last question before we call. Well, I'm not sure if Contra has anymore, but I have one more question to ask you guys here, right? So only one seed gets to go through into regionals, and only one seed gets to go through into regionals. How do you guys feel? You guys stack up compared to like the rest of the WCS right now?
Yami said, I think we are like considered middle of the pack in the international, because screen with a lot of international team, and we can see our flaw and weakness also, and our strength. So we're like considered middle of the pack, I guess, in regional. Yeah.
Then
But we're
maybe,
trying
like,
our
the
best
second part to
if
that
we
is
reach
what do you-
there.
and I'm looking forward to it. If that's the case, what do you feel like is the first thing that you guys need to work on, the most important thing for you guys to work on now, so that you guys can rise up a little higher?
I think like team fighting, laning phase, blah, blah, blah. But I think I guess like everything a little bit, but like maybe I think team fighting is the biggest thing that we can improve on. But anyhow, at the end of the day, we really have to take it a step. Like, we will focus on MYSG first, and then after that, C Championship, and if we get to Worlds, then that's it.
All right.
All right.
One step at a time. I think that's the best way to go about it. And of course, thank you so much, RH, as well as Chili. It's great to see you guys really showing us something new every single time you guys go on to battle. And we hope to even see more victories coming in for SEM9, heading all the way to the grand finals. All right. So catch you guys soon.
Okay. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, take it one step at a time. I agree with that mantra, and I agree overall. Like, yeah, I think they are a middle of the pack team, and honestly, they just have to be top 4. I say just, but they have to be top 4, and that is reasonable. You don't have to win the regional finals, but if you get top 4, you get to go to the Icons Global Championship, and I think that is a huge step forward for the WCS MYSG.
Yeah, and there's definitely a whole lot of potential for this. And when we go after for a break later on, we're gonna be getting RSG to take on Team Watermelon. So I'm excited to see who's gonna be challenging SEM9 later on. So, granted, any words before we go on a break?
No, that's it. See you guys tomorrow as well. I'm gonna be there, but then for now, enjoy yourselves with our next 2 casters again.
Here we go now.
Somebody blow up the ceiling, cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Oh, na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next?
Warriors, notorious. War with us, war with us. We the warriors, we notorious. They the warriors, we the warriors. We the warriors, we notorious. They can war with us, we the warriors. They can war with us. They can war with us. We the warriors.
Happy Saturday. The WCS MYSG continues with our second best of 5 of this wonderful day. And in fact, I think it is the series of the day. We have Team Watermelon against RSG. Of course, I'm Husky. Alongside me is Holler. How are you, buddy?
I'm great. I'm happy to be here, and I'm excited to see the new LF org / rebranded into RSG team. I'm very excited for this team today.
Yeah, and just now we saw SEM9 took down P6 in a pretty convincing fashion, you know, barring game 3, where I think Chili mentioned that Rakan happened, but we don't talk about that, right? We only talk about the wins. Same can be said for Team Watermelon. Yesterday, they had a great series against Pathseeker, getting the revenge in a 3-0 fashion. Despite emotion thinking that they will go the distance, that did not happen, and El Major kind of proved us that with his mid lane prowess. And what are you looking forward to today?
I'm actually looking forward to this one going to the full distance. I think that this has the potential for it. There's a lot of bad blood, I would say, between RSG and Team Watermelon. I mean, they split it in terms of the league, you know, in terms of the group standings and all of that. Both of these teams are really back and forth, right? They've kind of figured each other out, but it's going to have to come into this one. This is where all the marbles are in play, so to speak, because again, playoffs, it's a double elimination. If you get eliminated once, you're going to put yourself in a bad spot.
Yeah, and whoever loses this series is going to go down to face off against Upper Esports in the lower bracket tomorrow, right? And so I think it's very important for Team Watermelon to at least show some form of strength. Last time they went up against each other, it came up to pretty close, but RSG always comes out on top. And speaking of RSG, let's take a look at the team. They look so dashing, so cool. I love this new sport of blue and white on these guys. I mean, great that they finally found a home and they are continuing to, you know, bring forth the legacy of this organization. Tipper, SSK, CWJ, Raven, and Rich will make up the lineup for today. This is the strongest iteration that we have seen, and so far, the only team that has ever beaten them is SEM9. But other than that, RSG are in pretty good hands.
They're in good hands, but again, mind you, the only time that they lost, aside from SEM9, was actually the last day in terms of the play day, and that was going to be against Team Watermelon. But let's first look at the highlights.
Yeah, and I think throughout the entirety of the group stage, RSG has shown us that they are a team that thrives in chaos, right? There are so many situations where we see RSG back in the group stage when they were still known as LFO, take on these chaotic fights, contesting objectives whenever they come up, and they always find a way to make it work regardless of the resources that they were given. They're like a team where whatever cards you deal them, they will make the best out of it.
Definitely very versatile, very different from SEM9, who tend to be a little bit more systematic, very controlled and coordinated with their play. LFO, again, as you said it, they love the fact that things are chaotic, and they love the fact that they're killing, you know, they just want team fight after team fight after team fight.
And the members on the side of RSG also kind of demonstrated that, right? You have members like Tipper, you give him a champion, he does what he wants, and just make sure that you communicate with Rich, and Rich translate that to hold Tipper back every once in a while. But most of the time, you just let him go ham. He wants to take a fight 1 versus 3, go ahead. He goes 0-5 in the lane and he wants to 1v1 the top laner, go ahead. You know, Tipper does what he does best. At the end of the day, RSG knows that they can get the win, and that also hugely thanks to Rich on the support role, where he can always not just win the lane for his team, but also become the enabler for hyper carries like Tipper to pop off.
All right, Rich is the 4th highest in terms of KDA in the entire league. He's got an 8.7 KDA, absolutely insane if you think about the fact that he's a support. The other 3 players that are higher than, both on SEM9 with Saji and Winter with 9.8 and 10.1. And Watermelon has Scarlet Petal, who is in 3rd place with 9.5. Absolute monsters, and it says quite a lot about your play. But let's first look at this Watermelon video. Team Watermelon was in 3rd place. This is a team that was on the rise in the second half. They went 5-2 with losses only to SEM9 and Pathseekers, and they had a bit of a hiccup on that one game with Pathseekers. So they've been on the up and up, so to speak, but this is one, you know, they're going to go into the playoffs. They destroyed Pathseeker yesterday, going 3-0, leaving no doubt that they're the top dog in this league. It's going to be Jinkai 2, Vendetta, El Major, Scarlet Petal, and Smurf.
Yesterday, Scarlet Petal played an insane Draven in that game number 3. They consistently were able to find chinks in the armor of Pathseeker, right? Game 1 looked pretty close. Game 2, Pathseeker had a lead, but Watermelon was able to overcome all of that. And we will also kind of go over this when we take a look at the highlights that Watermelon has presented to us throughout the entire group stage. I think this team is kind of like a pseudo RSG, if I might say. They love chaos, they like to fight as well, but the only difference that separates Team Watermelon and RSG is that RSG are able to find those opportunities to capitalize on, whereas Watermelon, sometimes they do tend to overextend and they get punished for it.
No, definitely. And I mean, RSG and SEM9, we knew that those were the top dogs going in, but this one was kind of in the middle tier. We didn't know where Team Watermelon was, but the actual play that they play out, they're very well coordinated. And again, just striving on the mad chaos that happens, the team fights. Like, look at this action. Jinkai just going in, and of course, we got to say big things about Vendetta. This is a jungler, but he doesn't actually play like a jungler. He carries the game. He will take you there. And so that kind of alleviates a lot of the pressure on everybody else. So it just, this team is really starting to get going.
And yesterday we were able to talk to El Major about his role in the team, right? We asked him, does he mind if he gets to play, if they put him on Gragas like 100 games in a row? He says it doesn't really matter. He can play Gragas, whatever they give him, as long as the team wins, that's all that counts, right? He has the eyes on the prize. He doesn't mind if for the rest of the year, he only plays one single champion. If Watermelon can go far and go to the top, that's what he cares about. But the matchup for today, we gotta keep an eye out on the junglers, SSK for RSG and Vendetta from Team Watermelon.
And if we're looking at this kill participation, a absolute monster right here. 60% and 73%. And this is throughout the entire league, right? There have been almost 30 different games that are played from each team. Really depends on how, you played it out. But KDA, again, another big one. 8.5 Vendetta, 5.1 with SSK. But these DPMs and DTPMs, while they might be a little bit higher on Watermelon, it just proves that this is a team that really relies on Vendetta.
And that kind of echoes the point that you laid out just now, right? Vendetta, he's a jungler, but he doesn't play like a jungler. He plays as a carry. We looked at Vendetta against AlexY's head-to-head yesterday when Watermelon played against Pathseeker. It says the same thing. AlexY is an enabling type jungler, so he takes more damage per minute. And then you look at Vendetta's numbers, he basically plays like a dragon laner, right? He goes in, he deals damage, and somehow he still enables the team in the process. And I think that's the one unique part about Watermelon. They are able to enable their jungler instead of doing the opposite. But let's take a look at the predictions. I think coming into today, it will be pretty interesting. We'll see if who is on which side, and I think all of us feel that RSG, is going to take this.
Yeah, Resurgence right now, I mean, yes, they lost against Watermelon, but I think that was kind of a funsy game, right? SSK and Rich, both of them swapped lanes, and they were kind of playing things for fun. It really didn't matter for them because they were going to end up in second place. But this is where, again, things are starting to count, right? It's definitely in the playoffs. If you win this one, you're guaranteed top 3 in the league, which, of course, means more money, and you have that elusive spot for that final roster spot in the WCS championship, something that you need to do. So again, they're going to put it all on the line here. This best of 5, though, I think is going to go the distance.
Yeah, it's for a spot in the upper bracket finals. It's also for a chance to take on SEM9 once more, right? I think these two teams are very hungry for that rematch. Team Watermelon yesterday said that they are confident that they can take on RSG no matter how long it will take for them to close out the series. They feel like they have what it takes to take down this squad. So I'm looking forward to see how it's going to pan out. I think these two teams bring in a very similar playstyle. The Master Yi has been that focal point for some of our squads for the first day of playoffs, and I'm very excited to see if Team Watermelon will run that again.
I think we've seen the rise of the Yi, right? I think he has tremendous carry potential, but the other teams, on the other hand, haven't really been able to counterpick it properly. If you have enough CC, Yi is not a problem. The thing is that you need to make sure that your team is coordinated, which at this level you will be. So it's just a matter of picking the right champions. The draft is going to be ever so important.
And I think just now during the interview against, with Chili and RH just say, yeah, Master Yi is a decent champion to hyper carry the late game, but he does need a lot of support from his team. And right now with Yuumi out of the picture, it kind of narrows down the pool a bit, right? Sure, you have the Lulu, you have the Karma and Shen to add into the picture. Heck, the Galio is also a pretty good champion. But like you said, coordination is going to be the key to enable Master Yi overall. And against a team like RSG, I think Watermelon will kind of second guess themselves whether they want to run such a risky champion. But Set will be the first one to get banned out.
A very easy ban here. This is definitely top 5 meta in terms of picks and bans throughout the league. Set has just been an entire just nuisance. Nobody wants to deal with this guy. He's got crazy amount of potential. But Watermelon, they ban out the Gragas, which is a little interesting because it's the El Major special. But you talked about the fact that, hey, he's willing to do whatever it takes to win, and more power to him, right? He's giving a lot of potential and a lot of space for Vendetta and Scarlet Petal to really control the game. And so it's been one of those things where if you have a team that can kind of, take a step back to give your team a better chance to win, by all means, this is the way to do it.
And I'm looking at what the teams are going to focus on, right? So far, RSG, they are tapping into the Vendetta Jinkai pool with the Fiora ban, Lulu taken out as well. It has been a staple ban in most matches that we see, Lulu being the top enchanter right now. We have seen a fall off in terms of Nami picks recently. The Senna banner by Watermelon, that's going to target the Raven Ridge lane, which is kind of surprising because I thought Watermelon would put a bit more emphasis on the tipper. Maybe they believe that Jinkai will be able to handle the Baron lane just fine. Karma will be the 6th champion to get taken out.
Yeah, it's either been Karma or Shen in the game almost every single time. We've seen either one or the other. I mean, usually one of them is banned and then we usually see the other one. But again, Shen has just so much potential, but is it a great, it's got flexibility as well, right? In the sense of it can play the top laner, it can play support. So you do have potential. I think that it could be a potential pick here even for Watermelon going into the Camille. I think it has the potential to play.
Yeah. At the same time, Watermelon can also go for the Galio, right? You take that away from the Camille, so you don't get the ultimate of Hero's Entrance. The Shen can do just fine. Like Camille can jump in, cast the ult, Shen will follow up with the Stand United. You give Camille an extra layer of protection. I think this really enables these kind of diving champions to be a bit more effective overall, and also opens up a bit more options for teams to go for if they want to run the same team comp with similar properties. But the Olaf comes through from Watermelon, and that kind of takes away your ultimatum. Olaf runs you down. He doesn't care.
Yeah, he can just run at you. But again, this is one of those compositions that they have in mind. This is the synergy that they're looking for. And what do you pick into that one? You pick Graves. You're going to kite him to death, keep your distance, but, put him in some smoke so he can't see anything. So you got yourself a potential play, a counter play right there. I really like this Gragas pick. A Graves pick, sorry.
And I think Graves received a bit of love, right? He is end of the line, deals more damage to jungle camp, so you increase that camp clearing speed for Graves, allows him to hyper farm a bit more, and it also allows him to scale better into that late game. Now, if you lock someone down, Graves gets in your face and completely just blows you up with his slug shots. They give themselves the Braum as well, so if someone wants to run at you, the Braum can create this glacial fissure, kite you out, and the Unbreakable is always great to block projectiles. So far, we haven't seen that from Watermelon just yet, but now with the Ziggs picked up for Team Watermelon, it kind of negates what the Braum wants to do. The bombs, they don't care.
Yeah, but Braum, this is one of those pickups that has very little success. I think it has like a 35% win rate throughout, and it has like 15 or so games under its belt. It's just one of those picks where maybe if you're up against a whole bunch of ranged champs, it makes sense, but they had nobody at the time. They only had Galio and the Olaf being shown there. I thought it was one of those things where even it's a suspect against the Olaf, but I like this Ziggs pick. I think Ziggs has been the new champion. I think that you got to be careful for this one. I think it has a 60% win rate over 40 games. I mean, this is a champion that, is definitely the meta.
He's a turret demolisher, great wave shove, AoE damage, and RSG's lineup so far, they like to fight together, right? They like to clump up in a tight space, and that's basically a free fire range for the Ziggs. Throws in his ultimate, hits all of you, and that's a big chunk of damage coming your way. We get the Rakana Kali ban up by RSG, and Watermelon decides to now target Raven in the Dragon lane. No Vayne to shred the tanks, no Kai'Sa to scale into the late game. It kind of limits the option of what Raven could go for.
Very difficult right now. I think that this is one of those moments where who do you pick as an ADC? Both of those, Vayne, Kai'Sa, great bans right there, especially since it goes into the Ziggs. Those are two other meta champions, and now they're going to have to kind of struggle, right? RSG have to go into the pool. Is like, how deep is my champion pool? Do I have something that can deal with this potential Ziggs Shen lineup?
And I love what this Shen provides, right? Now you have double layer of protection. If Vendetta runs in, he wants to go berserk on his Viking. Galio comes in, Shen joins the fight, and Ziggs just stands back and throws all his spells. That kind of solves a lot of that problem. The RSG still have some options to access, and that is going to be the Varus. Great wave clear, passive Grievous Wounds from Hail of Arrows, good poke, good health percentage damage, and a built-in lockdown with their ultimate. So it got a pretty stable Dragon laner for themselves.
Stable, yes, but very immobile. And if you see an Olaf running at you, you're going to have a hard time. So the Orianna can kind of mitigate that. Braum can kind of help you a little bit. But, you know, Varus, this is one that's been picked 17 times. It has a 29% win rate. Again, you know, just not to just throw out numbers, these things kind of matter because it's been the meta throughout. There's been reasons why they haven't been winning. And I feel like Watermelon are putting themselves in a great spot, especially with this last Zed pick here.
And we see Major playing the Zed, right? It's a champion that we don't see a player like Major go on pretty often. We see him play the Gragas, sometimes he plays the Galio, the Ahri, but Assassin is something new, and I do like this from Watermelon, right? It's going to be a pick that's not only good for the team, but it's also good into this Orianna Zed matchup. And sure, by default, Orianna should win the early game, but she's relatively squishy. Before the Zhonya's, before you get your Archangel staff, the Zed's gonna one-shot you with the Death Mark. And I think that got enabled because of the Ziggs picks, allow them to flex. They see that Varus is gonna be in the bottom lane, and they decide, you know what, we're gonna have someone that can equally shove up with the Q, and we'll put the Zed into the Orianna.
I think it's going to be the end of the day, just how well they can protect the Ziggs, right? If you could protect him and let him just do his damage throughout, you're going to have a bad time. He just needs to stay away. His positioning is key in every single team fight. It's going to come down to him, just how well that team, that layer of meat, so to speak, just kind of protects the Ziggs so that nobody can get to him. But, you know, again, it's going to come down to, you know, can they get to him? Do they have options? Yes, but it might be very difficult for them.
Yeah, so we have ways to run in, but how far can we go, right? How far can we go before we eventually get punished? And I do like what we are seeing in the jungle as well. We get the Graceful SSK, Vendetta has the Olaf, so both of these junglers going for a carry type champion, which means that they are putting a lot of that weight on their shoulders. But I do prefer the Olaf pick a bit more because you can function better in that mid game with lesser items compared to the Graves, who needs to farm out the Bloodthirster into Solari Charge Blade before you really can dish out some pain.
All right, this is going to be a heavyweight fight. Yes, you know, I think that you're setting it up for Watermelon to take this one. I do like their draft myself, so I'm going to agree with you on that one. But I do feel like, you know, RSG are going to come back. This is one that's going to go, I think the distance, you can quote me on it. I think it's going to go to game 5. I feel like these teams are very evenly matched. It's going to be the chess match going into this one. The drafts are going to be ever so important. I think the slight edge is going to go to Team Watermelon.
Yeah, I'm going to quote you on that. I will also quote Major on that because he thinks it will go the distance. And I also agree. I feel like this will not be a good series if we don't go to game 5, right? I feel it's way too interesting for us to not enjoy all 5 games, but this will be the final iteration of the draft. Pretty standard, right? We are not seeing too much of a flex. You know, with the Grace pickup, that kind of shows us that the community is going Baron lane anyways. The only real flex is probably with the Ziggs, but at the end of the day, the Zed confirms that Ziggs is going Dragon lane. So we can agree that we both love Watermelon's lineup, but we also think that RSG has the capabilities to thrive in these kind of situations.
Yeah, my biggest worry right now is RSG. How do they deal with this Olaf? He's literally just going to run at you. You've got the hero's entrance on top of that. Like, this guy is a problem. I mean, yeah, you could kite him, but at some point he's going to catch somebody. Somebody will be nearby. They're going to get a stun. I mean, like, look at Elmajor. Even on the Zed is just going to run at you. It's going to be very difficult. It's kind of like that horror movie. You know that the enemy is there around the corner, but like, how do you deal with it? Do you have a gun? Do you have a shotgun? What are you going to do?
For Vendetta, I kind of am visualizing what is going to happen. He probably will buy Righteous Glory and you just see this Viking run at you. I've been seeing these kind of Olafs in my recent games. They go full on carry mode, Black Cleaver, Divine Sundra, Dead Man's Plate, Righteous Glory, they run at you and you just die. That's basically what I project to happen. But with that being said, I think the stage is set. It's about to happen. RSG takes on Team Watermelon. The good thing about the Singapore region is that there are 2 titans. In Malaysia, everyone talks about SEM9 and SEM9 only. Everyone is kind of in the backstage. But for Singapore, we have RSG with Team Watermelon. I am just excited to see what this is going to turn out. I think the jungle will be the focal point.
Oh, this is definitely a personal game. This is, you want to be the best in the region. You want to make sure that your name is called, even if it happens to be, maybe you dropped a SEM9 in the end. We're going to have to see that one out, especially since there's plenty of games to be played. But it's one of those things where, you know, how much respect you have. This, you see that RSG has been picked up. They finally can get rid of their LF org moniker, and, you know, they've got somebody. Now, Watermelon, how do you feel in that situation? Do you feel like RSG is rightly picked up the right squad?
I think for Watermelon, they don't really care too much. At least that's what our major has in mind. Like, yeah, RSG can pick you up. Regardless, we are still going to play our best. And one of the things I like about these teams are that they know that they are good. They're confident in their skills. And whenever we talk about them losing, it's just, to them, it's just they're not playing serious enough. If they're playing seriously, they would have won. But they decided to have fun, and they ended up losing a series or two. And I think that's the kind of mindset that keeps you, you know, at the top of your game, because you know that you are going to win.
Okay, that makes sense. And to be honest, you know, if there's less stress to the team, obviously everybody's going to play a little better. They're going to be a little bit focused. But at the same time, it's got to be in the back of the head where you're seeing something like this, where, you know, again, they're picked up. And are they really the better team in the region? Should that be mine? What's going to happen? And I think that, you know, this is just going to motivate Watermelon to play to a higher level.
Yeah, and you talk about stress, right? Watermelon, they are oraclers, they play for fun, so they don't have stress. But for RSG, they now have a legacy, have a name to carry. Rich not looking too good, forced to flash away, forced out of the jungle, and Watermelon gets an early sum.
Yeah, I mean, Braum had his shield out. Rich, that is a little bit heavy, and I'm a little surprised that he was able to flash over there, you know? He's been working his weight, so to speak, and being able to carry that heavy shield. But, you know, it's a good play, and Rich was just looking to rotate more than anything else, but nothing really was lost.
I love Braum's story. So I played, what was that, the League of Legends RPG game? The Rune King? Yeah, Rune King. Yeah, and then Braum has a really good lore, right? A very cool guy from Field Road. The hookshot does miss from Tipper, so Jinkai just dashes away, doesn't even have to blow the sums, gets a reset. Now if a fight happens, he can stand United in. I love this from Watermelon. Things are going so good so far.
Very good. And this is what Watermelon did really well yesterday, right? They had great laning, didn't give Pathseeker any time to breathe, and they were just controlling the game from minute one. You know, I'm seeing more of that from here, but again, net worth is a little bit of, you know, a tie. It's a bit of a wash, nothing to worry about if you happen to be a fan of RSG. But again, Watermelon, they do well in the laning phase, and something that you do need to respect as an RSG player.
Yeah. We see a minor lead in the jungle, right? Vendetta is 300 gold up SSK, but in the Baron lane, Tipper is is a bit richer than Jinkai, which I think is kind of expected. You're up against a Camille. He's gonna go for the Divine Sundra to kind of shred your health. We're talking about 3 bulky targets on the side of Watermelon, so that Divine Sundra is going to be so valuable for Tipper come mid to late game. But the objective fight, that's what I'm looking at. 20 seconds left before they spawn.
Yeah, this is going to be an important one. And Scarlet Petal and Smurf are just making that rotation so that they're, you know, quick to rotate whichever side they need to go on, which side they want to commit to. As I say that, it looks like RSG are kind of prioritizing a little bit of the bottom, and they're getting some wards on, making sure that that dragon doesn't get snuck by. But, you know, this is one of those moments. It's a tense moment because, you know, if one goes for them, do you defend it or do you go for the other objective?
And when you go up against a Ziggs composition, you generally want to take that Rift Herald away. You want to break that mid-tier one as fast as possible, and that's what SSK is doing. He is going to have Rich to be with him. They will trade the objectives. RSG take the Herald, and Watermelon will go for the Inferno Drake.
Okay, not at all in all a decent trade. I mean, nobody's really going to be, you know, upset with this one, considering that you get the trade. But SSK is taking a little bit more time here, which means that the rest of the squad of RSG are farming elsewhere, right? I think it took a little bit more, but as I say that, the bottom lane is getting pushed in.
Yeah, Watermelon is most likely going to get this first turret. The Herald will be dropped top, but Watermelon gets to enjoy a bit more gold. They actually tried to gank our Major with the Chain of Corruptions and Glacial Fissure, but our Major got out, didn't even have the flash at that time, so that's kind of the icing on the cake. Divine Sundra online for Jinkai. He wants to fight, and Vendetta bot will have support from the Shen. Stand United comes in. The dash does go wide. No taunt for him, but doesn't matter. Vendetta flashes for first blood.
Oh, Shen, Stand United, it's just so strong, right? The potential, you think that you have a 1 versus 1, and then all of a sudden, unfairly, this guy comes out of nowhere, and he just like basically takes over, and it's, you know, it's a 1 versus 2 at that point. So, you know, Tipper, this is one of those things where you gotta respect it. You gotta understand the cooldown. Like, you know it's on cooldown now so that you have an opening, but it was one of those moments where you probably should have thought of that before you took that fight.
But realistically, it did came pretty close, right? Tipper was fighting a Shenshu and Enraged Vendetta, and he almost killed Vendetta before Jinkai showed up. So that itself really shows us how good Tipper is as a player, and also how Camille, when played to the absolute maximum, can provide these kind of individual value. That Divine Sandra is really already putting in the work, and of course, Tipper once more going on to Jinkai, but it's an ambush. Watermelon set up a bait, they catch Rich, and Tipper finds himself in a 1 versus 3. It is just unfair, but that is how you punish Tipper.
Okay, Tipper, I love the way the guy plays. He is he has so much confidence. He goes all in whenever he's there. But the problem is that he's a high-risk, high-reward player. Sometimes he gets caught out. He gets very bloodthirsty. He sees the guy in front of him, like the Jinkai, and he thinks, oh, it's on cooldown. Nobody really can help him. I can take this fight. And he expected Rich to be within the area to kind of help him out. Unfortunately, didn't really plan out the way that happened. And Tipper can sometimes get into a bad spot.
And how do you peel off the layers of defense in Watermelon, right? It feels like if you're RSG, you're looking at a very juicy, thick clove of onion. I don't know if clove is the right term.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need to see where you're going with this.
Yeah, you have the Stand United, you have the Galio ult. In fact, I don't think we have seen a Galio ult just yet. And you can say the same for RSG. If they want to go for Watermelon, they have to go through all of that. In this case, Scarlet Petal has no chance. Stand United wasn't even committed. Watermelon understood that Scarlet Petal was going to go down anyways.
Okay, well, at the end of the day, no, I like where the onion, the analogy was going, because of the fact that, like, once you're peeling through all of the different layers, you're crying at the end of the day, right? I think that it's going to be very difficult. I do like that analogy in the end, but Rich here might make a play on Jinkai.
Jinkai about to get dove. Team is there though, they have the Hero's Entrance and they will be immediately used. Jinkai gets a taunt onto SSK as CWJ will zone up Vendetta, so that bottom lane is going to have a kind of a split up fight. But thankfully Watermelon hold on to the structure. RSG moving the whole family there, not able to get anything out of it.
Okay, I feel like every single time you go, you try to take a fight with Watermelon, it's like, oh, I'm gonna phone a friend, and then like his buddy comes out from like left field to just help out. This is one of those really annoying, compositions that they have. As I say that, bottom lane Zed going up against Tipper gets caught out again.
Tries to dodge the Deathmark proc with the ultimatum, but still ends up going down. So Tipper 0-3 so far. Watermelon putting a lot of emphasis on this Baron laner. And you hit the nail on the head. Tipper, high risk, high reward. He's a high roller, right? He doesn't care if it's 0-3. He will fight you until he eventually wins. But sometimes it's like trying to run your head into a brick wall. It's either your head cracks first or the brick wall goes down. In this case, I think Tipper's head is going to be suffering from a bit of a concussion.
Okay. Well, Tipper might not care that he's 0-3. I think his team is kind of like, hey, dude, maybe you should settle down just a little bit, get a little bit more farm. And Tipper can do that. He can carry. He can get himself back in this game. I don't expect to see the end of him, but it looks like Watermelon are doing a good job of focusing on Tipper, making sure that he has a bad game. Give the rest of your team a better.
And with Tipper being on the back foot, it also kind of disables RSG from taking those engages, right? Tipper isn't as durable as you would want him to be. The second Drake does spawn in Watermelon, they're going onto it, but Raven and Rich, they show up, they bring Scarlet Petal low, but he does have those long range utility. The ultimate gets thrown out onto Ravens, our Major goes onto the back line, the Dragon is stolen away by SSK, but CWJ will trade his life back, the Shen joins in with the Stand United as Rich finds himself in a pickle, uses the Glacial Fissure, isolates Jinkai, stunned him with the Concussive Blast, Tipper hookshots backwards onto Smurf, and that will allow RSG to give Raven a double kill. They win that fight.
Resurgence, what an amazing team fight. They got the Dragon. Yes, they got the steal with SSK, just fast fingers with the Smite, but they got 3 members of Watermelon, and they're going to go for more.
And Our Major has no chance. Hookshot lands, they get the slow from Rich, 4 down on Watermelon, and that is the RSG that you wanted to see. Watermelon had a good draft, Tipper is low entry, doesn't matter. Chaos ensue, RSG takes control of the fight, and they win that skirmish.
Really good fight. Just really well played. And this is the power of RSG. If we're going to check this replay here, look at how chaotic thing is. Look at the positioning of RSG very close to the Dragon, making sure that they're going to get the Smite. Olaf was not able to do that. Vendetta, on the other hand, as I say, that CWJ gets so low. He gets bursted here, but that Fissure very, very late. I thought that could have probably happened a little bit closer towards when the Dragon was still up. Maybe you get the chance, but it looks like Vendetta will take the Rift Herald.
He takes the Rift Herald, but RSG will take his life. Vendetta tries to fight back, but against the sheer force of RSG, that will not happen. Constellation prizes the Rift Herald, and RSG winning the Dragon fight thanks to Raven's stasis enchantment, right? Got the Zhonya's early, preventing himself from dying, and basically just piercing arrow his way for a teamfight win.
It looks like they're going to focus on the top lane here. They do have, again, the Rift if they want to just drop it, but just providing so much pressure.
Oh, Scarlet Petal caught by the ultimatum. They have to use the Stand United, but even then, they will not be enough. Now, Our Major wants a counter kill, but all he gets is Rich, as Smurfs almost got caught by the Chain of Corruptions. It doesn't happen though, but RSG, they take 2 kills, they take the top tier 2.
Okay, this is what I was talking about. Okay, Smurf, as he's going to get gone on here, gets the Justice Punch.
It just gets dealt with. Vendetta pops the Ragnarok, tries to 1 versus 4, but Raven just bursts him.
Yeah, just not good fights. I mean, these are numbers where you're trying to, like, you know, in any situation, if you're going to go up against 2 versus 4, you're going to have a bad time, right? And it looks like RSG are just happy to just take the free food that they're getting fed, so to speak. But it looks like Watermelon, this is one of those situations where they're probably better deathballing it, right? They're sticking together, make sure they get the right pickoffs. They've had a difficult time trying to pick off SSK and CWJ and Raven, who are kind of on the back line, just doing as much damage as they're on. It seems like Watermelon are very unfocused. They're not understanding who they need to kill at the same time. They're not on the right page.
And that kind of perfectly sums up what RSG has been doing right. They take control of those fights. They have so many ways to kind of chunk down your health bar, right? With those max health percentage damage, Raven has that with the Blight stacks, and they also have some sort of utility to keep each other alive. Tipper, he's just gonna play Disruption. He went from 0-3 to 3-4-4. Divine Sunderer, play the Rune King, and a Stasis Enchantment. Now, Watermelon can go on Tipper and punish him like they used to.
Yeah, and look at Scarlet Petal. Like, this is a guy who literally carries his team, right? He has the highest KDA. He's going to get a ton of kills, but the thing is that he has no farm. He's actually 2k behind Raven right now, and he's struggling to get anything going because he hasn't really had time to get those pickoffs, to get those kills, any sort of farm. And, like, again, just Scarlet Petal, he has to have perfect positioning, especially since you don't really have the damage. But let's look at the top lane.
They want to go for Tipper. Righteous Glory, Ragnarok, Tipper gone on ultimatum onto Vendetta, gets bursted down as the Mega Inferno Bomb only hits onto 1, which doesn't matter too much because Tipper, he is going to take control of the show. Hero's entrance used defensively straight into Glacial Fissure as Smurf gets locked down and finished off RSG with 2 kills.
Easiest Fissure of his life, right? He saw exactly where it was going to be centered on. Rich just lining it up, making sure that the timing is right. But it provides a little bit of space for El Major, who does need to do some damage. You got to start finding space elsewhere. El Major might die here. He's got to be a little bit careful. But again, take what space is given to you.
Jinkai tries to fight Tipper, but Tipper is just toying around. And oh no, he baked the Scarlet Petal in. The Ball Squad just got caught out. And Immobile Ziggs goes down. CWJ chases El Major away as Watermelon are slowly falling apart.
Okay, if we're talking about, again, the positioning of Scarlet Petal, it needs to be flawless. But the thing is that his team are not in front of him. They're not playing the way that the team composition is. As I say that, flash forward.
Tries to go for a steal, but they just turn on him. Doesn't give him the smite. Great discipline from RSG. SSK secures that. Rift Herald drop up top. Baron power play coming through. We're looking at almost a 10k goalie for RSG right now, Holler.
They're absolutely in domination right now. RSG proving to be very strong, a formidable opponent right here, making things very difficult. Vendetta right there running into the Baron pit. Just seemed like he was running into a wall. Again, he runs in there, throws on Ragnarok, no real chance. And look at Jinkai and Scarlet Petal are like, we got to get out of here. He tries to go for the hero's entrance just to keep himself alive, but Rich lines up the Fissure, takes him down. Easiest Fissure of his life.
And this was the one that Scarlet Petal got caught out, right? Thanks to RSG, they have perfect vision in that red side jungle. So Hero's Entrance is when Gallo uses his ultimate. But if he used that to escape, is that like the exit of shame?
Yeah, I think so, actually.
They will
but they're going to get something
CWJ.
here.
SSK gone on. Our Major has support from the Shen. The taunt onto SSK. SSK buying a lot of time. Meanwhile, Vendetta tries to run over CWJ, but the Orianna finally takes down. SSK also gives his life up, but another good Glacial Fissure from Rich not only catches out Jinkai, but also slows down Scarlet Petal. He uses that exhaust, goes into stasis, but they have more than enough health and damage to take him down. Triple kill for Raven while all of that was happening. Almay just stuck in base, trying to deal with Tipper, who is just doing his own thing. Another day in the office. I think game 1 is already over. Tipper just wants to pat that KD, lock El Major down, precision protocol in his face, Ghost Gold in mid-air, and yeah, it's a show of force.
Yeah, look at that. And he's got really no chance. Even Rich is getting in on the action. El Major, tried to just go for the outplay, and it looks like he got outplayed as the game 1 is going to go the way of RSG in complete control.
And in the blink of an eye, the game has ended. The one thing about watching a game of RSG is always you are just waiting for that one tipping point, right? That one team fight. After the dragon fight, I think we didn't slow down. It was just fight after fight after fight, and after every single skirmish, RSG just pulled ahead a bit more, and that was exactly what happened in game 1.
Okay. That one's kind of on me. I think I put a little too much hype in the Watermelon draft, but that's not how you're supposed to play it. It's a little bit more difficult than that. I don't think they got their feet, it's just like a warm-up game, right? Let's just put it call it what it is.
Yeah, fair enough. I think that is a good justification, right? Sometimes they need to get the execution right, but we did see some sort of hesitation. We will take a short break though after this high-octane game 1, and we will come back to talk more about what has just happened.
Here we go now.
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. I'm a boss till I fall. I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog. Had my back against the wall. I accept every challenge. Had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace. Treat the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind. Great things take time. Now how I shine. You might go blind. Come along for the ride. Cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option. They can never ever stop this. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found my light and now I shine. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found the light and now it's mine. This is my moment. My
Hello and welcome back to the Upper Bracket Semifinals. We just saw the first game where RSG took down Team Watermelon in style. I don't think there was any sort of doubt for them, and it just looked like it was a very unbeatable, game, so to speak, for Team Watermelon. What were your thoughts?
I think both teams didn't let us catch our breath properly, right? It's like, your heart rate is normal, it's beating, I don't know the exact amount, let's say 80 beats per minute, right? And then suddenly it goes up to 160 beats per minute and you have no way to stop it. And within 5 minutes, you are forced to go back to your normal heartbeat. I think that's how I described it. Very high octane in the second half, and it just kind of exploded and it never stopped.
Yeah, it was a bit crazy, right? I think that Team Watermelon, okay, let's start from the beginning. The draft, I thought, was actually superior from Team Watermelon, the second piece, and then I thought that they were, Tipper having a bad day was going to be a rough one. But first, let's check out the trivia question for today.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what question is going to be asked. So, where were Kale and Morgana born? So, A, Demacia, B, Mount Targon, C, Shurima, and D, Shadow Isles. This is actually a good question. I actually don't know the answer.
Yeah, actually, to be honest, if it's not an Arcane and a Netflix documentary, I have a hard time following up with any sort of, actual fluff, so to speak. But, I think that, we'll let the audience figure this one out. Maybe if you're in chat, let me know, give us, an idea of what you think that the correct answer for this one is.
I always love it when I don't know the answer to the trivia because I feel like that means that it's a good trivia. Well, now I listen to myself, I felt like I phrased that badly. It's not to say that the trivias are not good. I'm just saying that it's interesting to see that people dive deep into the lore and try to make other people understand what's happening behind the scenes. Like we talk about Philroad, it's Ash and Trinomir, they are married, king and queen. That's why we have the skin line in PC version. So this one is one of those good ones. Morgana and Kill, they are sisters, and now they are mortal enemies. So there's a lot behind the scenes.
Okay, well, all I want to say is props to production, right? I think game one, like the first play day, the first trivia question was how many lanes were there in Wild Rift, right? So I think that we've gone leaps and bounds beyond in terms of where we're at. But let's go to the post game. Let's figure out what happened in game one with RSG and Watermelon.
I think it's pretty much a wash. Like the numbers reflect that. It doesn't seem to be the case in the early stages, and I think that's the interesting part. I feel like Tipper, we thought that he's having a start to a bad day, but it's not really a bad day per se. It's just him giving some leeway to Watermelon.
Look at that Raven 907, right? Like just the fact that how many kills did he steal? I don't know, but he did so much damage, so much, he was all over the place in terms of getting those kills. But man, this is a big step up for Raven. Had a monster game, made sure that, his team was going to be in the driver's seat throughout the entire time. But look at El Major did get a 5-3-0. KDA, kind of important. I talk about, I stress how good it is in terms of evaluation. But the thing is that El Major got pickoffs here and wasn't really able to contribute in any other way. The team fights looked bad. Vendetta really struggled in terms of just getting anything going. He ran into a brick wall a couple too many times.
And I think it's also like the conversion of these kills, right? Like the value that you want to see out of Watermelon, they weren't really able to convert that into anything substantial. Sure, you kill Tipper 3 times to take the bot tier 1, but what happens after that? Tipper is just going to come back to life. He will continue to split push the lane. He will continue to hard engage onto you. Like what is the value out of it? I think Watermelon were not able to really answer that. They only got probably a kick out of killing Tipper, but that's pretty much it. Resurgence turned up the game, and Watermelon could not control them.
Okay, Tipper died 3 times early in the game, and he died 1 time for the rest of the game. He ends up doing the most damage. So yeah, you might have him on a a bit of a bad early start, but he's going to get back in the game, right? His team understands how to get him back in, and just by taking objectives, doing some good, roaming and some good ganks, you're going to get yourself back in, and Tipper was able to do that and just control the game from then on out.
It's like those kung fu movies, right? Like these antagonists, like first of all, when they, like those Jackie Chan movies, for example, right? He faces off against a bad guy. The bad guy looks very, very normal, just like another henchman. He takes a couple of punches and suddenly he becomes stronger and stronger and stronger, and Jackie Chan feels like he couldn't stand a chance. And that's kind of what Tipper is. He takes a few blows to the face and he comes back swinging, and there's nothing that Watermelon can do about it.
Okay, and also, did you know Tipper actually does his own stunts as well? So very alike Jackie Chan, so very similar in that sense. But I like that analogy because of the fact that he did take a bunch of punches, right? And I think any other team, any other player might have been like, oh, I'm so demoralized. I just died 3 times. Why am I feeding? And start questioning yourself. But he's so mechanically sound. He's like, I've done this before. I've gone 0-5, 0-10. This is nothing for me. I'll get myself back in this game.
Like when you go 0-1, you get a question mark. When you go 0-2, is the what are you doing? And if you go 0-3 in a normal game, that's the FF button, right? You have to get everyone unanimously surrendering. That's my experience. Like we all had bad experiences in our games, but at least for yesterday, I think it's because of the power of WCS. All my games were wins, and I hope I don't jinx it by saying that. I just want to share that I had a great Friday, but we're going to take a look at the draft for Game 2. I want to see the adjustments from Team Watermelon.
Yeah, they're going to have to adjust. I think the team, again, it was one of those things where they need to go back to basics. They just need to simplify things, play to their strengths. I think that, the draft in Game 1 is definitely a potential and something they need to work out, but it didn't seem like I really saw that Shen, that impact, that effect that he was going to control over the game. There was one fight, I think, that he saved Tipper, but that was pretty much the end of it. I didn't really see Shen doing Shen things.
Yeah, and I think this is also this seeding alone is good for RSG, right? Because they get the default bye into the second round, so they get to see what Watermelon have been playing yesterday. More time to study, more time to prep themselves. I think those counter strats are really coming true. So far, though, the bans are the same. Watermelon now get first pick. Gragas, Senna, Set, same champions.
Okay, look, for the record, if you win this one, you're in the upper bracket finals and you're guaranteed top 3, right? Top 3 means 14,000, 16.5, or 20K USD, depending on what place you end up. So, that's a sizable jump considering 4th place is 11.5K USD. So, there's a lot at stake, right? They want to make sure that they're playing well, they're getting themselves in that position. So they're going to take every game seriously. Now it's up to Watermelon. Got punched in their face. How do they respond? Do they respond like Chris Rock, where they kind of backpedal a little bit, don't let the cops get involved, and we'll figure things out?
Yeah, Chris Rock is a pacifist, right? I think if Watermelon wants to win, they can't do it Chris Rock style. They have to do something. They have to be the Will Smith. So Olaf, Lulu ban, Watermelon grabbed the karma for themselves. That was banned out by RSG in game number 1. And RSG, they now have the Camille Galio if they want to.
Okay, they're going to continue on with this Camille pick until you can stop the Tipper from just going off. I think they're going to continue to do this. But Varus picking this one in blind. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's a pretty safe pick, right? He is immobile, and that is his only weakness. But other than that, I am a huge advocate of Varus. I played it a lot, and I am on Olmo's side. I think he is very self-sufficient. He has crowd control, he has burst, he has decent wave clear. He basically does a lot of things that most ADCs don't get to do early on.
Okay. I mean, the mobility thing scares me, right? But it's one of those things where if you can protect him or he can kite everything from afar, kind of like RSG did in Game 1, we could see more of that, right? So it definitely plays to their style, and if it ain't broke, why fix it? So, but, Galio picks here in Aurelia. What are your thoughts into both the Varus and the Camille who they had seen at that point?
Yeah, you get a fat shield from the Karma. Galio, Hero's Entrance, again, provides crowd control. The Irelia, one of those champions that can scale into the late game. We talked about how Varus has no mobility. Irelia gets on top of him with the Blade Surge and kind of gives you access to the backline. So I think I love what Watermelon is going for, but RSG, they will kind of make up for that. They get the Shen, they don't have the Galio, but the Shen does just fine. Graves and the Kali now banned out.
Yeah, both of those, again, I think that they were respecting the Graves and SSK's. Graves was difficult to deal with, right? He has just so much mobility. He wants to just shoot you from afar. And again, Watermelon, this is one of those things where they want to run at you, right? Aurelia and Galio, both of these guys just want to have that team, they want to put face or fist to face, and they just want to run at you. So it makes it very easy for them in terms of their playstyle, and they want to take away some of the potential, counters to their team.
Yeah, take away what SSK has been good on. You eliminate the Graves, a sign of respect towards SSK, but you also eliminate the Lee Sin, which is a huge playmaker, right? You already have Tipper on the Camille, you already have potential Rich playing the Shen. Like SSK could play Camille for all we know because it is a good flex pick. But for RSG, their bans are a bit more direct. The Akali and Renekton ban targeted at Jinkai, and they will get SSK the Jack. So Tipper will be on that Baron lane Camille.
Yeah, and I love this Jax pickup. I think it's great against the Aurelia and the Galio, so it makes a lot of sense here. But Scarlet Petal, or sorry, the next pick by Watermelon needs to be key. How do you deal with Jax? Do you CC him? Do you have some sort of way? Maybe you go range, you keep it afar, and there we go. The Ezreal here, that's a decent pickup.
Self-sufficient, does just fine, has that built-in mobility with the arcane shift. So I do like what Watermelon is going for, and they will reveal their jungler pick right now, right? Because they have three possible flex pick with the Karma, Galio, and Aurelia. I want to see what Watermelon goes for Smurf. It is going to be the Galio, the Garen. So I think Jinkai will be on the Garen. We get our major mid Aurelia. Actually, no, it's an Aurelia jungle.
Vendetta
yeah.
Aurelia.
Yeah, it's a Vendetta Aurelia.
Yeah, and we talked about this before in the pregame, and just how a carry jungler he is. He definitely likes to play those carry types, and Aurelia he's played it in the past. He's done quite well. He understands how to play this one. I wouldn't consider it its main, but he's very strong with the champion. Things that you need to look out for. But look at this Orianna pick last for RSG. What basically screams, I need this Orianna as that last pick?
I think it's just a good pick overall, right? They have the ball delivery system. Raven can deliver the ball. Tipper can do it. Rich can do it. You know, they are they're employees from the same courier service center, right? It depends on who is on shift that day. But I think this also forces Watermelon to make a decision to potentially put that Galio bot, because if Galio into Orianna is just going to bully you out of lane. If you have Karma, you have that range advantage, you can play safer. I do like the Orianna pick from RSG.
It adds a lot, right? In terms of just utility, just in terms of team fight. So the potential is there. I really do like that last pick. And I think it's a nice trump card in the end, especially since that you've seen exactly what the enemy is bringing in terms of Team Watermelon. But okay, we're seeing Karma and Shen again. They've been perma banned or picked almost throughout. Are you liking these two champions here?
I think both champions are really strong, but I feel like there's still a lot of room to experiment with them, right? I personally have more experience playing against Karma. I think Karma's ultimate in War is just absolutely busted. Has AoE that covers half the screen, vacuums you into the center. It's basically everything that you want for a big team fight. So Karma herself provides a lot of utility for the team. And for Shen, I think he has similar properties. You know, he can split push, he can stand united. But overall, they are not the be or end all, right? They are not the must pick like a Yuumi or a Lulu. I feel like these champions rank higher than Karma and Shen, but that's just what I feel so far based off of the sample size we have.
Okay. No, I see that too. I think just because Yuumi, Lulu are just like on another level. That's like S tier, S plus, SSS plus tier, right? It's just very difficult to deal with. So it's good to see that Yuumi has had some a bit of a hiccup in terms of being bugged out, and so that's why teams have not been banning or picking it, just to let everybody know. But again, I think that these have potential. I think that the support pool is definitely going to be stronger for having them in. It adds a lot of versatility, right? I think that you're going to get caught off guards at times by both of these champions. So a very interesting pick. But look at what is going on. Raven on the Shen, Rich on Varus. What's going on?
Does this throw us back to that last play day where RSG just went for go for a roll swap against Watermelon because they were that confident? Maybe it doesn't change too much, right? It's not like Tipper is playing that Varus. It's just the Dragon lane changing. You know, they both play in the same lane. I don't think it's gonna be too big of a problem. But we actually get our major on the Galio into Orianna, so that will be fun. In fact, I think for RSG coming into this match, it's going to be another situation where can Watermelon convert those early lead that they get into something? If they don't get a lead like they did in game 1, then I think RSG will have a way better chance.
It's all about the laning phase for Watermelon, right? This is a team that strives in the laning phase. If they win the laning phase, usually they prevail, right? It's one of those moments where this ship, floats or sinks based on that laning phase alone. I feel like this is a team that really needs to do well in that first 5 to 10 minutes. Make sure that they're getting themselves in a position to win because, RSG are going to turn it up. And you saw it in the last game. The game was very even. And then all of a sudden, RSG were like, oh, objective. They're just taking everything. And it was very difficult for Watermelon to get back in the game.
It's like building a ship itself, right? If you don't construct the foundations properly, your ship is going to sink before you even set sail, right? You will have too many leaks to plug. I think that's what Watermelon needs to get at. I was actually talking to Contra before he casted the first series this morning, and we were talking about the picks and bans, and I said that on red side right now you have a bit more room to breathe, because previously you have to ban the Yuumi. If you don't ban the Yuumi, the enemy is going to take it, and it kind of takes away a lot of your opportunities to target ban other champions. But now with Yuumi permanently out for at least towards today, you can focus your bans on more important champions like Camille, like Zed, like Lulu. Like these have more impact overall, I feel. So I think it gives a lot more room for red side to work with.
Yeah, and that's what we want. We want more versatility. We want more, team-based bans. I think that's more important, right? Because then you just make it more fun, as opposed to having these like overpowered champions that you have to ban it or else you're playing against it. It just becomes painful, right? So it's one of those moments where you need to ensure that we have a little bit more of a baseline, a little bit more in the sense of I want to just target this specific player more than anything else.
I think the best part is that, like, you see a team, they target ban like certain champions, and then they end up losing, and then the next game they come in, they start thinking, what do they do to alter, to change in the ban phase, right? They're gonna go from ABC to ADF or something like that. I think that's the best kind of games, because it means that you can't really shut down a team completely just by banning out like 3 or 5 characters.
Yeah, you can't have that. And we're going to find out. I mean, it's going to be game 2. This is going to be very important. But, we saw the draft, and we did talk about predictions overall. I think that we went with RSG.
Yeah.
But in this game alone, what do you think in terms of who has the edge going in?
I think RSG does. I just like the team comp a bit more. One thing that has been echoed throughout the entire group stage, primarily by Omo, is ease of execution, right? You can pick whatever you want, but it doesn't matter if you cannot execute the team comp. And I think RSG's team comp is a bit easier to execute, barring the ball delivery system. That is a bit advanced, but everything else is straightforward. Camille engage, Shen follow up, the Orianna does the job, Varus stands behind poke, as opposed to what we saw from Watermelon in game 1, where everything has to layer properly. RSG don't have to worry about that in game 2.
Okay. Omo with wise words in terms of just making sure that it's very easy to play. And I do agree with you. I think that it's a lot easier to play. But that said, okay, if we have to talk about priority, and I understand that we don't have the champions up in front of us, but if you had to choose between Garen, Aurelia, Galio, Ezreal, Karma, who needs to die first on the Watermelon side when you're looking at, when you're RSC trying to take down Watermelon?
I think for the side of Watermelon, the first one that goes, most likely Irelia, right? I think if the Ezreal doesn't get a good start, then the Irelia is kind of like your only carry. Garen is just going to be that meat shoe, so if you get rid of the Irelia, that's a lot of utility and damage off the table. But if the Karma, gets a good start, then maybe you want to look at the Karma as well, because she will just buff everyone up. So I think those two are the priority. Ezreal is going to take his time to come online. So against the Varus, I don't think Raven is going to be, well, in this case, Rich is going to be too worried about it.
Do you think it was because Raven was been practicing more Shen and he's just more polished on it, and then they were just like, oh, we'll just swap it off, because how difficult is Varus to play at the end of the day, right? Anyone could play him, right?
Yeah, we'll build the same item on Varus. He provides the same amount of impact overall as a champion, but we also get more farm on the Shen, so it's a win-win situation, right? We just use Varus for the Chain of Corruption, Shen gets farm, he dashes onto you, he destroys you, we win the game. that could be it.
Easy peasy, right? That's the easiest way to win. Yeah, I could potentially see that one. Okay, but now this is game 2. As Team Watermelon, what sort of thoughts do you have? Is it more of like, you know what I mean? Like, you have to motivate yourself to get back in this game. Like, yes, we lost this game, but what are you telling the team if you were coach?
Well, if I was coach, I think just take it one game at a time. Right, like the previous game is over. Let's see what's the biggest problem. We identify it, and then we go into this game playing what we're comfortable with. I think that's the best way to approach it, and that has been the Watermelon motto in the entire WCS. Come in, play for fun, play freely, play confidently, and that's what got them this far. I think RSG is kind of like that hurdle that they need to get through. I think the group stage win at this point doesn't really count, because it doesn't affect the standings at all. The knockout stage has higher stakes. So for Watermelon, the way that they play free, the attitude that they had approaching all of their games has been great, but now it's more of like a skill check. Can you push those mechanical prowess further against a team like RSG?
Yeah, and you have to get over that hurdle at some point, right? I would think that like you're consistently, you're trying to do new things, you're trying to innovate, you're trying to do better, and yeah, you've beaten LFO / RSG now, but you know, it's one of those things where they can lose. You just need to figure things out. You need to make sure that you can get there because, you know, the loser of this series is unfortunately going to be dropping down into the lower bracket. They're going to be going up against Upcar Esports, another team that really no team really wants to play at the end of the day.
Yeah. It's the same situation as I think the last play day. Oh, sorry. So Raven is going to be on the virus. So
Okay.
we don't get any shenanigans, you know. It's just a minor graphic mistake. So Raven back on Varus, Rich on Shen. I wouldn't mind either way, you know, that they are from the same lane. But I think it's the same as the last play day, right? Watermelon said that they lost to Passseeker in the second half of the group stage because they weren't playing seriously. RSG could say the same when they lost to Watermelon. So now Watermelon beat Passseeker and they say that win from Passseeker was a fluke. RSG could say the same if they beat Watermelon. So Watermelon are put in the same spot as PSK.
But RSG, they actually swap roles. Like Rich and SSK, like jungle and support. I mean, yes, there are some other teams have swapped it as well, but it's one of those things where RSG, like, to swap it at that level, that's just kind of a little disrespectful, I would say.
Yeah, right. So Watermelon said, we're not playing seriously, but all of us are playing our own roles. RSG says, we're not playing seriously, we actually swap roles. So I think that the burden is now on Watermelon, right? If they say Passseekers win is a fluke, RSG can say the same to them. But we just have to see how Game 2 turns out. It is still a long way before we close things out. RSG takes on Team Watermelon. And so far, RSG has been looking absolutely sublime after that Game 1 win.
They've been on a roll, right? And Watermelon need to stem the bleeding. They need to figure something out, get themselves in a better position. But as I say that, RSG, Tipper, and CWJ, 2 in the mid lane. Is this the new meta?
Just to shove out the wave, I think some teams, they do that when you have a champion, when you want to kind of get that early priority, right? That's what I think we saw from CWJ. So bottom lane, Rich and Raven, they just gonna poke Scarlet Petal out. Rich, you know, he's gonna act as that meat shoe. But I think so far, you know, for Team Watermelon, they just have to play it safely. I say safely, but you have the Varus. He is going to continuously poke you with a piercing arrow.
Yeah, it's so annoying there. And Scarlet Petal getting a little low, has to use some honey fruit just to keep himself alive and sustaining in the lane. But okay, let's talk about this mid lane here. Galio versus the Orianna. Who do you give the edge to?
I give the edge to Orianna a bit more. I think Orianna can easily poke the Galio out. And sure, Galio has Winds of Wars, but we talk about consistent damage. CWJ just provides more of that. So see Vendetta show up, SSK in the same place as well. Early on, they did shove the lane out, so our major just slightly falling behind. But with SSK there, I don't think they can fight this though. They go for a taunt and a stun, exhaust onto SSK, but he flashes away.
Yeah, and that was a little riskier than I would have liked. But Vendetta, Solo has to flash away as himself. But Rich made the trek the entire way and realizes that there's actually no action in the mid lane.
Well, Tipper shows up. It's the first blood. Tipper
Oh,
picks him out.
is it double?
There's
No.
a rip off on Tipper. Oh, doesn't get it.
Oh, he caught him out. I mean, he just, like, his awareness is just, like, on another level, right? He saw that they were low. He knew exactly where they were going to be. He was going to be into the Raptors, or sorry, the Wolves back there, and it was just going to be an easy pickoff for him. But just catching him out, just having that game sense to understand where he would be, and he gets rewarded with it.
Yeah, identifies that there are no sums in that mid lane. Well, our major does have the flash, but knowing that he can at least make something out of it, right? Oh, bottom lane got taunt.
Oh, he's got the taunt. Rich, he does need to be a little bit careful. Does have the connection, does get the root, flashes to safety. He's fine for now.
Has to pull away, and that's the power of the karma. Vendetta was showing up. If Rich doesn't fall back, he would have gone down. That gives Watermelon the bottom Scuttle Crab at least, you know, Smurf moving around. And there are some forces that RSG has to be very careful about because they have a way to engage, but they are not exactly the best at disengaging fights. If you go all in, you catch a Karma out in the face, she tethers you, locks you down, Vendetta can just go ham. Bottom lane, Raven gets solo killed by Scarlet Petal. So that's good news for Watermelon.
Yeah, that's a good start. I mean, that's going to even things out. They've got a little bit of a lead now, but Tipper, Jinkai, quiet. Tipper's been roaming around, not really being in the lane, where Jinkai's been very focused in the lane. And it looks like a bit of a wash in terms of net worth here. But, I mean, this is Tipper just doing Tipper things in the sense of just making an impact throughout the map, right?
He's going to try and find Vendetta again. a good attempt to steal the blue buff. Thankfully, that didn't go his way. And that net worth came from that first blood. He had the red buff just now, which has expired, but he was able to outlane Jinkai just based off of that. And that net worth is going to be converted into another Divine Sunderer. That's where Jinkai has to be a bit more careful. Like when you have a black cleaver, it does give you survivability and lane shove, but against Tipper running a Divine Sunderer on a Camille with Ignite, he is going to outdamage you regardless. So Jinkai just has to play a bit more careful.
And Scarlet Petal Smurf both make their way into the mid lane, realizing that they can't really lane against Raven and Rich. But it looks like there's going to be a gank attempt in the top lane. But Tipper should be able to hookshot away if you want it. Yeah, he does. And he gets to safety.
Easily executed. There's nothing to stop him. The only way to stop him is that Jinkai needs to get a silence off, but that will mean he had to commit his flash, and it's a bit too much. 4 minutes up. Both teams now looking for the objective, and I think in this game RSG they will want to take this Rift Pharaoh away. That's going to allow them to open up the map, and with the comp that RSG is playing, if they break that mid tier 1, that whole jungle is going to be lost to them. So RSG now they get priority. We will see what Watermelon does with this.
Oh, they have all 5 members of RSG. Oh, they've got the nice taunt, and they do end up killing Smurf here, the hero's entrance, and the Vanguard's edge, and it looks like he's going to go in for this one. Vendetta going really deep. He does get killed in the end, and SSK and CWJ will just zone out Jinkai. With the Hextech ultimatum, Tipper going in, he gets the tactical sweep, he does get the kill. Rich is somehow still alive, and he sticks with him.
Yeah, Rich survives that, uses Stand United, comes in to support Tipper, and Tipper was exhausted that whole time. Oh, the ultimate from Jinkai doesn't kill him off. Tipper actually gets the adaptive shield to soak up some damage, so everything going well in the favor of RSG.
Oof, that was calculated by Tipper, right? That was like, you see the Demacian Justice coming in your face, and you've got just enough shield. I mean, that's just so well played by Tipper, understanding the limits of the Camille.
And that means Divine Sunderer comes online. Tipper now getting a bigger lead compared to what he had just now. And Watermelon, they have to be really careful, right? That was the first a glimpse into what RSG can do with those teamfight. Tipper single-handedly isolated 3 members of Watermelon, and RSG just took care of Vendetta. Sure, he got a 4-man's Vanguard Ace. That was pretty good, but he got exhausted, so couldn't get the kills to reset his Blade Surge, and that really allowed RSG to open up that backline. And of course, Rich coming in clutch with the Stand United. SSK secures the Rift Pharaoh. Now RSG has a good chance to push down the structures.
All right, whenever I see a champion go in like Vendetta did and gets exhausted, it's like the most awkward thing, but here's a route.
Yep, I want to go on to Smurf. Smurf should be able to get away. Does have that inspired shield, but that's going to be Shelly. Oh, SSK wants a kill, and he will find it. You will not deny him. Mid tier 1 goes down. The Transcendence Embrace from Karma only hits onto Raven.
Oh, 2 charges off of Shelly. That's tremendous value. And it looks like RSG are going to make their way into the Dragon. Just really well played. Understanding objectives. And this is why it's difficult to play against RSG, because of the fact that, hey, they're going to push. They're going to understand when to group up, take the T1, put some pressure there. And then once you have that pressure, then you can just take a free Dragon.
And this game, Raven is not having, that good of a game compared to Game 1, right? Game 1, he went 9-0, but now he's 0-2, but it's completely fine. He will get Edge of Night as a second item, and that's going to help him avoid those heavy spells coming out from the side of Watermelon.
Okay, what an Asian dad you are. I mean, he went 9-0 something last game, and then he's 0-2, and the game's not over, but looks like Jinkai is going to be stuck here, taunted.
Completely baited by Tipper. Tipper recalled in front of him, and Jinkai was like, do I want to try this? And like, alright, I'll do it. Tipper outfights him, and Jinkai was forced to run. It's one of those moments where, Tipper just feels confident. Now he has his Stasis Enchantment.
He's got it. I mean, he's starting to roll. Like this guy, he's got a Divine Sunder already. He's already up 1K in terms of the lane matchup against Jinkai. So he's done quite well, right? This is a guy that you do need to be careful about. He does have stasis as well, so he has potential of just diving in and just being very aggressive. And looks like the bottom lane, he's gonna go in.
L Major isolated, and you have Tipper on your heels. It does pop the exhaust though, so Tipper decides to chase forward. Watermelon brings in backup. It's gonna be Vendetta and Smurf, but the flawless duet doesn't really connect. And Tipper, he's still sticking around while just messing with the Crux a bit.
Okay, Tipper has great awareness in terms of just mechanics, right? The fact that when things are off cooldown, he knows the limits. He can go in for the tactical sweep, do some damage, maybe steal a jungle creep here and there, and then he can hookshot out. So he's just very smart, understanding the limits of his champ.
Jinkai gets support from L Major. They drop the Redemption as well, But Raven will use the Chain of Corruption, though that stops any sort of engage from Watermelon. And Vendetta caught out, ultimatum to lock him down, has the Vanguard's edge and actually escapes, but has to blow his flash for that. And two-shot rush from downtown. Yeah, Scarlet Petal catches Rich in the crossfire, so that's a good pickup.
All right, he hit him with a through from the mid lane, like from downtown. Scarlet Petal just completely lining it up, understanding the brush of where Rich would be hiding, just completely on point. Very good ult by Scarlet Petal there, stealing that kill.
And Scarlet Petal is, making good progress, right? Muramana just got transformed. He's going for the Divine Thunderer next as well, so much poke damage from long range allows him to kind of shred through these durable members on the side of RSG. That's kind of what you want on your Ezreal, right? If Ezreal gets an early lead, he is just going to be so much more scary to deal with. His damage spike is insane. Raven able to flash away from the stun, so no kills for Watermelon.
Okay, Scarlet Petal, he's tops in terms of net worth. He is upset with the last game, let Raven go off, so to speak, and he's just kind of picking things up. He's up about 800 gold, which isn't huge, but at this stage, it's commendable on his behalf. That is. So he's continuing to get good farm. He's getting some space here, but Rich and SSK, okay, they're gonna look to back off and take this Rift Herald, which is gonna spawn right now.
And Watermelon will have to contest this. They cannot let this Rift Herald fall into the hands of RSG. Look at Scarlet Petal getting the poke off. Tipper once more playing distraction. A good shot with the CWJ, but no follow-up from RSG, and that means Major now finds himself a way in. They get the ultimatum on in. SSK gets the Rift Herald. Major locked down and finished off a good form and karma. Jinkai executes CWJ in the backline as they find SSK completely alone. SSK goes down. They throw a Vanguard is out as Jinkai gets a spin to win. Rich could not protect with a CWJ with the shield, and this should be a full team wipe from Team Watermelon. Tipper gets a good hook shot on Scarlet Petal, but Scarlet Petal was just toying around with his food, and Team Watermelon gets an ace.
An ace, and they only lost Almajor, and yes, they gave up the Rift Herald on that one, but that was an overall team win. Look at how the net worth has changed and flipped on its head, so to speak, but look at this replay here. Yes, the Rift was taken by SSK, and Tipper trying to create as much space as possible all the way in, but that transcendent ult was amazing. Hits it on all four right there. Make sure that they're all caught in. Jinkai running for his life. Yes, he's going to go down, but he did a great job of tanking it. Rich goes down next. Tipper was next on the list, and Raven, once you kill him, they have no more damage, and it's Tipper all by himself, and there's no way he won before this.
The best case scenario for Team Watermelon, getting a full team-wide, losing no one aside from the Rift Herald. But right now, I think the game has been pulled back into the reins of Team Watermelon. They are just up by a measly 1,000, but considering how players like Scarlet Petal is already on top of the network chart, now he gets an even bigger goal injection, which means Watermelon has bought more time for themselves to operate. They would try to gank Major. Rich will show up alongside Tipper, Redemption will be dropped down, and Major will be kept alive.
Yeah, no real chance, especially under turret. He knew that. Major is just way too tanky at this point. And yes, he plays the Gragas. Yes, he plays the Galio, but he understands the limits of both of these just being super tanky, making sure that, there's no structural damage. He makes sure that, he can, keep the waves off of the turrets, and he's able to space it out. And it took 2 champions to even deal with that. So that just means space in the other lanes.
And RSG has to watch out. Double Divine Thunderer, one on Vendetta, one on Scarlet Petal, and Jinkai. He's just going to go on to CWJ, but he does have the support of Tipper though. Jinkai tries to go for the Demacian Justice of CWJ. A bit too tanky. Seraph's Embrace and the Command Protect is enough to protect him from death.
That was super awkward. The Demacian Justice was had no chance. It had like a 0% chance of a kill, but he went for it and did very little damage, and it was like this super awkward moment where he's like, oh, the guy's not dead. He has more than half of his life, and he's just going to kill me at this point. So that cooldown is down. Jinkai is dead for now. He'll be respawning as Jinkai 3.
So, yeah, Command Protect, and the moment he goes for the ult... Wait, did he ult the minion? No way, right? I feel like it didn't even hit CWJ.
It didn't really do any damage to CWJ, so to be honest, I think he might have, and that makes more sense as of why CWJ was left standing.
It's either that or the Seraph's Embrace soaked it up, but it wasn't a cooldown. I actually don't remember if you can see it on the overlay on the UI. Raven getting gone on Stand United, True Shot Barrage cuts through him, but that flashes for the kill, so Rich couldn't join the fight. Because they want to go for Mortal. Smurf is going to lead the charge. Transcendence Embrace only catching Rich. That's the guy that wants to protect Raven, and they want to take out his bodyguard, but Rich is pretty durable. Dashes out of it.
Oh, this is so scary, right? Vendetta 5-2-2, top in terms of the net worth, and it looks like they're going to take an easy Baron here. Raven is down for 19 seconds. Can they get the steal with SSK lying in the wings?
Tipper shows up on the flank. Rich goes in, 3-man taunt. They really want to contest this Baron. Tipper dealing some decent damage on the Smurf, but Vendetta has already finished off Rich, and Vendetta dashes over the wall with the Blade Surge. Almajor following up. Good Vanguard edge to kill off Tipper, but the Baron's getting gone on Vendetta.
Oh, he stole it!
SSK just walks in for daylight robbery. RSG walks away with the Baron buff and 2 surviving members.
Wow, they got 3 kills, or they lost 3. RSG, SSK dying in the end, but he went all in on this one. He was the martyr of that one. He made sure that he got the steal, giving his team a chance to win. I mean, yes, they're down 2K, but with the Baron buff, and there are some champs left with still have it. CWJ barely alive, Raven as well. They have some sort of push. This is going to be a massive, massive team fight for RSG.
Vendetta smelled too much blood, right? So we started with Rich getting a taunt off, Tipper buying time. The Baron was low and SSK was waiting all this while. Vendetta dashes over the wall and SSK sees that and he was like, jungler's not there, I'm going in. Gets exhausted, but just spies the Baron regardless. So yeah, Vendetta gotta check himself on that one. He wants the kill, but ends up losing the Baron. You lose sight of the bigger objective.
He leap strikes into the pit, gets the counter strike to ensure that there's the double stun, and then he steals it. So just a really well played by SSK. That could have been massive. It might come down to that Baron fight right there in terms of getting themselves back in this game. And now they've got a chance, but it looks like there's going to be the Dragon fight next.
Yeah, and that, like, we talk about how RSG are in the disadvantage, but a huge Transcendence Embrace. Raven dropped low, but look at the members of Watermelon. They are all in the red. Their health bars are blinking. Jinkai gets a kill onto Rich, but that's the least of your worry because Tipper is online and Scarlet Petal has no chance. They actually destroys SSK with a couple of Mystic shots, but RSG wins the fight and they get an Inferno Drink.
Yeah, they're going to get this one here, but again, another really good play by SSK. Yes, he's died a couple times. His KDA is not going to be all that amazing, but he's doing it for the right people, right? He's prioritizing, making sure that Scarlet Petal dies. Once you lose him, then it's just a matter of just creating some sort of, attention elsewhere, protecting your team. Maybe you get the peel on your own ADC, and you give yourself a chance to win. And SSK has been on point. Yes, he might be dying. He might not get the most damage in this game, but I see you, SSK.
How crazy would it be if RSG wins the second game because of that one Baron steal?
It could happen. It was that clutch. I mean, look at this. Look at SSK going in on this one. Almajor just getting so low. They do have the redemption, and Vendetta doing some work, but he goes golden right there, just buying time for Tipper to get the Hextech ultimatum. And yes, he's going to die in the end, just gets bursted probably by the Ignite there, but even the Dragon going in. But RSG getting back into this game, this net worth is negligible.
And RSG, riding off the momentum, sees Jinkai up top, but it's just Rich, so they can't kill out Jinkai. And that team fight started out so well for Watermelon. They get a good Transcendence Embrace. Both, I think Raven and Rich Rich were dropped low, but they ate a 4-man shockwave with CWJ. And Al Major now, with the support of his team, they want Tipper, but Tipper was able to hook shot to safety. Rich now joins with the Stand United. They do slow him down. Barrage cuts through, but Vendetta really wants the kill. Transcendence Embrace does go wide thanks to the Stasis Enchantment, but they will finish him off. While all of that was happening, look at what SSK is doing. Pushing down mid, that inhibitor turret is gone. Jinkai cannot stop him.
There were 4 ults committed on Tipper just to do that. And yes, you killed Tipper at the end of the day, but you lost your mid T3 because of that, because all that space, literally everyone and their moms was going after Tipper at this point. And it was just very difficult. I mean, yes, Tipper was alive at the end of the day. Rich tried to keep him alive even a little bit longer, but that space created, that's really well played by Tipper.
Tipper just playing such a good game. He knows when he can be the distraction. The Chain of Corruption actually misses, but Vendetta has to be careful though. Jinkai will put himself up front as a beat shield. Our Major joins in, but RSG just disengaged. You expend the ultimates from Watermelon, and now they can't really take those fights.
Yeah, that heroic entrance turning into an awkward entrance as everybody zoned out. They have to back off. No chance of going against Baron here. All 5 members of RSG back up here. SSK even just being very, bold in the sense of just being on front. And it looks like RSG are going to focus on the Baron. Okay, no, they're going to stop here. Turn it into a death rush.
Rich, yeah, he was hiding. He waited for Tipper, a 2-man tether, Transcendence Embrace again, only vacuum in Rich. Tipper dodging there with the ultimate, and Watermelon preventing RSG from starting the Baron. They throw a True Shot Barrage, which only connects onto Rich. But what the good news is, no one gets the Baron.
Again, this is like every Marvel movie. All of the superheroes fighting, no one dying. Yes, they're chipped, and yeah, one guy's drawing blood or whatever. But at the end of the day, nothing was, at fault. Nobody's dead. It's kind of like one of those awkward moments where they just back off and they just get into the next movie.
Yeah, considering how long it took for Marvel to finally, send some of those characters on their way, we can safely say that we are not even close to that point. Tipper is going to be gone on silence. He might be executed though, and he will. No chance for him to get a huge pick off of Watermelon.
Okay, Jinkai definitely casted it on the right champion this time and did not cast it on a minion. So well played by Jinkai, found the right button and the targeting. He's going to be on point. But hey, he's 3-1-7. Jinkai has been this super tanky upfront champion, making things very difficult for them to get onto the rest of Watermelon, who are a little bit on the squishier side, Almajor's side. So it's one of those things where he's doing a good job of being that frontliner.
Yeah, both teams are so self-aware, right? They know that Tipper went for the TP, so he can't dodge anything with the stasis. They just go on him. So Tipper now have to repurchase the stasis, and that's going to take a while. And Watermelon, they will take control of the Dragon Pit. That's the Elder Ocean Drake. A lot of value from this to help Watermelon to stay in those fights. And SSK tries to jump onto Smurf, forcing out a flash. Jinkai comes in, gets a silence. They will probably go for a team fight. Oh, Major goes in, two-man taunt. They throw the Vanguard. SSK forced backwards. Heroes enters out. A stasis on from Vendetta. SSK caught in the crossfire. There's going to be the Stand United coming through, but it gets cancelled. He cancels the Shen dash. Well, Rich still shows up, but it's a bit too late. The fight might be over. And Tipper, he just revived and he realized that the rest of his team have been sent back packing. Watermelon with an amazing team fight, completely shutting down RSG. Tipper comes back, but he is better off back in the base and ace for Watermelon.
That was just completely an amazing fight by Team Watermelon. Just focusing it out, SSK was actually isolated. He was going 1 versus 4, and the rest of RSG were dealing with Jinkai, who was up front, and it was very difficult. Here's the replay. Jinkai going in. That was an amazing taunt right there. Catches onto 2. The Vanguard's edge, trying to puncture them in. Hero's entrance, but he goes golden, keeps himself alive. But again, look at how deep SSK is. Yes, he's got it. He's all by himself. Look at this. Jinkai just creating so much space. Nobody wants to deal with Garen here. Everybody wants to kill the rest of the weaker ones. And again, Jinkai, space created. Tipper is now here, but it's a little too late at this point. And he goes down in the end in an absolute amazing team fight. They get the ace and Team Watermelon in the driver's seat here.
And they also get Baron, so they get the Holy Trinity. The Elder Drake buff, they get the Baron, and they have all 5 members alive. You could not have asked for anything better than that. The challenge right now for Watermelon is that they need to break an inhibitor turret, because that mid-wave, because of SSK, the mid-wave is going to constantly flood into their base, so Watermelon needs to create some space on the map. I think that mid lane is going to be the solution to their current problems.
Yeah, it's going to be one that they want. But Rich, just trying to get some wards, trying to be cheeky here, is on the run for his life. Jinkai trying to get the spin, and Smurf looking to just flank him, and it looks like Rich is going to be left for dead. Demacian Justice, and he'll just eventually die in the end. But no real chance there. And Watermelon, they're pushing in, all 3 lanes, and they're going to deal with Tipper in the top.
Yeah, Tipper, you need to find a way to get away. And of course, our Major just waiting for a hook shot. And of course, a good placer to follow Tipper over the wall. The ultimatum not doing anything. RSG wanted to play that split push to pull Watermelon apart, but they were the ones who got dismantled. And Watermelon now go on that tier 3. Raven getting chunked down by the Elder Drake burn. Still survives, he has the GA, but that first inhib turret has been taken down.
I love the way Vendetta's playing, right? He's been able to control Tipper. He can take him out 1 versus 1 in that fight. Yes, there was his friend there, but he can do it on his own, right? Vendetta is completely controlling this game, carrying it. He has the highest net worth. Okay, next to Scarlet Petal here, but another one, Orianna, completely deleted.
Yeah, I just flashed just this punch. CWJ disintegrates. And I think we have a series on our hands, Holla. We wanted 5 games, and we are guaranteed 4 at this point. Team Watermelon with a second game win. Well, with a game 2 win over RSG.
All right, we knew this was going to happen. We know this is going to go to the distance. Yes, it's just 1-1, but now let's look at it as a best of 3. It's normal right now. This is what we expected. Teams just have to shrug these 2 games aside because they understand that nothing in the past is really going to affect them. They need to think small. They need to win 1 game at a time. RSG need to go back to the basics and figure things out.
Yeah, and I love how Watermelon played this one out, right? Like Tipper completely went off. We had some awkward moments from Watermelon, but they took those team fights with stride. They identified what makes them tick, and we see RSG kind of making some uncharacteristic mistakes, especially the contest on the Elder Ocean Drake. Maybe they felt that they were desperate, so they didn't really wait for Tipper, but it was Watermelon who pulled the trigger, and they were able to eventually seal the game.
Yeah, it was all about the team fight. Team Watermelon was just like on another level. Every team single, like mid game to late game, they just owned every single team fight. It was like the prioritization was just amazing, but we'll talk about that one after the break.
Here we go now.
many seconds and minutes and hours I've been waiting. Countdown. Wanna go with you. I'm on the countdown. Hours and minutes and seconds getting closer. Countdown. Gotta go with you. Let's start a countdown. 3, 2, 1.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
We are guaranteed 4 games in this best of 5 because Team Watermelon just took one off of RSG with an incredible display of team fight in game number 2. I'm Husky alongside Holler. We are going to talk more about what happened in game 2, but I want to get your impressions on the ending of it.
Well, we kind of expected this one, right? In the sense that they were going to fight back. Team Watermelon, that was. They were definitely primed position to do well. They were going to get themselves in that one. And they were in kind of firm control. Like every single team fight went their way. They were on point with, in terms of dealing with, the enemy team, in terms of just positioning. They were just really on point.
And that not only sets us out for a great best of 5, but I think it also shows that Team Watermelon have something left up their sleeves, right? We thought after game number 1, RSG is just gonna keep recovering. We even had that Baron steal by SSK, and we thought that, oh god, if RSG comes back from this, Team Watermelon are gonna crumble under the pressure. But they did not let that happen. They just continued to play the game out. They were able to stop. They were able to kind of deal with what RSG brought to the table, despite SSK split pushing down mid. They just took those team fight. They won the team fights, and they eventually won the game. But there is one more thing that I think our viewers are going to be excited about. It is the trivia questions answer. So just now we asked, where were Morgana and Kale initially born? And I say I didn't know the answer, and now I do. It's Mount Targon.
B. Okay. All right. I didn't know that as well. So it's good to know. We're learning together. Mount Targon. Interesting. To be honest, though, it definitely wasn't Demacia, right? And I think Shadow Owls was one of those things where probably not in the play. So it's either B or C for me. But seeing the actual answer, Mount Targon, we'll take that one and we'll, live and learn, so to speak.
Yeah. The only Shurima champion I know is Azir, but he's not in Wild Rift. I don't remember any other Shurima champion. So I'm really bad. I'm not a expert on Shurima. But I do, I do read a lot on like Ionia, Shadow Owls, Noxus. I think Shurima is more of an obscure region for me.
Yeah, to be honest, the fluff is all over the place, right? Like, how are we supposed to, unless we read, pages and pages of Liquipedia and all of that, just trying to get ourselves into it. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's great for the game, and I think that need to do it. It makes it very interesting, right? Because then you really just kind of connect with your champion, so to speak. But, sometimes I don't want to know why Lee Sin is blind. I just want to play the champion.
Do you know that Riven is originally from Noxus?
I did not know that. No.
Yeah, neither did I. I think a lot of us didn't know that she was from Noxus. And I think the funniest part was that, so I play like Legends of Runeterra as well. And in Legends of Runeterra, Riven actually has the Noxus emblem underneath her card, right? Which symbolizes where the champion originated from. But it never crossed my mind that she started from Noxus. I think they asked that in the trivia. I actually don't remember. But that would be a good question.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's so many good trivia potential, right? The fluff is just absolutely insane. And to be honest, even the Arcane show is just the tip of the iceberg, right? In the sense of how they can go, where they can go, in terms of how they want to develop the story. And there's just years of fluff that they can kind of tap into. So I'm actually really excited to see that series and to read more about it because I'm quite interested about all of fluff.
Season 2 is is in production, right? If I'm not mistaken. So there's a lot more. I love the series, but the one thing I can't even say I hate it, right? It's a good hate. I hate the ending because it's like, you know, the last thing we saw was the Jinx Super Mega Death Rocket.
Wait,
flying
how was you didn't even give the spoiler disclaimer. What are you doing, sir?
So
okay.
what happened?
I'm gonna let's rewind. Let's pretend like that didn't happen, okay?
It didn't happen. I hate the ending because it's good.
Okay. No, but
Yes.
they're gonna have a cliffhanger. Let's
They're
leave
gonna
it
have a
at that,
cliffhanger. Yeah,
right?
we're gonna have a
They're
cliffhanger.
definitely gonna have that.
Thank you.
All right, it looks like we have to go to another break because of Husky.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
Get your hands up. Let's go, dig it. Get your hands up.
Here we go now.
And we're back with Game 3 in this tied Upper Bracket Semifinals between Team Watermelon and RSG. I'm here with Husky, the spoiler of Arcane Show and the reason of our break. And we're back here. Husky, what do we need to do for Game 3 other than spoil TV shows?
We have to... I'm sorry, okay? to be fair, like, you stopped me right before I said the important part, so nothing was spoiled. I don't want to get sanctioned because I want to watch more Arcane, so that we're going to put that in the past, just like how we put Game 1 and Game 2 in the past. Like you said, right, it's the best of 3 right now. For Game 3, I think both teams so far, it came down to those team fights. I think Game 1 and 2 were just team fight wins leading to major victories. But for Game number 3, I think Watermelon still needs to keep up what they did in Game 2. I don't necessarily feel like Resurgence needs to make huge changes. It's more on Watermelon's shoulders to prove that they can keep this going.
Yeah, they need to keep that going, but RSG are definitely going to come back. They're going to do something differently. They're going to definitely be a little bit better prepared, I think, in the team fighting element. They lost every single mid to late team fight. It was very difficult for them to get back into this one, but look at this. 25-10, Watermelon complete control, and it was not like this. But Jinkai was up front. He was 5-1-11, just this tank that was super annoying. Almajor doing the same thing with 5-1-11. He's pretty much the twin in this one. They were just completely turning it up. But Vendetta, my God, this guy is an absolute monster in the jungle.
Yeah, Vendetta basically exploded in this game. There was no way they could stop them. He accessed the back line. Jinkai just acts as a meat shoe, and they had Smurf right on the Karma, so you have a lot of utilities from Watermelon to facilitate these kind of fights. And at the same time, I just realized Watermelon ran double exhaust. So RSG, like, Tipper jumps in, gets exhausted, SAK jumps in, gets exhausted. They just could not catch a break.
Yeah, it was a tough time, and to be honest, I hate to say this, but it seemed like a sub diff, at least in my opinion, right? I don't think the rich Shen is actually ready for pro level play at this point. I think you need a couple more games under your belt, because I really didn't see the impact of Shen. And even this was true even in Game 1. It was one of those moments or the champion where it is great when it's used and applied properly, but in this case, it didn't really have that effect. That team fight, the very simple to use Karma, the Transcendence alt is just, on another level.
And I think it also is, life was pretty hard for the Shen because he couldn't really even get close to members of Team Watermelon, right? They either have some sort of mobility or they just kite him until he dies. Like, for example, against Karma, right? You look at both support, the properties are so different. Smurf just tethers Rich, and Rich is like, I can't pull back, I cannot all in, I'm gonna get rooted, they will kill me off. He tries to run away, gets vacuumed back by the Karma. Oh, there's a lot of pain for him to go through. But in Game 3, RSG back on that blue side, which means first pick, first ban, no set, no Gragas.
No set, no Gragas. Again, top 3 meta, most picked, and they have great win rates as well. But the Fiora just kind of continuing that, that ban, so to speak. These are champions no one really wants to deal with. So, who are we going to let through? Is it going to be the same old champs in letting like a Camille through, Karma as well? I mean, it seems like there's a lot of potential and a lot of openings that they could go with. But again, this Watermelon Senna ban, is this a targeted one?
Yeah, definitely a targeted ban from Watermelon, right? Senna does scale well, like she technically scales infinitely because of the passive, but she provides a lot of like utility. She has the mist, which is very annoying to deal with because you can target anyone there. She has a global ult that gives you the damages enemies, that gives you shield. It's overall a very good champion, I think, in the right hands. But RSG, they banned the Fiora Lulu, and we get the Karma ban from Watermelon. So RSG, for the 3rd game in a row, goes for the Camille first pick.
Yeah, and this is the Tipper special. I think that he's just so well polished. But the thing is that I like it as a first pick because you could technically flex it into the jungle if you wanted. It has a lot of play in that sense. But it's one of those things where you're not showing your hand. What you want to do, what you want to, like how this team is going to work out. You're going to see a couple picks that are going to happen from Watermelon here. That's going to give you a lot more information as you counter pick.
Watermelon goes for the Galio again. It's kind of a no-brainer, right? You take it away from RSG when they have to commute. The surprising part is that RSG actually has second pick in game 2, and they went Camille Varus instead of Camille Galio. But Watermelon, I expected the Irelia pick. That's what made Vendetta pop off. He's gonna go for it again, and I so far things are looking good, right? Because you have a flex pick in the Galio, and technically Irelia can also be flexed.
Irelia is just on another level, especially with Vendetta. Like, this guy is making a name for himself with this champion. I mean, don't get me wrong, everybody knew Vendetta, but the thing is that the Irelia jungle, this is like the Vendetta special. He definitely knows how to play it. I mean, I've seen it, with the other teams, like Arashi has played it as well. But it's one of those things where he is just crazy. He's this like killer. He's got the stun, he's got the mobility, the damage that he has, and he literally just carries the team.
An interesting thing about Irelia was that last year during the 4 Icon series, Irelia jungle was actually played a couple of times by... I think, was it by William? I actually don't remember the player name. But it was played in the jungle by this team called SDGREA. So it's great to see that right now Irelia jungle is a bit more prominent. We see RSG getting the Garen and the Olaf for themselves. So this Olaf definitely going to be in the jungle. But Watermelon hasn't revealed most of the hand just yet.
Okay, and the last time this was played out, and it was just reversed in the sense of Team Watermelon was going with the Olaf, and they just decided to go with this like kite approach, just everybody range, just zone them out, make it very difficult for them to get in. And it feels like Watermelon can kind of flex it that way. They're picking up the Ezreal, which is the Scarlet Petal special here. Just the amount of damage that he does, especially in the last game, I think it was close to 30k, a little bit more. Scarlet Petal just completely understands the limits of this champion.
And Watermelon actually banned out the Draven, so they kind of denied this potential Draven Thresh composition from RSG, which is a very dominant one, right? If the Draven gets going, then he just runs with the Olaf and completely mows you over. But RSG, they will focus on Jinkai once more, which means if Kali gets banned out, the Ziggs from Watermelon, I'm thinking like, what do RSG want to still go for, right? We don't really have too much champions. I don't think Darius is going to be a priority right now for Jinkai. There's going to be the Renekton. They did ban that previously, and yeah, they banned it again.
Okay, yeah, that's a smart one. That would provide very difficult for Garen and Olaf to just kind of make any sort of headway in getting to those squishies in the back line. So I like that ban there. But now it's going to be who's left. Who's the Dragon laner that they want to go? Do they want to go with like a Vayne style? Do they want to go, what sort of way will they deal with this? Because they need the burst, and I feel like the Draven and the Ziggs, both of those are very good bans here because, again, Draven wants to be high tempo, wants to end the game, and it kind of goes into what RSG want to do, but the Shen pick again, is this going to be 0 for 3 in the series?
It sounds like we might be heading down that path, right? But for Watermelon, it kind of takes us back to game 1. Shen, Galio, we know with someone that can dive the back line. In this case, it will be the Irelia. You have a self-sufficient champion, Dragon laner in the form of the Ezreal, and RSG, Raven, Rich, Vayne, Janna. So very safe Dragon lane, but Raven will not have to fear the pokes too much from Scarlet Petal. Rich can always shoot him.
Okay, and they're going to round it off with the Rakan. I really like that. A little bit more control. Again, you just need to keep the Ez alive. Scarlet Petal, just let him do his damage. Vendetta, of course, those are the top two. This is the way the team plays. Those are the carries. Everybody else is pretty much just a meat shield, just providing cover for those two to just pop off.
Yeah, and I do like this Janna pick, even though she is an enchanted support that we don't ever see. But in this case against Watermelon, I definitely do see some merits where you have champions that want to dive your backline, right? You have like a Galio or the Irelia who is just going to throw the Vanguard's edge and blade surge her way to reach your core. But Janna has crowd control with the Howling Gale. You can just monsoon and push everyone away. So it provides a pocket of safety for your Vayne to operate, which I think is a pretty smart move from RSG.
My only concern is the Janna was only picked twice in the entire league. And that, yes, that was the group stage, but it was only picked twice. It was 1 for 1, so 50%. Are you rolling the dice on something that's a last pick Janna? Do you have something up your sleeve that's something that maybe you know that I don't in terms of just countering this one? Because this is going to be an interesting one. Yes, you have the heal, you have those, those typhoons or whatever they're called. I mean, you have definitely outs in that sense, but I'm very worried because I like the more tried and true lineup that we're seeing from Watermelon.
You're more of a meta guy, right? You follow what everyone has been okay.
All right, that sounds a little demeaning. You make it sound like I'm just like a follower of any sort of trend, but no, in this game, there's a reason.
Yeah, and I agree with that, right? Like, we haven't seen too much. The sample size is way too small to determine whether a Janna is successful or not. But the fact that she isn't picked much is a good indicator. But that also makes it fun, right? Like, someone pulls out a champion that you haven't seen often and makes it work. That's what we want to see. That distinguishes a good team from a good team from a great team. And in this case, I think, if anything, for the Dragon lane, it's all about Raven. Rich, he's not going to go aggressive because he has the Janna, but at the same time, he can enable Raven when the game goes late, something that was not able to be done in Game 2.
Okay, if it goes well, they're going to be like, oh, these guys are brilliant. They understand exactly what needs to happen. But if it doesn't, we're going to see a train wreck. It could go potentially poorly. And, the support, you got to give Rich as many opportunities as possible to just play. This is a guy that needs to get his kills. Yes, he gets a bunch of assists and everything like that, but you need to let him play. You need to let him do his thing, what he's most comfortable with, and not sometimes, maybe stick to what his champion pool is, as opposed to pulling something out that might not exactly work.
Yep, that's a fair point. We get Jinkai Shen into Tipper Camille once more. That's what we saw in game number 1, where Tipper was able to basically outlane Jinkai, right? Kind of slap him in the face. But bottom lane, that's where Watermelon has some more avenue to be aggressive, because they have the Rakan, one of the best roaming supports in the game, in the meta right now. Mid lane is going to be the interesting one, because we get Garen mid into a Galio.
And Camille is going to have to do a lot of the initiations. Obviously, Olaf is just going to run at you, but what's the follow-up, right? Yeah, you have Raven on the Vayne, you have Tipper with the Hextech ultimatums. On top of that, you have that potential. That's usually how the team fights are going to start. Now, can they find the right people, right? Ezreal is very, he's very sly. He's very difficult to just kind of pin down. You have the Aurelia who can kind of move at, at a moment's notice, and you have the Rakan as well, just kind of protecting both of those. So it's going to be somewhat difficult to make sure you do that, but let's find out. This is going to be game 3.
I am very, very excited to see if we will get that 5 games, but we will only find out if we get game 5 when game 4 ends. So that's we're shooting a bit too far for now. I think the question is, can Watermelon continue that momentum from game 2? And starting off, we get a double stack, triple stack mid lane from Watermelon. Smurf is going to show up, and he does have the means to engage. And RSG pulling back early on, don't want to take any chances. No sums were blown, and we do get a quick pause right now.
All right, for the record, you don't sound like a believer in the sense that this is going to go the distance. I think it's going to go to game 5. My mind and body are ready for it.
Well, now you put me on the spot, right? I am a believer, but I'm also a very realistic. I'm a practical person, right? I believe it would happen, but it can only happen if if it's XYZ happens. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't care how it happens. I just know it's going to happen, right? It's one of those things where it's been, it's preordained in that sense. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of, we're just watching to see how it happens, and that's the interesting part for me. But I know that this is going to go to game 5.
Yeah, fair enough. I will submit. I will submit to that. To the belief, right? It will go game 5 regardless, right? If RSG wins this one, Watermelon will win game 4. We can close our eyes. We are getting game 5 regardless, right? Heck, change the match number to 5. Like, we'll get there.
Oh, they still need to earn it. I still want to see the rest of the games. We're not just skipping to the game 5. This is, I look at this one as just like a best of 3. We're just going to go into this one. And, the other 2 games don't matter, right? Or they're 1-1. It is what it is. Yeah, we might have lost it if you're RSG fans. If you're Team Watermelon, yes, this is great in terms of just having that momentum and continuing that forward. But this game, again, I think that the teams, it's a heavyweight fight. It's not over till it's over, until you hear the bell. Somebody's knocked out. We're going to have to see that one play out. And game 3 is going to be a huge one in the sense of who has that edge, because that provides a lot of pressure as you go into game 4.
Yeah, and I think, you know, like, this is why these two teams are the best that Singapore has to offer, right? Like, we don't really get to see these kind of matchups when we look at Malaysia, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but so sometimes you would like to see like two teams really battling it out. So far, no one has ever come close to touching SEM9, and the only series that they lost again against Upcar, that really doesn't count at this point. But when we look at Watermelon and RSG, we know that it's gonna go the distance. I don't think we can say the same when we look at SEM9 playing any team. Maybe RSG, but so far in those rematches, SEM9 has just proven to be, you know, leaps and bounds ahead of RSG.
Okay, seeing as though we have some time though, and you're making it sound like SEM9 is this indestructible, you know, god team that
I know
nobody
where you're
can
going with
contest,
this, right?
And so you've kind of watered down the Singapore talent, and yes, they have some, from folks from other places as well, but is it like they're too busy bickering to deal with the SEM9? And maybe if they came out with this one superhero, like Avengers style squad that they could take on SEM9, is that what you're saying?
No, I think the teams that Singapore has right now are Avengers in their own right. It's like, you know, you have Marvel on one side, DC on the other. They are both incredible superheroes, but like, are they good enough? Right? Like, let's look at it this way. SEM9 is Thanos.
Whoa. Okay. Somebody,
I know
think the meme generators need to start with this one. But go on.
I'm pushing the bar way too high. I know. Like, you have your faith in RSG. You know, like, you know that there is something going on behind the scenes. I've seen your thread on Twitter, but I just want to make it clear that regardless who wins, at the end of the day, if we get a representative that can, you know, fly our region's flag on the international stage, I'm happy enough. But as the numbers stand right now, SEM9 is obviously in the lead, and it really comes down to like how much showing can RSG and Watermelon put up today.
Yeah. No, to be honest, I agree with you. I think that the Thanos analogy works. Because they are looking indestructible, right? They are very difficult to play against, and they're in firm control. We saw that earlier today. I mean, yeah, there was one hiccup game, but I think it was just kind of like a funsy one more than anything else. Maybe it was a lack of attention, so to speak, to that one game. But, you know, it's one of those things where until they are beaten, until they're, you know, some team can beat them at the end of the day, I don't know why we should not be thinking them as the best team and the representative of the region.
Yeah, it's like, you know, like you take a game off of SEM9 and then you lose the series, and people are just gonna look at it and be like, yeah, that game doesn't really matter too much, right? Sure, you beat them once, but can you close it out? You cannot cross the finishing line, that it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. And in fact, sometimes, like, when I talk to the members of SEM9, I do feel bad, because there were times we look at their games, it looked like they were having some fun, it looked like they were messing around, they lose that game, we go to an interview, and then we ask, so, what happened in that game? Are you guys messing around? And they give us this very serious breakdown of their thought process, and I just sit there thinking like, so you guys were playing seriously and it didn't work out? like what is going on?
Yeah. I mean, you're gonna have that. I mean, okay, here's the thing, is that I have high expectations of this region, right? Not just Singapore and Malaysia, right? And are they at the level where they're able to contest with the top tier, top 3 teams in the entire world? We're gonna have to see. And I want to see them get to that level. But the thing is that the level of play needs to be at that high level, so that they have that practice, they're able to learn their lessons, they're able to just take their punches, so to speak, so that they're ready. You know what I mean? It's to get to that level, it's not easy, and it's going to be a long road ahead of them. But it's one of those things where you need to get your licks in before you're able to, you know, really dish it out later.
Yeah. Speaking of practice, so yesterday we talked to our major after they beat Path Seeker, right? So I asked him, right, what's the difference between group stage and playoffs? And he said, well, we managed to play 2 scrims, so we felt we were a bit more warmed up.
Okay.
That's some practice.
That helps. Yeah,
that
definitely,
helps.
definitely. But the thing is that who are you scrimming against? Right? I think that's the big thing, right? Are you able to reach out to the regions? Are you able to figure something out so that you can play against them? Because that opens up doors, right? If you're playing within, it's kind of like, oh, you're already the best team. Is it really, you know, worthwhile at the end of the day?
Yeah, true enough. But I guess for some teams, it is the fact that they get to do some practice runs. That's good enough, right? I firmly believe that, you know, teams like Watermelon, teams like RSG, you know, Upcar, when they have time, they will definitely get some quality scrims in. That's how they got to the level that they are. But we also do see some discrepancy when it comes down to handling pressure, right? Like SEM9 so far has been the team that came back from an immense deficit. I know PSK did that once against P6, but SEM9 has done it in a more convincing fashion. Even when their enemies play perfectly, SEM9 finds a window of opportunity, and that really was a result of not just the players being experienced themselves, but also them getting a lot of practice in on a daily basis. In fact, we look at the two Singaporean teams fighting right now. Both teams have a combined of like more than a decade of experience with across all the players.
And that speaks volumes. You see that, right?
Yeah.
It's one of those things where I would say a newer player, when they're losing, they will tilt because they've never been in that situation before. It's awkward. It's angry. The toxic person comes out, right? When they're not understanding how they can win, they just get to, they get emotional in that sense. So, having those games is one thing where, you're kind of molded in the flames, so to speak. You've been there before. You've seen the situation. You know how to come back. And it's like, hey, if you lose at the end of the day, it's just a game.
Yeah, it's like a crossroad, right? You either become them or you don't, or you force yourself to be someone mentally tough, at the end of the day. In fact, so yesterday I had this game I was playing with Contra and another friend. We went into game 5 minutes in. I think like our jungler died once, and he was like, FF, like this game is over. And then 10 minutes later, he carried us to a victory. And I was just there like, like if you didn't say that FF, just have faith, or like you can't call surrender and then go back on your word. You have to commit to it. Like he calls FF, doesn't press surrender, rejects, the surrender vote, and proceeds to win the game for us. So sometimes, it's interesting games.
Yeah, definitely interesting, right? And I think that this is a testament to this region in general. I've seen it's one of those things where, there are teams that just everybody FFs and out, but more times than not, they will continue playing to the end. Even though they talk about it, even they're saying, FF or this guy's feeding or whatever it is, but they will still continue to play it out. I think majority of the times, I would say.
Yeah, I can testify to that, right? Like there were games where I felt like I want to give up. Like you feel like I want to AFK, but your fingers just keep moving. Like I feel bad. Let me play this out. And the game is actually ready, so we get to see it play out. No more pause. RSG and Watermelon in this game tree. Early on we see a triple stack down mid. They were trying to contest, to shove up the wave, but it ended up with Al Major forced the recall early on. Bottom lane engaged onto Raven. Just a couple of love taps on Scarlet Petal.
Okay, the pause was so long, I actually forgot what champions were drafted. So this is going to take me a second to get reacclimated to the game itself. But okay, Vayne, Janna, bottom versus Ez Rakan. Who do you give the edge to in that lane?
I think Scarlet Petal probably have a better time. Mid lane, a gank. Vendetta shows up. Not level 3 yet. Finally hits it, but the undertow from SSK almost switching off. Vendetta hits level 3, dashes on the CWJ, and counter engage. Justice punch from Al Major. First blood for the Galio. Vendetta gets stunned off. Waiting for the Blazer to come back online. Doesn't get the reset off the cannon minion.
Oh, that was so close. I mean, he was playing with fire at that point. It was super risky. He decided to go in for this one, but Vendetta a little low himself. And they're going to just back off here. That was so close. These awkward engagements in the middle. These 2-on-2 fights.
As the series drags on, we get more and more volatile gameplay from these teams, right? Like they get more and more bloodthirsty. They push the limits a bit farther with every single fight. And that's what we saw. I think both of them played the best that they could, but Vendetta, like he hit level 3 late, but once he hit that level 3, he instantly goes back in, and Al Major was right on his tail, able to get that trade. But the fact that Al Major got first blood was good enough.
Yeah. I mean, you'll definitely take that one, right? It's the easiest kill of his life, so to speak. But okay, if we're looking at, again, this bottom one, right? I really like Scarlet Petal on the Ez. I think that the laning and his just acclimation on as I say that, okay, dashes away, super careful. But I really like Scarlet Petal on the Ezreal here. But again, going into the Vayne, like Ezreal Vayne, what do you think about that matchup?
I think Ezreal should have a good time. Like they can't really get close. They can't really get onto him unless like he gets condemned, which is highly unlikely because he has no mobility, built-in mobility with the Arcane Shift. I actually like what Rich was doing with the tornado, right? He actually propped it up, and like I think Scarlet Petal thought that that Tornado was going to shoot straight, so it was just mind games down the bottom lane. He almost got hit by the Howling Gale just now. But we are going to see this back and forth. Rich just harassing the Dragon Laners of Watermelon with the Tornado, but can't really do much to Scarlet Petal. He will just poke it up. Top lane is just a slugfest. Jinkai and Tipper going at it, but Tipper once more having the lead on this Camille.
I feel like Tipper and Jinkai in the top lane. Both of those champs are just hitting each other, just like they're doing like no damage to each other, and just like they're just, it's a war of words more than anything else, because it seems like the life bars are not going down. And look at Tipper already making his way into the mid lane. Looks to be a nice little rotation.
Yeah, I love what Tipper did. He actually set up like a double triple wave, crashes it, and while Jinkai was busy dealing with the wave, he was able to, you know, make some moves. But RSG, they do have SSK down bot, a condemn and an exhaust onto Scarlet Petal. That's gonna be an easy kill for Raven. Now they want Smurf dead, and Raven just goes for it, flashes out. SSK picks that one with the undertow, and top lane Tipper gets dive, but no kills will come through for Watermelon.
Very well played in the bottom lane. That condemn was completely on point, knocking away Smurf so that he's not able to get away or get the stun or have any sort of way to just fight. And Scarlet Petal getting caught out there, especially since Raven was able to just dash onto him. And that's the power of the Vayne. You think that you have a slight advantage, but she's so quick. She has that stun. She's almost self-sustaining, although her range is a little short, but she's very difficult to deal with in the lane.
And she has a Janna with her, right? Like, your Mystic Shot damage will be blocked by the shield early from the Janna, and Raven is just going to use the Silver Bolt. So dashes forward, but again, Rich does have the Tornado.
Exhaust.
Now the Exhaust Raven, he's a bit too far forward, and Vendetta punishes him for it. Redemption drops down, but it's a bit too late.
Exhaust gaming. We've seen it time and time again, right? I think more teams are starting to prioritize it just to see exactly how powerful it is. If you get caught in there and it looks like, oh, Smurf gets killed here, Scarlet Petal, Blast Cone's away, and dodges, and it gets over the wall. Rich does as well, but he goes for the blast, and Rich will secure that kill.
Oh, Smurf tried to be a good guy, but takes an undertow to the face. So yeah, it's no save your buddy syndrome. I honestly don't think it would have made too much of a difference, other than, you know, RSG getting one less kill. But with that being said, Watermelon, they want to contest, but Tipper just shows up, gets a good ultimatum, a good counter engage from Smurf. Now to get the hero's entrance, Tipper gets knocked out. Vendetta meanwhile picks up a kill on the Jinkai, as Jinkai now finds himself in the front line. Raven that tumbles forward, no kills for RSG. Watermelon walks out alive.
CWJ, he's just not tanky enough right now. He was trying to 1v5 that one, provide a lot of space, and we saw that in the last game where, you know, he was kind of up front, you know, just having, you know, giving their team a chance to fight, but it was one of those moments where you gotta wait. You're just definitely not tanky enough. You have the cleaver, yes, but that's just not enough at 5 minutes of this game.
Yeah, definitely needs a bit more, you know, like Bramble Vest, something of that sort. Device Thunder being a very popular item. I mean, you know, for teams who like to fight, I can understand why. In fact, normally the Shen will go for like the Bami Cinder into a Sunfire Aegis, but in this case, Jinkai, he just goes straight for the Divine Thunder so that he can do better against Tipper in the side lanes. So far, I think this game is probably going to be the most peaceful one. I say that, right? But in game 1, we saw how explosive it could be. SSK on that referral.
Yeah, it's you got to be careful as Team Watermelon. You don't want to let this Olaf, who does fall off at some points, but you don't want to let him get that early to mid game peak that he's gonna eventually get. So it's one of those things where your team needs to work around this. You know, prioritize the early game just so that he has probably a worse game. But you know, Watermelon here, they're sticking around. I think they're gonna get off the rift.
Yeah, they actually can't do this. Scarlet Petal forced to recall thanks to Raven, who did chunk him down to, I think, like 40% health, so there's no way to contest that. Free referral, RSG, they would just drop it down mid, just take this turret, and Watermelon have no way to defend this. And that's kind of like the power of RSG's comp, right? We see Rich constantly dropping those tornadoes to deter Watermelon from getting any engage off. Now with this mid turret down, I think RSG will have more space to work with.
Plenty of space. And you saw Ezreal there, Scarlet Petal, throw out the True Shot Barrage, and it did like next to no damage. I mean, it's still too early for him to get going, but he's 0-2-1. He's struggled a little bit in terms of the laning phase. He needs to get items. He needs to get online. He's still a ways away, but man, that T1 mid is a huge objective for RSG. And, you know, I hope this game doesn't get out of hand.
So far, the goal lead is not too substantial for RSG. Just 2,000. SSK, of course, with this with this Olaf is going to come huge. And one, Scarlet Petal, sure, he has mobility, but if you can't really stop this Olaf, he will just run at you. And he even has the Red Smite, so they're all going for those fights. And Raven is having a heck of a game. 1,000 goal lead over Scarlet Petal. CWJ, no problem. They can't kill him. They don't have the damage to go through his durability.
Yeah, he's going to stick around the top lane, just make sure that he's safe here, and provide space to the mid lane. You provided space by taking, the attention of two Vendetta and Jinkai at that point, who are now not there now. But look at how much space. Somebody has to deal with CWJ, who's in the top lane, letting some turret damage happen. This is structural damage that is unhealable, of course, so you need to be careful.
Jinkai kind of boxed in. But, RSG can't really go for the gank right now. Yeah, they're thinking about it, second-guessing themselves. In fact, top lane, that's why CWJ gets gone on once more. Vendetta looking in for the flawless duet, but CWJ sidesteps all of that. Vanguard is thrown out to get the Winds of War and a Blaze Surge to follow up. Killing spree for Vendetta.
Vendetta throws out the Vanguard's edge, traps him in a box like a wild animal, made sure that he secured the kill. This is going to turn into the top T1, and it looks like Watermelon are done a good job in terms of striking back. Yes, the Rift Herald, but they do trade that for the bottom T1.
And it's a trade that I think Watermelon would gladly take. At least they are able to get something off of that. Now Jinkai didn't go down. Now he returns to the Rambo Vest. He does have to play the Steel Caps, or for those who have played PC long enough, it's the Ninja Tabis, as they call. Actually, I'm curious, like, why did they change that? I think Tabis sound just fine. But this Steel Cap is cool though. Engage.
Oh, the quickening catches on a 3.
Gets 4 of them. Oh, Raven is going to drop low. Scarlet Petal flashes for the kill. Rich cannot save him in time, and now a taunt from Major. Major big play from this Galio. Watermelon wins that head on with 3 kills.
Oh my gosh, Smurf with an amazing initiation right there. Oh, they're going to go for...
And they get a taunt, and that's going to be SSK, victim number 4 in this team fight. RSG sticking around, and they pay the price. Watermelon gets 4 kills, they break the mid tier 1, now they go for the cloud 3.
I mean, just really well played there. I have to give props to Smurf, because he came on a complete flank. He flashed forward. He made sure that he got the grand entrance, secure them. It was like a nice 3-man knockup, just buying time for the rest of the team. And we're going to see the replay here. Look at this quickening. Proto Belt. Hextech Ultimatum just locking him in. Smurfy's stuck in, but somehow survives because the hero's entrance just doing a lot of zoning from Major, but that taunt was completely on point. Tipper was locked in as well. Smurf gets away with his life here. And this turned on, in terms of the mid T1, and they wanted for more, they got more, but then another good taunt by Major.
Yeah, they are so much crowd control, right? You have a taunt from Shen, you have a knockup and a charm from Smurf. It's like, do you want to taunt me or do you want to seduce me? RSG a bit confused on that. But Watermelon made it clear that regardless of the methods, they would want to get those kills. One thing about this Janna is that I pointed out that she can Monsoon to push everyone away, but you can't do that if you get charmed by the Rakan. So Rich couldn't really save Raven, even though he was nearby. Watermelon will be able to get wrestle that lead back onto their side. 2k goal advantage.
And it looks like they're going to make their way into the Rift Herald. They're going to wake up Shelly, and they're going to look to flank. And it looks like they're going to go.
And then that goes golden again. Here comes Smurf, tries to go for an engage. Actually catches SSK, doesn't care. Crosses Ragnarok, execution, Damascene Justice kills up Vendetta. Now Tipper access the backline, and he will kill off Smurf. And suddenly Major will not be able to survive the Scarlet Petal. Forced to run away, but he's up against both Raven and Tipper. He can only exhaust one. Raven is fatigued, but Tipper is not. He is active, running around with those hook shots, and those zip lines will help him get those kills in. Jinkai, last man standing, but RSG responds with an ace after a team fight down mid, and it will be Tipper to pick up the rampage.
Yeah, Jinkai there, I mean, super tanky, but not really a whole lot of damage. But just kind of how that one played out, it was just like, I'm hoping we could go to a replay, because I feel like, okay, here we go. This is where it started with a flawless duet, which is on point. The Vanguard's edge as well. But look at Jinkai just locking it up, stand beside me. And the stasis was on point by Vendetta. He gets destroyed there by the Damascene Justice. CWJ just turning it up. Hextech Ultimatum on the back end of this one. And they just completely turned it around. Their priority, the focus that they had, Scarlet Petal, no way to get away from this one. They were just prioritizing every champion as they, at their will, so to speak, because there was no actual peel, no sort of tanking space provided by Jinkai on this one.
And just realized Rich actually had a hero play. He saw Smurf running in from 10 miles away, NASCAR style with the quickness. He hit Smurf Tornado mid-grand entrance. And that kind of like broke the tempo of the engage from Watermelon. So just really good play from RSG. I say Watermelon have a lead, now RSG took it back. 1,000 goal lead, nothing too jarring at this point. 30 minutes in. This is the closest game we have so far, Holler.
Yeah, definitely the closest one. But, I thought Watermelon were doing well. They had it. But this is why RSG is such a good team, right? They're losing a little bit, but they have ways to get back.
They definitely do. And they get a trial. Vanguard's is Raven is the target. But Vendetta getting cut through by SSK. The rest of RSG now power in. Jinkai tries to help, but they take him out. Ultimatum to secure Smurf. They lock him in a cage, just like what happened just now. And Watermelon getting 3 kills and 1 precision protocol from Tipper. Brings Scarlet Petal down to 50%. Tipper still alive. Scarlet Petal once more flashes
still
forward.
alive.
Tipper doesn't go down, and he retains his Guardian Angel. RSG turns their attention to Baron Nashor. And I don't think Watermelon can do this though. They will try to poke with Al Major and Scarlet Petal, but there is going to be the smite. And Tipper comes back. Scarlet Petal is the target. They taunt him, but Tipper turns onto Al Major, forces the flash as Raven picks up his counterpart. Scarlet Petal goes down.
All right, Tipper's an absolute man. Okay, don't get me wrong, he had Guardian Angel, so he's allowed to play risky like that. But he was completely zoning out the rest of the team. Made sure that they got a free Baron. Just made it very difficult for them to get anything going. And Watermelon, this is where a moment where you need to be careful. You got to be worried, right? You had a lead, you kind of let it go. Now you're behind about 4K. This is this is a true test as a team. Like, how do you respond to something like that? What RSG just did.
And contrary to Game 2 where RSG had a Varus, now they have a Vayne. Just scales incredibly well into the late game, completely eviscerates tanks, and has so many layers of safety from the rest of the members. You have Rich, you have CWJ in the front line, and Tipper. Like he's just gonna go wild and zone out the rest of Watermelon. So there's something that RSG has an advantage over Watermelon. Vanguard's edge, but that's only onto CWJ though. A 3-man control from Smurf. Rich staying alive with the Monsoon, but they were able to blow the GA from Raven. Now can they finish him off? Tipper joins the fight. He gets the ultimatum onto Vendetta. They dash back onto Raven. Raven flashes away, gets the fat steal from Rich, and now they turn it around. Raven comes back, and the second life is all he needs. Watermelon completely exhausted. They have ran out of fuel, and RSG finds an ace. This game is over, Holler. RSG will take the lead 2-1.
That was completely on point. That was teamfight after teamfight after teamfight. It was just the priority, the fact that Scarlet Petal couldn't get anything going. They don't have any damage on this team. Vendetta, last time, he got going because he had so much time. He had plenty of farm. He was able to out-farm everybody, find pickoffs, and go. But this is one where, our RSG were like, we're going to make it very difficult for you. We're going to pressure you, make it very awkward for you to do anything. And so, with no room to breathe, this is Team Watermelon folding.
Yeah, and RSG, you said they will always come back, and indeed they came back, and they came back really strong, right? We saw the sequence of events. Watermelon wins a huge team fight, Resurgence claps deck with an ace, deck takes Baron, wins a subsequent team fight, and then the game, it's RSG, excuse me, and that's kind of what happened in Game 1. One team flips the switch, and we just go all the way until the very end.
All right, well, let's find out. That was Game 3. We're going to talk about that one after our break.
Everybody blow up the ceiling, cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Yeah. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Yeah. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Oh. Na 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 na. Yeah. Na 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 na. What's next?
Warriors, notorious, war with us, war with us. We the warriors, we notorious, they the warriors, we the warriors, we the warriors, we notorious, they can war with us, we the warriors. They can war with us.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
And that was game 3 between RSG and Team Watermelon. RSG might have lost one game, but what's more important is that they are now in the lead. We are kind of down to pseudo best of one, right? If RSG wins this, they get a rematch against SEM9 in the upper bracket finals, and Watermelon goes down to face off against Upcard tomorrow for some Husky alongside Holler. We have a... So are you still looking forward to a game 5? I heard
Yeah,
that
yeah.
there have been a change of mind.
No. Let's be honest. I think that it will go the distance, but the thing is that this is where, you know, the team's resolve is really tested, right? That last game was really demoralizing because they had a chance. They were doing very well in the early game, but then RSG came in there and just started doing RSG things. It just made it very difficult for them to kind of get themselves back in because, like, it's one of those things where when you get punched and the guy's on top of you. I'm going to use MMA as an example, right? Where he ground and pounds you. Right? And it makes it very difficult for you to get back in the game. It's one of those moments where you got punched, you got knocked down, and how do you get back up? It's very difficult to escape. And so that's why that early game is so key.
How do you get back up? Like, I'm not an expert in martial arts. I think the first I went was Taekwondo, but my mom stopped me because she thinks that it's a bit too violent because I got my butt kicked. And she decided that, no, it's too much, my child, can't let you get hurt, so I stopped. But how do you get out of the ground and pound? Now I'm interested.
Okay, well, for the record, I don't do MMA, so I wouldn't know where to begin. I would probably cry a little bit. I think that would be, step one. But step two, I would just, I would punch him. I don't know what I would do. I would get physical. I would bite him maybe. But here's the post game. This is the actual punching and ground and pound that we saw. RSG 19-11 and Tipper untouched 6-0-5. My gosh, how do you stop this Camille?
He just plays he just becomes scarier and scarier each game. I think that's the part that you have to fear when you go up against someone like Tipper, right? And he's not only untiltable, he just plays the series in a more impressive manner with each passing game. Game 1, started off 0-3, wins the game 5-4. Game 2, I don't really remember the stats, but Game 3, now he's 6-0 on the champion that he kind of got shut down in Game 1. So how do you throw a wrench in Tipper's plan? I feel like you can't stop this guy.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you have to ban his champions right now. I think you need to really start thinking about focusing him because, just the amount of control, team fight, damage, everything. And we'll see the damage one. That's going to be the next slide that we see. But he was completely on point. This guy is consistently scoring high on his team. And the reason why RSG are the second seed in this league is because, don't get me wrong, everybody's very good. But Tipper, he brings it to another level. You just complement his play style and you're going to have a great time.
Yeah, and I think this is also not just about RSG as a team, right? It's just Tipper individually can hold his ground, and these kind of players are super valuable. We have some players who can be up to par. We talk about RH, players that can hold his ground, like Emotion, Yoshi, like the Baron laners that we have in this league, in this playoff so far. They all are self-sufficient, but Tipper is on another level. And I think when you target his champion pool, maybe it's time to consider banning that Camille.
Yeah. They picked it first, right? Make him pick something that he's not as familiar with. Don't get me wrong, Tipper has a huge arsenal at his, at his hand, but so to speak. But it's one of those things where you need to figure out. Maybe you don't let him play his main. Maybe you make him play something that he might not be as 100% on. Maybe it's a 99% champion. You got to give yourself a chance. But look at this, highest damage, man, Tipper.
Yeah, the whole game, untouched, and he was just playing this. He's just playing, disruption, right? The fight starts, he jumps straight onto the back line, and there was nothing that Watermelon could do. And especially towards the tail end of the game where Watermelon was so committed, they wanted Raven gone. And while all of that was happening, Tipper was free hitting Scarlet Petal. He was destroying tanks like L Major. This guy is insane. And I do want to echo your point, right? Ban on the Camille, force him onto something else, right? If I want your Camille and you don't ban my champion, why would I change? I would just keep playing Camille until you decide to do something about it.
Another thing, I don't like Shen. We've seen it in this series alone at 0-3. I don't know how it is in terms of the other games, but we've seen it throughout. But this is a champion that it has a lot of potential outplay potential, the ganks, if they're all right. But you can see that the teams are not playing it properly, right? It's one of those things, even if you're in the top lane, it's not doing enough damage. It's tanky, it survives, but it's not able to fight like a normal Camille, Fiora, right? Darius, like all of these things that could potentially just go in and just smash things. Shen is the type where, yes, you can't kill me, but then I will just die 5 seconds later.
Yeah, and at the same time, it's like Shen generally, if you can, you want to play the side lanes, you want to be able to split push if you are the Baron laner, right? So split push, a fight starts, you stand united, you join your team. Free TP, no problem. But when you play him as a support, that's not the case. You stick with your team, and whenever a fight happens, you are going to be the one who started off. So when Watermelon plays Smurf, on that Rich on the Shen support, that's what we saw in Game 2. And in this Game 3, Jinkai couldn't do the split push because Tipper would just show up and force him out.
Just force the enemy team to draft Shen, and that's how you win. Because it's got a 0% win rate. You got to give yourself a chance to play. But it's just not top tier at this level. I think it's just going to take a little bit more time to figure it out. And don't get me wrong, you said all the right things in terms of how it should be played, but again, we're not seeing that yet. Yeah. The teams are not ready. It's one of those things that, yeah, I've got the surprise pocket pick. Is the enemy team ready for this? Well, they're ready because you're not ready for it.
Yeah, it's something like when a new product gets released, right? Everyone goes crazy over it. Whether a new phone model, a new watch, people can line up for it without knowing how good it is, and then they just keep, they go for it, and then things start to happen, and you have to send it for repair. I think it's the same case as Karma Shen. It looks good on paper, but in the practical wise, at the highest level, maybe that's not the one you want to go for. Again, right? Before game one, during the pregame, I did share my thoughts on how there are certain champions that are ranked higher in priority over Shen and Karma. I think this is one of the case.
Like if you substituted with any other like team fighting champion, maybe you had like a Gragas or something like that. I mean, it might have been banned in that game, but there's so many different opportunities for you to expand off of this. You can't force it. And, especially at a time like this where there's a lot of money at stake, right? And getting yourself into that top 3 is key. You got to play what works. What has gotten you here into this position? It's based on the back of these other champions that you've played well with.
Yeah, and so far, I think the only, hard engaged champion up there we saw was Rakan. I know Thresh was banned in game 2, so I want to see if the teams would kind of shift their priorities a bit. Would they pick the support early? Because I think that's what Team Watermelon has been focusing on pretty often throughout the entire 3 games that we saw. And so far, the initial bans, the set I think must go. Watermelon, they really don't like the set. They take out the Lulu. Maybe it's time to consider something else. We talk about the Camille. Perhaps you want to look at what SSK is capable of as well. Don't give it something like an Olaf who can just run in.
And they're smart, right? In the sense that if we're going to pick the Camille, we're going to make sure that Lulu is gone, right? There are other ways to counter that champion just by keeping it alive. And they've done a great job of protecting the Camille, making sure that no one can really have a potential to deal with this champion. It's, again, I think that unless you're banning it, I don't really see a good counter to it, especially if you're going to, they're going to do their due diligence of making sure that all the counters are banned.
Yeah, and so far, the trajectory of the series is going down a direction where it gets more and more volatile each game. Game 1, very peaceful, came down to a few team fights. Game 2, a lot of team fights. Game 3 was just, from minute 1, we see people stacking up mid. Vendetta and SSK, they kept showing up, trying to get priority. I think this is going to continue being the case for RSG at least, right? I think they have some more breathing space, but for Watermelon, I wonder how they will switch things up. That is not the first time that they have been on the back foot, especially against a team like, RSG, but the stakes, like you said, are higher. So if there's anything, I think Watermelon right now, it is going to be the true test.
Okay, for the record, both of these teams are not going anywhere, right? If one drops into the lower bracket, they still have a chance. You have 2 lives in this playoff, so to speak. But it's one of those things where you want to win, of course, but at the same time, you need to get some lessons. You might face this team again later down the road in the playoffs. It might eventually happen. Somebody gets dropped down. Somebody else might lose in the next upper bracket finals. We're gonna have to find out. But it's one of those moments where you need to figure something out and try different solutions. Maybe give yourself a different option to get yourself into a chance to get that win.
And I think for Watermelon, they now need to kind of look at like what has been going wrong. I personally think that the team fights have been mostly impressive, but it was just Tipper, right? Being able to access that backline on his own. I think that's something that Watermelon hasn't been dealing well with, barring game 2 where they had enough crowd control, but Game 3, we see the adjustments from Tipper. Now he kind of tracks what abilities Watermelon have. Do they want to go for a team comp where they can actually pull back, play front to back, or do they want to go all in? Because that's what Watermelon has been playing for the past 3 games.
Yeah. But has it really worked? I feel like it's one of those things where you don't want to change your entire team composition, and that's not your strategy. That's not your style of play. But, it's one of those things where you got to give yourself the best chance to win. And if the strategy is not working, are we just kind of, making the same mistakes?
That's a good question. Right? I think if you change it too drastically, that's when it starts going bad, right? Like, I think a very good example would be a team like Toda, right? They go from A to Z in a heartbeat. Like, one game you will see them play champions like Kha'Zix, Lee Sin, Xin Zhao, and then the second game you see like Nunu, Galio, and you're just thinking to yourself, what is the identity of this team? Like, what do they want to go for? Yeah. I don't think Watermelon will go down that path. I think the adjustments will probably be more centralized on Vendetta and Vendetta alone. Like, everyone else will be a supporting character, because Vendetta always falls back to being that hyper carry for his team, right? Scarlet he can play, mages like Morgana, like Bran, not a problem for him, but Vendetta is always going to be that main star of the show. That's what I feel.
Okay. I mean, he's the star of the show, but he didn't really get to shine last game, and it seemed like a little bit of space, a little bit of just trying to get going. We see how good Aurelia can be in the jungle, can play very strong, can actually carry the game in the end. But we can also see it where you have a game like the last one, where when you don't have any sort of space, no way to farm, you're gonna have a rough time.
Yeah, and that's kind of the biggest difference, right? Like I think in the last game, Vendetta had to like keep fighting alongside his team. Had to keep getting those engages off. There were certain moments where Rich was kind of the hidden MVP because of the Janna tornado, but most of the time it was just Watermelon feeling compelled to do something, to make something happen. They keep trying to dive Raven. It felt like if Raven doesn't go down, there's no chance of winning. But then your tunnel vision resulted in them forgetting about Tipper, who was 6-0, and Tipper just annihilated everyone from Watermelon. So I think that's the problem that they ran into. But there's nothing against it though. I still felt like they played well, but RSG just played better.
And I really like the Janna pick. I think in the end, just Rich just showing just how to use it, right? The counter initiation, making sure that, any sort of attacks, knockups happen, you can just save your team with that Typhoon. Give yourself a chance to just really get back in the game. You have the heal. It just like perfect support play, I would say, by Rich. Really underrated.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case, right? We highlighted him a lot during the group stage, but more often than not, we look at Tipper, we look at SSK. So sometimes it's good to see, the support players like Rich getting appreciated a lot. But no, it seems like we have some time on our hand. And I just want to get back to something that, I found interesting. I feel like, me and Omo, we have been advocating for certain picks, right? Like Varus, like Ziggs, like Morgana. We hate Ezreal. Oh, we hate Corki the most, that's for sure. And I'm gonna get your opinion on that. Like, what do you feel about a champion like Corki?
I don't mind it. I think it definitely has potential for a lot of bursts, but it's a fine line, right? In the sense of you got to play it perfectly. You're positioning again, like you have Valkyrie, you have ways to kind of get into the action, you Gatling gun, but it's so short range, right? And you have your missiles, and once you're out, it's kind of like this awkward phase where like, what do I do? How do I get in there? I mean, I'm not 100% sold on it, but I just feel like, if the other ADCs are kind of banned out and you don't really have your opportunity of getting a Ziggs or a Vayne or something that really fits into the style, like you're going to have a tough time.
And don't worry, I think Raven agrees with that completely, right? He says that Corki is a very bad champion, like he doesn't like it at all. But with that being said, we see the set and the Senna ban now. Not much variation. The Gragas is still in the pool, and Watermelon, after 3 games of getting beaten down by Tipper, they finally decided that Camille is not going to be in game 4.
Yeah, I think Jinkai made the call at the end of the day, right? When you're laning against this thing 3 times and you've only got 1 win to your name, it's like, okay, all right, I need some help, guys. You gotta ban this champion out. Tipper is just like on another level. Let's make him play something else, and they banned the Olaf as well.
That means Gragas now goes through with the final Lulu ban. Watermelon, do you want to give our major the Gragas? It's a favorite, they're thinking about it, but it's the first pick. So Karma online, they will take the Karma instead. That's more important to Watermelon.
I feel like RSG knew that it was going to be Karma or the Gragas here. And so I think RSG could happily pick up the Gragas if they want, but they're going to go with the Garen first. You combo with the Gragas? What do you do?
I think it's a pretty solid pick, right? Like both of them are flex. Well, for the Gragas, I feel like that probably would go into CWJ. I say that Gragas gets picked up, so now you have 2 big flex pick. Like Tipper can play Garen, CWJ can play Garen. Gragas can play into like 4 roles, like if he wants to. So RSG have a lot of avenue to work with.
Yeah, I love the pick here, and he just provides so much control, and you need some way to deal with Karma's ult, right? I think that the Transcendence is just on another level, right? That team fight, people are get caught out, sucked in, you're just gonna have a tough time, and they again go back to the well in the sense of the Aurelia pick for Vendetta again. Is this too many times for Vendetta?
I think it's fine, right? Because I feel like Vendetta played well, like he did well in the past 2 games. Like sure, he lost game 3, but even then with the limited resources he had, we saw the impact that this Irelia could bring to the team fight. So I think Vendetta felt pretty good about himself. He thinks that this Irelia isn't the biggest problem. They even doubled down with Jinkai's Akali, and I think this is gonna be great. Like regardless of who you lane into, this Akali will always have the advantage. Your late game is pretty much secure. RSG with a Lee Sin pick.
Okay, RSG, I mean, you've got the Lee Sin, SSK, we'll pick that one up. But Gragas, this is probably going to be, like, it could be a mid, it could be a support as well. You definitely have opportunities and potential there. But the Garen versus the Akali, that matchup in the top lane, who are you giving the edge to?
I'm definitely giving it over to Akali for sure. Like early on, I think she would struggle a bit because of, she runs out of energy very quickly, but as she gains some levels and items, it's hard for Garen to do much. I know you have mobility, you can basically just execute the Garen or anyone else who gets close to you, providing you have a good game. But even if you go even, I think Jinkai wouldn't be too worried. RSG now banning out the Galio and Watermelon, they ban out the Riven. That's one of Tipper's classics. So you take that out of the picture, make sure that Tipper doesn't get any champions that can threaten Jinkai's lane.
Yeah. And it's a good ban there. They definitely need to attack Tipper. I don't think it's going to be in the top lane. Tipper, it doesn't seem like a champion Tipper likes to play a whole lot. He seems to want the mobile, high damage ones. And, the Garen tends to be a little bit more passive in the sense of who's going to walk up to me, who wants to, a piece of this action, so to speak. And Tipper is more like, I'm just going to take the fight to you. And yeah, it seems like they're definitely targeting him with the Riven. But the Draven ban here, that's interesting to me.
So again, taking out what RSG might go for, like they have a chance to go for the Draven Thresh. Though I feel like if that's the case, which means that Watermelon probably don't want to run this Karma mid, like they will give out Major something else and Smurf will take the Karma. Because if you, even if you let Draven through, right? Let's say RSG gets the Draven, you can even take the Thresh away, but Watermelon have some other thoughts. RSG takes that Renekton for themselves.
Okay, interestingly enough, to be honest, I haven't checked, but I'm not entirely. I think Renekton is a male, and it looks like they're going with an all-male lineup versus the all-female lineup of Watermelon. Okay, as I say that, the Darius. That will change things up. Okay, all right. I guess he's just, I don't know. I don't like that, but I think they should have gone with a theme here, but you got somebody tanky. Maybe that will deal with the Garen.
What other female champions do we have left? Like that fits the role of a Darius, of the Darius.
Well,
I don't think there's any. The Diana? Well, like a Diana mid.
Yeah, you could have done that, but it would have been so squishy. That's the problem, right?
Yeah.
You need a little beef in that. So
RSG with the Varus again. So I think it's a Gragas support for sure, right? Like SSK Lee Sin, Gragas support. We probably get Tipper, Renekton, and CWJ plays Garen mid once more. The Darius though, I wonder where the Darius is going to go. I feel like this could be our major Darius. I don't see him playing the Akali, but I could be wrong. He did play the Zed, right? So Akali sounds right up his alley.
Yeah, Almajor tends to play the beefier ones. They're just the consistent, don't lose lane, make sure that you get as much farm as possible, just tank up, and then just become that nuisance later on in the game. Well, yeah, you might not be able to kill everybody, but it's not like that flashy style of mid. It's more of the consistent one, and it suits the team. So Team Watermelon need that to kind of let Vendetta just kind of start carrying the game.
Yeah, right. Like for it's all about Vendetta at the end of the day, right? Like for El Major, he's like, I don't care who you give me. If you give me a carry, I will do it. If you give me something that allows me to be the enabler, I will do it as well. But in this case, if he's on the Akali, which I think is very possible, into a Garen, we gotta get the same matchup that we were expecting. Just that mid lane is a bit shorter, so I think CWJ will be safe, and our Major will be able to farm the lane, without any interference.
Okay, all right. This is game 4. I think that this is going to be, obviously it's a must-win for Team Watermelon. They do not want to drop down. They're going to figure something out. But is this draft strong enough where Team Watermelon can take it over RSG at this stage?
Is it strong enough? I think it definitely is. I think they have a great chance to win it for sure. I think the draft get a skills roll into the late game. They have most of their bases covered. But it's more of like how do they play the early game out, right? Because at the end of the day, you are still dealing with RSG. Like they will punish the tiniest mistakes that you make, and Watermelon has been giving them those small windows in the games that they have lost. Actually, it's a Jinkai Akali, so they give L Major the Darius, which is a bit rare, but it makes a lot more sense. I think Jinkai Akali has been super impressive. Either way, Watermelon have to make a choice. It's kind of like pick a poison. Like who do you want to play into Garen? I think the Darius does make a bit more sense because he can out-trade with the Hemorrhage.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense here, and I like that. Again, Almajor, he tends to play these style champions, so it just makes sense in terms of how they want to do. But I like the fact that in this entire draft, Shen was not picked. Okay, meaning I don't know how to call this one. Because normally I would just pick the team that, didn't pick Shen. But in this case, it seems a lot closer than it's going to be. But again, I'm feeling the RSG hype train. I'm starting to feel it. I'm starting to believe. And while I did say it's going to go to a game 5, I feel like this might be a difficult lineup for Watermelon to deal with.
Yeah, RSG has a lot of setup, right? They have a lot of playmaking potential with the Lee Sin. That's something that SSK, he brought out like Jax, he brought out a champions like Grace. Now you give him a Lee Sin, so much ability, so much setup. I'm excited to see how RSG plays out this game with such an active lineup. We're gonna head into game 4, RSG against Team Watermelon.
All right, it's going to start one right now. This is going to be game 4. This is pretty much must win for Watermelon unless they want to drop down, but we're going to start this off in the mid lane. Already action. This seems to be very consistent with all the other games.
Yeah, same old, L Major and Jinkai, they're gonna swap lane. It feels like that's gonna be the case. Like L Major making his way top, so Jinkai will now play mid into CWJ. So we still get the Akali Garen matchup. That's good enough. And that's kind of like the purpose of Akali, right? You get the flex pick. He sees the Garen, they were like, yeah, we will get this matchup done regardless. So L Major will face Tipper. Does hit level 2 first. Pops an early barrier just to get a couple of hammer stacks in, but you gotta be careful though. Tipper can take these fights. He does not care.
Okay, they did a little bit of a lane swap in the sense that, Jinkai is in the mid lane here, but the Akali, now, is this a Jinkai call where he's just like, I'm sick of dealing with Tipper, or was it more of like, El Major is like, oh, I see, Jinkai, you're not doing 100%, or you're not doing that well. How about I go in the top lane?
I feel like it's a matchup. It's a issue of matchup, right? If it's anything other than, a Renekton, Jinkai probably would stay top. But so, kind of, again, it's like pick a poison. Like, who do you want to face up against? You want to take, like, the least risk. So for Jinkai to go mid, I think it's totally understandable.
Okay, all right. You're a lot more positive than I was. I would have assumed the otherwise, where, people are calling for help, and just, I wanted to see if you would fall into that trap where, you call it out and say one player is a weaker player than the other, but you did not. Well played. But Vendetta here is going to get gone.
Yeah, body slam. Early heal come out. Sonic Wave actually connecting onto the Skull Crab. Vendetta steals it away. Raven flashes forward, gets the exhaust.
The exhaust.
Goes for the kill. CWG follows out with the spin for first blood, and RSG just takes that kill. Almajor does show up, but he runs into SSK. CWJ is around. Almajor can't really get this done. Now he is slowed down by the rip up and the Tempest. SSK will follow up with the Resonating Strike. Smurf cannot do much, even with the Tether. A Scarlet Petal now gets gone on. RSG has 4 members in the bottom lane. They will force a flash Tempest. It's going to be Scarlet Petal and Smurf. They all go down. RSG with 4 kills to kick off the game.
Clean up aisle 1. That was completely on point. RSG just understanding who was out of position. I mean, the exhaust was just extreme and just slowing down Smurf, making sure that he was going to be down for the count, and they were just completely on top of them. El Major made his way all the way from the top lane into the bottom lane to kind of help out, but at that stage, it was way too late, and then he was caught out of position, letting the other people die. If he stuck around, if he had full life, they might not have dove that one. Fortunately, that was not the case in El Major, putting them in a bad spot.
And now, off of that, we see another lane swap. As Jinkai goes back to top to face up against Tipper. But, Ravens, guys, that's Guts of Steel. I did not expect him to flash over the wall just to get an exhaust on Vendetta. That is something that only a lunatic would do. But sometimes the craziest plays does net you a lead. And the RSG, make that work out so well. Tipper now has a level advantage. He's going to try and force Jinkai away with those small trades. And this is not looking good for Watermelon.
Yeah, and for the record, the flashover with the exhaust, it's only crazy if it doesn't work. In that case, it did work, so he looks brilliant in that sense. He was completely right where he needed to be, slowed it down, and actually won the team fight because of that. And they can snowball off of that, considering they got 4 kills. And it looks like they're in prime position now with a almost 4K net worth lead, a little bit more, and the objectives are about to spawn.
It's kind of a huge disaster when 4 out of your 5 members got killed off, got nothing in return, and that means that your bottom lane your Dragon lane falls apart, your Baron lane falls apart, your jungle, slows down, and we see RSG just taking so much control over the map. Like they can do whatever they want, and this Rift Herald could be a target, but they are rotating top to try and look for Jinkai. They kick him away. Jinkai with the perfect execution will buy some distance, but Tipper flashes in, gets the stun, and SSK gets the kill.
Oh, when you get the kick like that, pushing him all the way back. Yeah, he's got the shuriken to... Oh! El Major getting tick. Oh, he gets blown up. Throw a cask at him. And it looks like WTM on the run. Transcendence is going to be a little off the mark. and they should be fine.
Yeah, and Smurf missing that ultimate means that there's no chance of engaging. But even then, I don't think that they could make it work because Raven was making his way there. So free Rift Herald for RSG. SSK will get that done. 6-0. We are only 5 minutes in, and RSG has a 5k gold lead. So an average of 1,000 net worth advantage per minute.
Okay, you know you're having a bad game when it started to roll like that. But, you know, this is opening up so much. They've got the Rift Herald already. And Elvin Jor has not really had a good time. I mean, he's 0-2-0 and really hasn't had a decent amount of time just to farm. Look at the net worth discrepancy in the mid lane.
Yeah, look at the net worth discrepancy across all roles. A minimum of 1,000 advantage to all members of RSG over their counterparts. That's the scary part, right? Which means that everyone from RSG now has a substantial lead. They will start this Elder Inferno Drake. No, this is not Elder Inferno Drake, just Inferno Drake. Tipper might get solo kill though. Jinkai goes for a Tipper! Oh my goodness, still gets a trade back! That is insane!
Oh, the amount of heal and just Tipper just barely hanging on, getting that kill and denying it. Yes, you got the kill, but he didn't get the XP, and that's absolutely massive. Both objectives now gone the way of RSG. They're in prime position, 7-1. How do you stop this freight train?
Gotta try and slow it down, right? Like for Watermelon, they have a way to scale into the late game. You just need to buy a bit of time. Jinkai, good into the late game. Irelia on Vendetta does the same. You have the insurance policy, which is vain, but just like insurance, you gotta build up that reserve. And so Watermelon needs to buy time for this to happen.
They gotta buy time, but I don't know how much time they're gonna have. RSG continuing to make headway, and 3 members that is, in RSG, they're gonna pop Shelly in the bottom. This is gonna be a 1-charge one, maybe. She's starting to go. I don't even think it's required. So this is gonna be a free one even into the T2, and that's gonna be a ton of structural damage.
Yeah, Raven misses that out. Wants to catch, I think, but he's got a pedal. Meanwhile, they do finish off Tipper, but it took them so long to do so. Bottom lane though, flash body slam, Scarlet Petal forced away. The explosive cast, bit too far forward. Scarlet Petal trying to turn around, gets an inspired mantra shield from Smurf, and they will finish off Rich, but they did lose the bot tier 2, so RSG are happy to take that trade.
Rich, just the support was killed. Nothing of value was lost. They're fine. They got the Shelly, the T2 charge on the bottom lane, and they got the turret, which is pretty much what they wanted to do. Yes, Tipper died, but that's space created for that bottom lane. Now RSG back up. They regroup. They get their items, and they go back at it again.
And we see Jinkai with the Divine Sunderer, right, just to shred these tanks so they can trade against Tipper, a bit better. Tipper did bought the Stasis Enchantment, same with Rich. He did have the Rod of Ages though, so this Gragas support is pretty beefy, and not only that, it does do some form of damage. But Watermelon, they want to punish Tipper again. They have done this in game 1, and they are kind of thinking about it. It's probably waiting for Tipper to push out that wave a bit more, but RSG have members nearby.
My concern with this one is that they're wasting a lot of time, right? They could be farming. They're just waiting and hoping that he comes in. I mean, they've got the white van out front. They're, showing candy at the end of the day, and Tipper's not buying any of it. He's not going to go in. And look at this wasted time. Tipper's been happily farming, and he's going to go in right now.
Stun misses Tipper, a lot of mobility. Jinkai also blows his flash. Tipper buying a lot of time. Go Stasis. This kill might have come true. They tank the aggro. They still get it done. But that is a lot of time, like you said, expended, and Rich. Oh, he can get some work if he was able to get in range.
Slow. If he didn't have to carry that keg around, he might be a little bit faster, but they're going to ambush him.
Oh, here comes SSK. A kick and a Sonic Wave. Resident is trying to follow up all the way. Smurf won't be able to save his teammate, and now Chain of Corruptions onto Smurf. Triple kill for SSK. RSG once more showing up huge with the backup.
Oh, make the hurting stop. SSK, his Sonic Waves are completely on point. Yeah, you got kicked back. You were rooted for a second, but the fact that he was able to get the Sonic Wave off into the Resonating Strike, doesn't matter how far you go, you cannot get away from SSK, and this turns into another objective as they look to take another Rift Herald.
Just watch out for RSG. This Shelly is so valuable for them. And you can see that Tipper, he's now going to be still pushing the bot lane. SSK will push up top. And CWG did go for a reset. They can do anything they want, right? When the next dragon comes up, they can just drop Shelly down mid, go for the dragon, force Watermelon to make a choice.
I feel like that death brush that they were trying to set up with Vendetta and Jinkai was just too time consuming, right? Every second you need to be doing something. That's how you're efficient. You're able to get things. And the fact that they were waiting around, they wasted a lot of valuable time where both of those champions, both cores, they need to ensure that they're getting sort of farm. And they were unable to do so.
And Tipper gets gotten by Jinkai, but this time he is prepared with CWJ. And it will be a killing spree for the Garen. Ocean Drake spawns, Vendetta shows up, he wants Tipper dead, and does do so with the Vanguard's Edge, but CWJ will force him back. Rich joins the fight, explosive cast, buys some time and space, Vendetta dashing away with the Blade Surge. The stun does get dodged by CWJ, and Vendetta caught out in the open, but he's just wasting time for Major to get some push in. Vendetta gets silenced, body slam, bop back, knocked up, taken down as SSK secures the Ocean Drake.
They take the dragon as well. They push, they get the kill. They make Vendetta go the wrong way. I mean, everything is starting to go in RSG's favor. They're playing this to the T. Everything that they're doing, they're making smart moves. They're making great rotations, and it looks like they're going to get another pick off on the Smurf.
Smurf status does discourage Rich, but we see a lot of pressure from RSG, right? They haven't used the Rift Herald just yet. SSK ready to drop it, and this segment tier 2 is most likely going to go down. Meanwhile, CWJ getting into a man fight against Jinkai, but Jinkai won't be able to finish the job, and they actually get a good 2-man stun, forcing Rich to use that stasis. He flashes away, and it's going to be SSK following up with Resonant Strike. Tries to safeguard to safety, flashes away, doesn't get the connection onto the Raptors. And Major now goes for the chase, ducks the guillotine for the execute, gets a double kill, but Tipper joins the fight, and Tipper takes the axe to the face, realizes that this is a tough fight. Scarlet Petal burns, but it's gonna be Tipper going golden, and Major now gone on, gets stunned. Tipper finishes him off, gets Cold Meek, heals up. CWJ now joins the party as Jinkai and Vendetta split up. They both scatter into the wild. CWJ against Vendetta is gonna be the front row show, but Tipper will be able to finish off Jinkai with the ignite, and Vendetta takes the execution to the face, but doesn't go down. Smurf comes in to back him up, but Tipper is not done just yet. He dashes
CWJ
back into the hands of Vendetta, and Vendetta gets a trade kill. A messy fight.
Very messy, very prolonged, and I mean, overall, I think that went in the power of Watermelon. I think they came out on top a little bit, but Tipper there, he went in, tried to save CWG, and CWG left him for dead, right? There was a moment where they might have gone it. The karma was, they was tethered on, and I think they backed up, but CWJ was like, all right, it's your problem, not mine. Even though he got in that fight, or he was in the bad positioning to begin with.
I mean, the respawn time in Wild Rift is pretty short early on, right? So like the fight extends for a while, and you are left wondering how is he back? Didn't I just kill him? That's how it is. But even then, we look at RSG. They have an 8,000 goal advantage. Baron spawning in 30 seconds.
Yeah, they're continuing to just push the lanes, make sure that, Watermelon don't really have a lot of space. As I say that, it looks like they're going to push in the bottom lane. Tipper's going to be there just to catch all of these minions. Jinkai's looking at him to recall, but, I mean, if they're backing off here, they really don't have that space as, the Rift Herald is going to be up. Or Baron.
Yeah, Baron. Is Baron's Rift like Shelly's dad or something? I always wonder.
I don't know. I haven't taken the DNA test. I don't know who's related to who in this case.
Yeah, but we know that they're both on the same realm. That's a start.
Yeah, for sure.
RSG Death Brush.
I mean, they live in the same home, so I
do.
would think that right, like they, it's one of those things where he comes home late from work, so he comes a little bit later in the game, and then Shelly decides to go out with her friends, right? That's how it works.
Or it could be just the curfew, right? Like the curfew for Shelly to stay out, getting bullied by 10 guys or 10 champions, and used to headbutt turrets. It's only 30 minutes. Afterwards, Daddy Baron comes and we're like, yeah, Shelly, pack up your bags. So I will deal with these guys.
I feel like this is the next episode of Arcane, right? Like we need to figure this out.
He's a noble dad, That's what most dads do. I guess. I suppose, for their children.
Yeah. Oh man, their children must be so ugly.
Yeah, I cannot confirm that. I have not reached that stage in life.
Okay. Well, soon enough, man. All right, but the Cloud Drake has spawned. 8K net worth lead, right? Like RSG, this is it's a free dragon for them, right? There's no way that Watermelon can contest this, right?
Yeah, I think so. In fact, like we are seeing like Tipper bot lane, like he's dealing with two guys. Stasis again, Redemption drops in time for the Q. SSK now, kind of teasing a dive, dodges the stun. RSG shows up to the party. It's kind of already over for Watermelon at least, and RSG now turn their attention to the Cloud Drake. I don't think Watermelon can contest this at all.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. They do have vision. Okay, they're going to deward that one. So, if anything, they've got the Death Brush. Oh, he's supposed to cast, but Smurf got caught in.
And now he's gonna, Mitch goes in, body slam. They do get a decent vacuum with the Karma, but not that it matters too much. So the fight breaks out. Watermelon wants to win this one, and they were able to get SSK low, but SSK has a flash. Vendetta follows up with his own flash as Raven gets gone on by Jinkai, and it's a good fight for Watermelon, but Scarlet Petal still alive. Condemn pushes Tipper away, but it is actually Watermelon with an ace themselves. Baron has spawned, and you know what that means, Holler? It's Baron time for Watermelon.
It's Baron time or Shelly's dad time, and Scarlet Petal's been completely on point. Just the amount of damage. He was focused on who needed to die exactly at that moment, right? It made sure that Raven died, and we're going to see the replay here. Look at the positioning of Scarlet Petal. Right on the back, understanding, untouched at this point. CWJ, yeah, he went on him. Scarlet Petal's going to backpedal to make sure that he's kiting it. And he goes in, both of them went golden, and he just focuses it on. You know, Garen has no chance here. Scarlet Petal continuing to just pour on the damage. Nobody was focused on Scarlet Petal until it was too little too late. And for that, RSG, all of them got aced here, and it looks like it's going to be a free Baron going the way of Watermelon.
Yeah, he even exhausted CWJ, anticipating the ultimate, right? So CWJ just didn't finish him off, and that kind of like a crucial moment for Watermelon. Now with this Baron buff, let's see what they can do. It's definitely not over for RSG just yet. In fact, even with the Baron power play, RSG are still 5,000 net worth in the lead. That's how insane RSG of a lead RSG has gotten for themselves. They have a Death Brush, which SSK and Raven sitting in there, and Watermelon are aware of that.
Whenever you're going into a team fight, you gotta understand who needs to die first. You gotta find the Karma. You gotta find the Vayne. Those are the ones, as I say that, they've got a golden Aurelia.
Vendetta is able to buy a bit of time now. They try to go back. Rich is going to be the first target. Gets blown up by Al Major. They get the exhaust on the Vendetta, but Tipper needs to fall back because the rest of the team is in danger. He has the Zonias, and CWJ slams the big sword of the Marcia onto Vendetta, but is it enough though? He gets pulled back. Jinkai still alive. Al Major still around. Scarlet Petal dives to tier 1, goes golden, and it's SSK being the only survivor. The Condemn doesn't shove him into a wall, but it's enough to give Watermelon a team fight win.
Hello, RSG, buddy, you guys, you need to figure out where Vayne is. Scarlet Petal is just doing so much damage, and she's being untouched. Nobody wants a piece of this. Everybody is so focused on the Darius, the Aurelia, the Akali. Everybody just wants everyone else, but nobody is actually killing the one that needs to die, and that's Scarlet Petal.
A good effort from SSK. If that minion didn't block, I feel like he would have gone on the Scarlet Petal. But no, nonetheless, he was able to survive that. In fact, clearing out as much as he can in that mid wave. Watermelon do get that mid inhibitor turret. Now we kind of go back to an even state. That Baron buff is going to expire, and this was how the fight happened.
They started it off on right onto Vendetta, but again, look at where Scarlet Petal is. Nobody goes in. Tipper tries to go in. Karma gets blown up here, has to be isolated by herself, and now they're on the run. It's too little too late. They don't have the damage. Yeah, CWJ does get the Demacian Justice, does get it, but he gets Almajor, gets the guillotine in return, and it looks like CWJ does fall in the end. And look at Scarlet Petal. I'll just continue to just take your backline out. No real chance. SSK is down as well.
And all this while, the Cloud Drake actually was not taken by RSG, so Watermelon will get at least some sort of element assistance on the Rift. So Cloud Drake goes to them, which means that the Elder Inferno. I keep repeating that because it's my favorite Drake. The Elder Drake will be of the Mountain element.
Okay. I mean, that's going to be the third one, so not the end of the world right now, but look at their RSG are up in this game, but they definitely don't feel like this, right? I don't think they can win a team fight at this point. Watermelon seems to be completely just dominating every team fight thus far, but it's because, again, you got to find out where Scarlet Petal is. If you don't know where she is, you should not be engaging. That is target number one. You must find her, you kill her, then you give yourself a chance.
But even then, you have to worry about Vendetta and Jinkai, right? Because remember, like we discussed about this, pre-game where they can scale into the late game with the Irena and Akali. So Vayne is not your only problem if you're RSG. In fact, the ultimate does go wide. Jinkai tries to come in for a flank but gets a body slam in the face, and this is the fight that RSG can take the win. As Mozzikas split the battle line out major in the front line. Tipper goes in for a stun, a good condemn. CWJ push back. Scarlet Petal playing so up front, no one goes down.
Look at how scared RSG are. Watermelon have so many damage dealers. You talk about the assassins that they have. The potential for burst, yes, it's going to start to scale and it's going to be worse for them. But RSG had the advantage. They had a pretty good initiation. They had Jinkai where they thought there was a good one. Has to go golden to keep herself alive. But now it's one of those things where how far can I go? And they seem to be they're playing timidly.
Yeah. And Scarlet Petal will always be that big threat. Baron is up and RSG, they're actually starting the Baron. Down to half health. Watermelon, you gotta do something right now. Vendetta straight to the back, like goes golden. A huge transcendent embrace. Bring them all in with the big mantra of vacuum. And I think Watermelon has done it right. Tipper will lose his GA as CWJ desperately tries to spin to safety. Tipper slices and dices over the Baron pit. And Smurf finds himself in the best spot, but does have the inspired shield. And now RSG are caught out in the open. 4 against 2. They pop the locket. Vendetta straight onto Raven. Forces the Zhonya's out. And Smurf will tether CWJ. Jinkai slices him apart with the sickle. Watermelon with another teamfight win.
Oh, Watermelon, they're starting to do it. They're feeling it. They have all of the champions they need. And yes, the bottom lane is being pushed. Actually, that's a ton of siege minions. Oh my gosh. That's like 7. They do need to be careful they don't get backdoored here. This is something that they need to be careful about. And it looks like Karma is going to have to clean this one up. They actually give up the Baron because of this?
It actually can't go Baron without the Karma utility. I mean, RSG is a 50-50, right? SSK or a greedy recall. You might be punished for it though. Jinkai thinking about it. Perfect execution. Gets kicked in the face. But Vendetta now comes in to go for a trade. SSK goes golden. Scarlet Petal is around. Exhausted SSK. Saving Vendetta. Tipper shows up. Slice and dice. Gets into the range. Scarlet Petal pops the final hour. Phantom Dancer's shield is up. Rich finally arrives. But the fight is over. SSK dies.
Okay, does this game for the past 10-15 minutes, does it feel like RSG have a higher net worth? I mean, look at this replay here. SSK gets caught out. Yes, he's got the Sonic Wave. Jinkai just baits him out and actually turns it around by actually going on Jinkai, kills him, gets the Vanguard's edge here, goes golden to keep himself alive. Scarlet Petal will clean this up, especially with the exhaust being used. Tipper arrives a little too late. Scarlet Petal just kites him away. Tipper realizing I can't continue on with this, has to just give up on the chase. But yo, 3K net worth lead RSG, does that feel like it?
I feel like the net worth doesn't matter at this point, right? Like both teams are even. We are looking at like a collective like 80K, almost 80K net worth for RSG. So which means that both of these players are stacked out in terms of items, barring the support. Every other core are at least 4 full items in the inventory. It's more of like how do you take these fights against Watermelon, because you are getting completely out-damaged by the cores of Watermelon. Another death brush from RSG, but Watermelon are so aware of that. They have a ward in that brush.
All right, you talk about the fact that net worth doesn't really matter, but you really don't care of who's the 1% in controlling the world here?
Yeah, well,
you're talking about from Wild Rift.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Got it.
We're talking about. If you put it that way, of course I do. But I think if let's say there's only one person, right, and like 10 guys gang up on him, he's gonna lose regardless. Watermelon ganging up on the Elder Mountain Drake. It's down to 50%. They're trying to shove FSK away, looking for a turn right now. Redemption drop down, Transcendence Embrace getting onto 2, and now the CWJ are killing SSK! A Kung Fu roundhouse to potentially win this game. Is there any more damage from Watermelon? I don't think there's anything else. Jinkai, he's alone. There is going to be the GA. SSK comes back to life. But what a play from this Lee Sin. He might be blind, but his senses are sharp, and RSG have just won the game, Hauler.
That was absolutely insane. We need to go over that replay. Again, the kick was on point. Just how many champs it went through, and RSG are looking to just end this game here. Jinkai is the last bastion of hope. He gets spun on here, but RSG have 4 members. Not really much you can do. Gets killed here, and they're going to clean up.
And this is where we dub Dragon's Rage, the golden kick, the golden leg of SSK to win the whole series. Watermelon they clawed back from a deficit, and it all came down to just one roundhouse kick from this Lee Sin. RSG proceeds to the upper bracket finals. They get a rematch against SEM9. Watermelon, they're dropping down to face up against Upcar Esports.
What a crazy game. I'm still kind of like computing what just happened, right? Because Team Watermelon, they were winning every single team fight, but RSG were up in terms of net worth. And then all of a sudden, that last team fight, they had the perfect engagement. I got to see the replay of that one because, again, like, what just happened? How did that kick happen into 3? SSK was completely on point, and they cleaned it up. They made sure that they got it. Even Scarlet Petal was alive in the end. It wasn't doing a whole happened for Team Watermelon. What a big fail at the end.
Yeah, they all lined up, they all clumped up, and I think SSK plays bowling in his free time. He sees those pins set up and he just went for it. Gets a strike, wins the game. And that's kind of the difference, right? We knew that coming into this, RSG is going to be the superior team. Watermelon put up a good fight, but it is these small windows of opportunities that RSG finds for themselves that gives them so much of an advantage over Watermelon.
Very smart play by RSG, right? Understanding that, like, I think other teams, myself included, if I was playing in that game and I was RSG and I was losing all those team fights, I would be panicking, right? I would be figuring out, hey, maybe we change it up, maybe we split push, maybe we do something else. But in this case, they were like, no, we're going to stick to our guns. We know how to play these ones. We know how to play how to take the team fights. They weren't overcommitting, getting themselves out of position. They let Team Watermelon get into a bad spot, and then they took the right angle, and that was a perfect execution. That last team fight was godly for them.
Yeah, we say the stars align for RSG, but the players of Watermelon also align properly, right? In a perfect angle for that to happen. It could not have gone any better for RSG, considering if the Elder Mountain Drake went over to Watermelon, we might see a Game 5, but RSG, they wanted to close it out quick. It's just, I think it's just dinner time. Yeah, it's 7 p.m. So it's just nice to get a warm meal to celebrate. And, RSG, they are very punctual about that.
Okay, well, for the record, that was GG throughout. I think both teams played very, very well. I think that, I was very excited just watching it. I was very happy to be a part of this because of the fact that these are very evenly matched teams. You saw that it's back and forth. There was definitely not a stomp. It was like the tiny little micro mistakes that got you into that position where you either win it or you lose it, and that's what happens.
Yeah, it's a very satisfying series, right? Like, we're not looking at games where, one team gets absolutely stomped. This is like, yeah, they might seem like they get run over, but it came down to very small details. And, the game is not over until the Nexus breaks, and that was the case for game number 4. Look at this post-match. I said game 3 was the closest we ever had. Scrap that. Game 4 was the closest that we ever had until that last fight happened.
Yeah, actually crazy. And look at Raven with his 1-4-18 stats. Is this guy a support? What's going on? But if we're looking at what Tipper did, you made him play something that he's a little bit, it's not as easy to play. I mean, he's definitely not as familiar with the Renekton as opposed to the Camille, but you're making him work for it. 6, 7, 11, very good stats nonetheless. But SSK, man, I got to give props where props are due. This guy was completely on point. His kicks, his sonic waves, the pressure that he's providing. There's a reason why this guy is 9-3-8 and literally the highest net worth on a winning team.
Yeah, and we say, you give him the Lee Sin. He is the playmaker of the team. He can be very active. He creates windows of opportunities. And sometimes one is all you need. And SSK completely delivers. I think we will be harping on about SSK for a while because of what he just did. But overall, RSG themselves have shown up huge, right? Yeah, Tipper got punished, but even in fights where they picked him off, Tipper has been able to buy time, buy space, get some trade back. You are never going to walk away with a buy one, free one. It's always you give something, you lose something in return. What do you want to lose? That's kind of like the dilemma that Watermelon always face.
Mm-hmm. And one last thing on that post summary page was the fact that, like, if you looked at RSG's damage, everybody had higher than 21,000 damage. Everybody's consistently there, even the supports. Like, everybody's contributing to this, making sure that they get themselves in the best opportunity to win the game, and they're doing so much damage. Now, we're going to go to the highlights of that game. I'm actually really looking forward to that last one because, my brain is still computing what happened.
Yeah, I feel like, we are just going to wait for that one kick, right? That those are, I call it an esports moment, right? It's one of those moments that cement a player or cement a game, and I think that is the perfect one. If that doesn't make it to the eventual top 5 best play list at the end of the season, if there is one, I will have some issues because I think we will not be able to see something like that ever again, at least for a long time.
I mean, it was definitely one of the most impactful kicks. Stuns, moments, definitely in this league thus far. I mean, it just completely turned the game on its head. It was so close until that moment, stunning up of what, 3? I don't even know how many there were. I think at least 3. It was just completely turned the game on its head.
We're approaching that moment very soon. But even then, you see like these fights that Watermelon win, like RSG, they had to give something back, right? It's all on the back of a triple hyper carry from Watermelon, SSK. Even in this situation, he was able to hold on to the game, right? Even like they try to go onto him, SSK gets a counter kill. Like if he didn't kill Jinkai, I felt like Watermelon would have just ran with it. They could have just gone for Baron, but that wasn't the case. SSK, throughout all of these situations, were able to get something in return for his team.
That was an amazing. Did you see him flash SSK? Yeah. He went in for this. He's flashed out so that he wouldn't get hit.
Oh, this is
and
it.
like just the outplay. Okay, here we go. I'll let you call it. Oof.
Yeah, just like everyone clumped up. The chain of corruption was locked them down, lined them up, and SSK went for the kick of his life, the kick of his career, I would say. And I mean, you fight into like Raven, right? He throws out the ultimate. They all kind of piled in trying to finish off a target. They all got chained out, corrupted, whatever. SSK finds the perfect angle for that kick. And of course, he has to end that game with another kick onto Jinkai just to rub the salt in. RSG, my God, was that an amazing win.
Yeah, amazing win. I mean, well-deserved. I wanted to see it go the distance, but after a game like that, it's like, okay, enough's enough. I mean, this is one of those moments for Team Watermelon. They got a lot to learn on. They were definitely, in this game, they definitely had a chance. I mean, their laning is fine. I think they're just, again, it's those team fights, and that's what kind of gets you, like, they're slightly better than you on those team fights, and that's why they won. So it's, it's a margin of, like, centimeters at this point.
It's also one of those moments where you can't even be mad if you lost the game, right? It's like, yeah, this is well played, GG's, we lost, SSK, you're the hero. But let us talk to another hero from the side of RSG. We will have Raven on the broadcast to, hear about what he has to say about that best of 5. Hello, Raven.
Hello.
We meet again. Good to see you. How are you feeling?
Feeling relieved that we won the game because it was quite a back and forth game 4, and I didn't want to go to game 5 as well, so it was relieved that we won the game.
Touche, my friend. So like coming into this series against Watermelon, like what was the emotion within the team? Were you guys like super confident, or do you think that it was going to be a very close run on in the back of your mind?
I mean, I think Watermelon, the team alone, they play around the jungle a lot. So if we manage to shut him down, or basically just focus him in team fights, then the game should be easily on our hands. But that didn't go as planned in game 2. But we managed to win it out in both first game and third game. So it was quite easy.
All right, well, first off, let me say congratulations for being branded now. You're with RSG. Congrats. That must have been a big win for you guys in the sense of just moving forward, a little bit of comfort in that. So let me just say that. First thing, and the second thing for this one is that last game was as back and forth as I've seen, right? I think that you guys are both, you have that level of respect. You weren't over-committing in any team fights. You weren't getting out of position, but you were playing it very safe. Now, Scarlet Petal, on that vein, was just kind of doing a whole bunch of damage to you. Was there like a moment when she was starting to tear things up where you're like, she needs to die, Scarlet Petal? Or like, what was like the team communication like?
I think at one point I told the team that, we need to take this vein down. If not, he'll just run us, all of us down. But since we had Garen and Lee Sin, I think it was quite easy to one-shot a single champion. And I told them if they don't kill the vein, I will personally find them in real life. We couldn't.
That kind of did happen, right? Like in the last team fight. I like, okay, so we all saw, the golden kick of SSK. Like, what was the reaction, from the team? Like, were you guys all surprised by that? Like, did anyone expect that to happen?
I think we pretty much set him up quite well with my Varus ulti and the Gregor's kick, Gregor's ulti, but I mean, they just walked into us. Like, all of them, and it was quite easy for him to secure that highlight play, I guess.
Yeah, that's gonna cement him as like one of the best plays that we've seen, right? But yeah, Holler.
Yeah, so you're guaranteed top 3 at this point. I'm sure you guys are very excited and ecstatic about this, but you're going to be going up against a team that you've played against many a times thus far. Haven't had too much luck against SEM9. Now, going into this one, obviously you need to do you got to look at your highlights. You got to figure out what they were doing in the last game. You got to do, your due diligence of scouting. But are you going to be ready for this one in the upper bracket finals, or is this something that you're going to hold strats until maybe the grand finals, maybe?
We'll find out. But I just hope we can have a good game against SEM9 next week for the upper finals, I guess. And we'll just maybe save our mini strats for the finals. We're not sure.
Do you think it's gonna be any different in a best of 5 compared to a best of 3?
I think not really, since they smashed us 2-0 both games in the group stage. But we'll see how it goes for next week.
All right, so I want to borrow your insight a bit, right? Who do you think is going to be the MVP for this entire series?
Ooh, I might have to give it to maybe Tipper. I think he played not bad, but better than most of us this series.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's find out who the MVP everyone thought was for that series, RSG versus Team Watermelon. And it is other than SSK. I think the kill participation and the golden, that kick heard throughout SG, MY. I think that was one of the highlight reels that he could put on his resume. SSK really played that one out, but he had a great series.
Yeah, I think I think that kick hit so hard that when the members of Watermelon go to sleep tonight, they will hear ringing in their head. Like that's how it hit. I feel like it's gonna give them PTSD for a while, but well deserved for SSK, right? What Raven said. He thinks it's Tipper. I think Tipper played well, but according to our guy Raven here, he says not bad, but not bad is good enough. Sometimes not bad is the best compliment that you can get.
Okay. Any last words, Raven? Any shout outs that you want to do to your fans, to your, to anyone?
Just want to thank RSG for signing us. Now that we are not stranded alone without an organization, and now that we are representing RSG, I think it will give us the confidence to play better for playoffs, hopefully. So yeah, we'll just see SEM9 next week and pray for the best.
All right.
Okay. Well, great series. Thank you so much. That was an amazing series. You're gonna watch the highlight and you're gonna be amazed by yourself. I think your own play, I think it was quite good. And just all the best of luck to you moving throughout. You have many games ahead of you as you go in, but congratulations again on top 3, and we expect to see more of you, Raven.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So their first game under the banner of RSG, the first series under the banner of RSG, they came out with a win, and not just any win, but a euphoric win to close out the series. I think, just like Raven summed it up, right? Gives them confidence to play better, gives them confidence to go into next week to face up against SEM9. I think the stage has been set for the upper bracket finals. But what's interesting is the lower bracket right now, the knockout stage. We get Upcar against Watermelon, Phantom6, they take on Pathseeker, and after those series, 2 teams will go home.
Yeah, it's going to be fun throughout. There's going to be plenty of good games, and we're going to find out who the best of the rest, so to speak, as it literally is 3 through 6 still in the lower bracket. They're going to have to fight for their survival in this tournament. Best of luck to them as they play even tomorrow. So there's going to be a lot at stake for them. But going back to this series, though, I think that Team Watermelon, they had a lot of good things that they could do. They can fight with the big dogs in that sense. There's just some smaller mistakes. They'll go back into the replay, check this out, and just improve from here on out.
Yeah, and it's and how Watermelon approached the series was exactly what Raven said, right? A lot of focus onto Vendetta. When Scarlet Petal shows up, their focus shift, but most of the time it's all about Vendetta and And just like the movie, Vendetta is pretty scary. I think RSG have kind of had that figure out early on. It's more of like how they execute it. And most of the time, they did it in a close to a flawless fashion. And the one thing that RSG also did by beating Team Watermelon is that they protect the hierarchy that they share with SEM9. They're still the top dogs, in the upper echelon of our local region, whereas Team Watermelon will have to battle it out in the depths of the lower bracket. But tomorrow is the scary part. Tomorrow is where elimination begins. We'll take a look at the updated brackets of how things have transpired so far.
Oh, it's going to be so close. Look at this. S9 versus RSG. That's going to be Friday, the 8th, for you guys to play, wanting to watch that one. That's going to be happening next week. But we've got Watermelon Upcar Esports. That's going to be tomorrow. I believe that's the first game tomorrow. That's going to be 1 p.m. Plus 8 GMT. Phantom6 versus Pathseeker. That's going to be the second matchup. That's going to start roughly around 5:10 or so, plus 8 GMT as well. But two good games. That's going to be happening, both best of fives.
Yeah, and after those two series, two of these teams will be eliminated in the 5th and 6th place, right? So by the end of tomorrow, we will get our top 4 teams. And let's take a look at the schedule tomorrow. Holla, you already, kind of mentioned the time, Watermelon against Upcar Esports. That's going to be the first best of 5 at 1 p.m. 8 GMT. And afterwards, to close things out, we will have Phantom6 against Pathseeker.
Yeah, and both of these ones, it's a bit of a wash, right? I don't give an edge to any one of those teams. Both of them are here for a reason. They're very strong teams in that 3-for-6 seeding. Unfortunately, they ran into some juggernauts of SEM9 and RSG, but I expect to see them bounce back. I do expect, Upcar Esports was definitely watching that series, figuring out what RSG was doing. Maybe they take some of those strategies into their game tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think for Upcar Esports, they also suffered a devastating loss yesterday against P6, right? It was a full reverse sweep, Phantom6 version. They were down 0-2 and they came back swinging, and Upcar Esports just could not close out the series. So tomorrow, they face off against Team Watermelon, and that's kind of like a step up from Phantom6, right? Like Phantom6, I feel like Upcar had a better chance to beat Phantom6, but Team Watermelon is going to be an even tougher task. Whereas for Phantom6, they faced up against Pathseeker, who beat them 2-0 in the second half of the group stage. So there is going to be some grudge match feeling going on there.
Oh, it's nothing but a grudge match. I mean, they played each other twice already in the group stages. They played each other in the quarterfinals. I mean, there's just so many games. They're very familiar with one another, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think that we're going to see any surprises, so to speak. It's just going to come down to gameplay. Who really wants it? Best of 5s are grueling. They're very difficult to play because, it's one of those things that, yeah, you might outdraft them, but are you going to be able to outlast them, right? In the sense of, am I able to continue playing? Am I able to go to a game 5? Can I push it? Can I get to, there's so many different questions that can happen, and you really test yourself as an esports player.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where, the mental fortitude really gets put to test. And so far, I think these teams have some of these teams have shown signs of weakness, like Upcar Esports. They have tendencies to break under pressure. Pathseeker sometimes tends to go down that path. But when push comes to shove, we have seen them shown up huge. And tomorrow, they need to put on their best performance, because if not, then it's going to be over. Which best of 5 are you more looking forward to?
Tomorrow, I love what I see from Team Watermelon. I think that versus Upcar Esports is going to be the series for me to watch, to look out for, because I feel like the potential for that one to go the distance is much greater than the Phantom6 Pathseeker one. No disrespect to either of those teams, but I just feel like Team Watermelon, this is how do they bounce back after an RSG, loss from, 1-3? Have they taken some of those points, those lessons, and then maybe ingrained it into the next series?
Yeah, and I think Pathseeker, Upcar Esports into Watermelon is also pretty interesting, right? Because these two teams have a dedicated hyper carry. One side is Coffee, the other side is Vendetta. But we will leave all of these points for tomorrow. For now, I think it's time for us to get some sleep, to get ready for more Wild Rift action tomorrow. We have found our top 3. SEM9 and RSG are at the top right now. We'll come back for tomorrow for more action for WCS MYSG. For now, we're going to sign off. I'm Husky, he's Holler, and of course for Grandin and Contra, we'll wish you guys goodbye. Have a good night.
Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now.
Bye.